The story begins with Kim standing in front of an AI robot, pouring out his feelings. Kim says in a tired voice, "My life has become hell. I hate this job, but I didn't have any other option. I'm totally stuck in this trap." But the robot in front of him doesn't react at all. It doesn't have any emotions, so it completely ignores Kim and just keeps working. Seeing this, Kim feels even more broken inside. Kim thinks, "There's literally no one who can understand my feelings or at least respond." He keeps sinking deeper into depression. We learn that this robot's name is Pax. Kim also feels as if he's completely alone in this world because Pax never talks to him. Just then, another AI robot shows up and says to Kim, "Please move aside. I need to transfer this package." Kim quietly steps away, and the robot takes the package. This makes Kim feel even worse. He feels like he's losing his mind, craving to talk to a real person, to share his feelings, to feel understood. Kim thinks to himself, "I don't want to fall in love with a machine. No robot is ever going to be my girlfriend." That's when the scene zooms out and we see a massive warehouse with drones flying all over and AI robots running the show, from packaging to delivery. Kim's job is managing all these machines and handling all the orders as they come in. He looks up at the ceiling and thinks, "I seriously ended up in the wrong place." Then the story jumps back 2 months to when it all started. 2 months ago, flashback begins. Kim steps out after being discharged from the military, smiling at the sky, feeling happy. Kim, excited. "Finally free! Now I can actually live my life my own way." But the joy doesn't last long. Soon his parents call. "Mom," on the phone, "we've moved to another city, left the old house. We've paid 6 months' rent in advance for a place for you. Now it's time you build your own life, earn your way, and be successful." It feels kind of weird to Kim, but he thinks, "All right, at least it's a fresh start. This is the first day of my helpless life." At first, everything seems great. No one to nag him, rent covered for 6 months, and a little bit of savings. Kim makes a plan. "I'll chill at the beach for a few days, enjoy life, maybe pick up a part-time job at a cafe, and hopefully meet some girls." But reality is harsh. At every cafe, he hears the same thing. "You gotta have at least a year's experience. And hey, if you were super handsome, you might get a shot. Girls get hired straight away." Kim thinks to himself, "Can't I get a job at a cafe just because I'm not a model?" His dream, working at a cafe and meeting girls, totally shatters. Then he applies for other jobs, but all he gets is rejection. His savings start running out. The depression creeps back in. Kim texts his sisters, "I feel like the biggest loser in the world." As usual between siblings, both his sisters laugh at him. Kim is so lazy he saved their phone numbers as Sister 1 inch and Sister 2 inches. But Sister 1, Julie, remembers that her friend works at a big delivery company. She says, "Don't stress, I'll get you a job somehow." And that's how Kim lands a job at the logistics company. Flashback ends, back to present. Kim stands in the warehouse thinking, "I can't believe this is my life now. Surrounded by robots, delivering packages." His partner is basically just machines that won't even talk to him. Suddenly his manager walks up, looking a little tense, and says, "Noodle can show's out of stock, but the system says there's inventory. Go check it out, will you?" Kim smiles on the outside, but is broken inside. Still, he quietly heads over to the warehouse storeroom. He climbs the stairs to pick up the box of noodles, but then there's a loud bang. He turns around. A 10-inch thick iron door is closing. Kim freaks out, tries to open the door, but it's locked tight. He calls his manager, but there's no answer. Kim thinks, maybe it's just a technical glitch. If I call the emergency number now and it turns out to be a minor thing, the manager will yell at me. So he calms himself and decides to wait. After a while, bored, he takes a selfie and sends it to his sisters with the message, "I'm trapped in the storeroom. Maybe someone will show up by evening." His sister teases him as usual, but suddenly another message pops up. "The building near our house just collapsed." Kim panics, tries to call, but his sister isn't picking up. His heart starts pounding, and then the ground begins to shake. The whole warehouse vibrates so hard he drops his phone. Suddenly, emergency sirens blare. An AI voice echoes, "All employees are requested to evacuate this area immediately." Kim's face goes pale. His heartbeat is out of control. He starts banging on the iron door and screams, "I'm still here! Open the door! But there's no reply. He keeps yelling for 2 minutes, no reaction. Kim is completely hopeless. Now he decides he has to call the emergency number. But when he checks his phone, all the signal bars are gone. Kim, terrified, thinks, is there a war happening outside? Did some enemy country attack? He's trying to figure things out when suddenly there are loud crashes from outside the door. Kim freezes. The 10-inch thick iron door is getting dented by something heavy. It's like the door is made of paper, not iron. Kim's hands are on the door, but they start trembling in fear. He thinks, his voice shaky, whatever's outside the door cannot be human. Then he hears what sounds like a hound growling outside, and in the next moment, it sounds as if the hound's been killed. Kim understands, if I make a sound, I'm dead for sure. Terrified, he just sits down on the floor. The only thing he's praying for is that all this ends like a bad dream. But it's not a dream. Kim falls asleep there exhausted. 3 days later, Kim has now been trapped in the warehouse for 3 days. No one's tried to save him. His phone still has no network, no matter how many times he tries. Luckily, there's enough food and water in the warehouse, so he survives on boxes of noodles. But there's still the question, how many more days can he live here? He keeps thinking about his parents and sisters, praying they are safe. Suddenly, a hologram notification flashes in front of him. You've been selected. Please check your awakening ability. Kim stares at it, shocked. Then another notification pops up. Kim's special ability, subspace. You can store any object in subspace, but you can only use it once. Kim laughs, exhausted. Guess I really am losing my mind. 3 days without seeing a human. Now I'm getting fantasy notifications. But he thinks to himself, if it's insanity, at least it's kind of entertaining. Looking at the notification, he says, I want to store this entire logistics warehouse. System confirms. Are you sure you want to store the whole warehouse? If yes, say yes. Kim, dead tired, says yes. Next moment, bam! The entire warehouse vanishes, and Kim falls hard onto the ground. When he gets up, he sees the whole city is destroyed. Vehicles overturned, everything wrecked. A little further away, his boss is crushed under something heavy, his body covered in blood. Kim starts to puke, panicked. Then the system speaks again. Storage process started. Operating system for subspace is being prepared. A progress bar appears, just 6%. Kim is still puking when he hears heavy footsteps behind him. He slowly turns around and sees a massive shadow standing there. A deep growl. Kim, sweating in fear. This is the thing that was trying to break down the door. And he's face to face with a 14-foot-tall orc monster, huge pointed teeth, body smeared in blood, glowing red eyes, and it's standing right behind him. Kim tries to talk himself down. Stay calm. Maybe those growling sounds are just a gorilla or wild bear. Just stay calm. Without looking back, he keeps telling himself and starts running. Maybe it's not focused on me. If I just run fast enough, I can survive. But as soon as Kim runs, the orc monster starts growling even louder. Kim turns and his eyes widen. He screams, "That's an actual orc!" Kim starts running even faster, but his feet slip in his boss's blood. He barely manages not to fall. He just can't get how a fantasy orc monster is even in the real world. That orc comes charging right after him. Kim realizes that in a few seconds, it's going to catch up, which means he's a goner. But suddenly a notification pops up. Sync synchronization complete. Would you like to enter your subspace? The orc was just a few feet away. Without thinking, Kim shouts, "Yes!" A portal opens up, and right before the orc can grab him, Kim gets pulled inside the portal. Inside the subspace, Kim stands there, eyes shut, thinking, I guess I must be in heaven. He doesn't feel anything for a long while, so he slowly opens his eyes and is shocked. He's standing inside the logistics center, the same as before, or at least it looks like it. The orc hasn't made it inside. Out there, the orc is standing right in front of the portal, glaring in. Kim, all freaked out, asks, "Why can't it come in?" Just then a drone flies over and says, "Except for Kim, nobody can enter this subspace without your permission." Kim is stunned, because the drone was actually speaking like a regular person. He asks, kind of thinking out loud, "So did you just bring in the warehouse or the whole logistics facility?" The system replies, "The entire logistics facility, including 5 buildings, has been stored in subspace. All the robots and drones are working the same way they were before. Then another notification pops up. First time entry reward, 1 mana stone. Next thing, a glowing mana stone appears in Kim's hand. Right then, the orc starts banging hard on the portal's gate from outside. Kim, scared, asks, "Are you sure it can't come in here?" The system confirms, "Yes, nobody can enter without your permission." Then a screen shows up. PAX Logistics Center, total 5 buildings, 33,000 square meters. Shipping speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Kim's got no clue what the heck this shipping speed is supposed to mean. But before he can ask, the system suddenly says, "Only 2 minutes remaining for maintenance. After that, the system will shut down." Kim asks nervously, "The whole system will shut down? How?" The drone answers, "Power supply is running out. You'll need to use a mana stone to keep this running." Kim realizes, surprised, that the system can only run for 24 hours on 1 mana stone. The drone explains further, "When the facility was brought into subspace, we modified it to run on mana stone energy." Kim thinks, "This system's even smarter than I am." Slowly, the power in all drones and machines starts to go out. The system warns that once the freezer shuts down, all the food will spoil, the meat, fruits, and every fresh thing. Kim thinks, "If the power goes out, all the food will be wasted, and there's no way I can survive out there." Kim asks the drone, "If I use the mana stone, does everything run for another 24 hours? Drone, "Yes, of course, but you'll have to get new mana stones from the outside world." Kim looks out toward Earth, and that orc is right out there, mouth wide open, just waiting to tear into him. Kim instantly tells the system, "Here, take the mana stone and reactivate the whole facility right now." The moment the mana stone goes in, the whole logistics facility lights up. All systems back online. Kim asks the drone, "Can I still search for items in here like before?" Drone, "Absolutely, but what exactly are you looking for?" A little while later, Kim stocks up on a ton of sharp weapons, knives, kitchen knives, axes, and all sorts of stuff. The system keeps showing the price of every item on the screen. Kim thinks, "If I hold these weapons and attack, I'll only be able to scratch it. And if I try throwing them, I'll just get tired and run out. None of these tiny weapons will take down a massive orc like that." He realizes, as long as I'm hurting the orc, it won't just walk away. That means I actually have to kill it. Kim grabs his weapons and starts throwing them at the orc one by one. The orc does get some scratches, but not much else happens. Kim shouts, "Damn it! How thick and muscular is this orc? These weapons aren't doing a damn thing." The only real damage was coming from the axe, but there were only a couple of axes in the whole box. Kim asks the system, "Pax, how many axes do I have left?" The drone checks and says, "There are currently 15 axes available." Kim, really surprised, asks, "What? 15 axes? I tossed more than half of those out." The drone leads him to the weapons section, and sure enough, there are 15 axes there again. Kim is stunned. "How did these come back?" Drone, "The system has the original data for every product. If anything gets destroyed or goes outside, it's automatically regenerated as a copy right here." Kim is blown away. "So, this whole logistics center just became an infinite stock warehouse," the drone says with a friendly tone. "You could say that." Kim's eyes light up. "That means I just keep throwing weapons. Endless supply." The drone explains even more. "Instead of manually throwing, you can use auto shipment. Just picture the item in your mind and say, 'Ship.' You'll be able to make a shipment every 30 seconds. Kim asks, a bit confused, "Shipment skill? Drone. Any product you select in your mind and say ship, it'll be shipped right outside onto the monster. Shipping speed right now is 60 kilometers per hour." Kim tries it. He pictures the axe and loudly says, "Ship." The next second, there's a loud thud. The axe flies right into the orc's head, and the orc goes flying backward. In a single hit, the orc is finished. Kim, stunned with excitement, shouts, "It worked." He asks the drone, "What's the shipping speed?" Drone, "Current speed, 60 kilometers per hour. You can boost it up to a max of 75 kilometers per hour. If you want more, you'll need to upgrade the skill." Kim asks the drone, "How do I upgrade my skill?" Drone replies, "You'll need mana stones. Each upgrade takes a certain number of mana stones." Kim figures out he'll have to defeat dangerous monsters like orcs to collect mana stones. Then he tells Pax, "I need some essential gear. Hurry up." Soon enough, he's suited up in combat boots, tactical combat pants, and full-on combat gear. Now he's totally set for a mission. He takes out a map of the country and starts marking on it anywhere his parents, Julie, number 1, and Seoul, number 2, might be. Kim thinks seriously. I gotta go to these places one by one. I'll start with the closest location. Hope my family's safe. He doesn't have a car or bike, but Pax gave him an electric bike. That's no less than a superbike. Kim hops on the bike and takes off. Wait just a little longer. Your youngest son is coming. The Kim who was always scared before is now completely different. He's got strength, confidence, and now his first priority is to save his family. Half an hour passes. By then, he's already taken down 12 orc monsters, and he's got 12 mana stones too. He's understood his skills, strength, and limitations. Then another orc comes at him to attack. Kim calmly jumps from the bike and quickly slips into subspace. The orc screams outside and slams the door in anger, but it can't get in. Kim thinks, I've got a solid grip on my ability now. This skill is seriously overpowered. He throws an axe at the orc outside, but his aim's a little off and the axe flies past the orc's arm. The orc, even angrier, tries to break through the portal. Kim, annoyed with himself, says, Missed again. Aiming isn't as easy as it looks, and I can only attack again after 30 seconds. He realizes if he wants to reduce this cooldown, he'll have to upgrade his skill by using more mana stones. Right then, he discovers another hidden subspace ability. The axe he threw automatically returns back to his hand, the auto-retrieval system. The axe comes back into his hand, and the next time the 30 seconds are up, it hits the orc right in the head. The orc dies on the spot. Kim smiles. So this system automatically retrieves the item and summons mana stones too. Meaning, kill an orc. Mana stone goes straight into my inventory. A system notification pops up. You've gained another mana stone. Current total, 13. Kim thinks, perfect. The more I kill, the more mana I get, and the facility keeps running. Now Kim decides to head back out. I gotta find my family ASAP, and if needed, I'll bring them into my subspace to keep them safe. Suddenly, a monster's roar echoes again. Kim looks up, and he's shocked. A huge dragon-like monster is flying in the sky. He sees the wyvern just hunted a big deer, and it's many times larger than an orc. Kim takes a deep breath and thinks, this thing is way more dangerous than an orc. Attacking this will be even tougher. Meanwhile, a man's scream echoes somewhere. Kim quickly turns to see where the sound's coming from. The scene shifts. We see a man running exhausted, like a monster is chasing him. He keeps looking back repeatedly. Then a wyvern swoops down from the air towards him. The man ducks and barely dodges the strike, but the wyvern suddenly swings its long tail, knocking the man to the ground. Another man runs to help, but the wyvern blocks the way. The wyvern opens its jaw, and the man is too scared to speak. He's so terrified he thinks he's about to die. But then the wyvern turns to the other man, who's lying on the ground. The first man wonders, why is it leaving me to go for him? Maybe it wants to kill the weaker prey first. He figures out Mr. Choi must look weaker than me, so the wyvern thinks he's the easier target. The man has a small knife, but he's shaking. Will this knife even do any good? Should I try to attack? Suddenly, a bike bell rings from behind. A loud tring-tring sound. Both men turn around, but a bright headlight blinds them, so they can't see properly. Then, with a fierce noise, an axe flies straight and cuts into the wyvern. The wyvern, injured in the air, falls far away. But the men still don't fully understand what just happened. When they look back, the wyvern is lying dead on the ground, an axe buried deep in its neck, and it's dead instantly. One man, stunned, says, "That's an axe? Can a single axe kill a wyvern?" Then Kim rides up on his bike and says, "Good thing it went down in one hit. Are you guys okay?" Kim quickly moves his hand off the headlight so they can see his face properly. Both men are amazed. A guy dressed in army-style uniform on an electric bike who just took down a wyvern alone. They ask, surprised, "Are you from the army, here to save us?" Both bow and thank Kim. Kim smiles. "I'm not a soldier. I used to work at Pax Logistics. This is just the company uniform." They're shocked again. "What? You're just an employee? But you killed a wyvern in one hit," Kim asks. "So you know about awakening abilities?" One man says, "Yeah, I got one too, driving ability, but I haven't really used it yet." The other says, "I haven't awakened any ability so far." Kim asks, "Are there more people here?" The first guy says, "Yeah, we're at Block C now. There used to be a logistics center here, so lots of people came to get supplies. But because of the crowd, monsters showed up and killed almost everyone. Just 10, 15 are left. We came from Block E and now live in underground tunnels. We came back here for supplies when all this happened. Hearing this, Kim thinks, they have vehicles. I'm going to need a ride for long distances. The guy adds, it's not safe to stay here. Come with us to our underground spot. It's safe. No monsters come there. And we got some snacks. You can stay with us if you want. Kim thinks, I don't need their resources, but I do need to know about their vehicles. I'll go, but better keep my ability a secret for now. Kim replies, all right, no reason to say no. Let's go. The three set off. From the wyvern's body behind them, a mana stone pops out and automatically goes through a small portal into Kim's subspace. Kim thinks to himself, my ability is really special, and they mustn't find out about it. If there's ever danger, I can just hide in my subspace. The scene changes. Now we see another location. A terrifying orc monster dead, a huge weapon stabbed through its neck. The people standing there don't look ordinary, from their faces, clothes, and mood. It's clear they're like a gang of thugs, some seriously dangerous people. Seeing them, Kim gets a little nervous and his heart starts beating fast. Kim instantly broke into a sweat. Damn, this situation just got even more dangerous. The boy who had come in with Kim, the one Kim had saved, stepped forward quickly and explained, it's fine. Everything's safe. That orc was just a random intrusion, but we all fought together and took it down. Luckily, no one got hurt. Kim let out a little sigh of relief at those words, but still muttered, you all said this place was safe, yet an orc showed up here. The other man, the one who looked like the gang leader, pressed again. And who exactly is this guy? That boy spoke up quickly. He's the one who saved us. He killed a wyvern with his axe. He's an employee of PAX. The crowd gasped together, stunned. What? He killed a wyvern on his own. Suddenly a woman rushed up, grabbed Kim's hand and said with teary eyes, thank you so much. You saved our comrades' lives. Her husband walked over, bowed deeply and thanked him as well. Flustered, Kim stammered, oh no, I just did what anyone in my place would have done. But soon everyone else began praising him too. That same woman then giggled and asked, by the way, do you have a girlfriend? If not, we could help arrange something. Her husband immediately shot her a look. This is not the time to flirt. Kim awkwardly scratched his head. Just then, another figure stepped forward, the one who seemed to be the seasoned orc slayer, clearly the leader. You might be wondering why we're all so close-knit. We've been working together as a team for the past 10 years. At Express Terminal, we're basically like family. He stretched out his hand. My name is Lee Jinmook. I'm the manager here at Express Terminal, and we're all grateful to you. Kim shook his hand and replied simply, my name's Kim as well. Lee continued, don't worry, this place is way safer than the outside. We've got lots of food and supplies, everything brought here from the logistics center. Then he explained to everyone clearly, and if our stock runs out, we'll bring more. In the meantime, you can rest here if you want, and maybe help with guard duty a little. But then Yong-Soo, the boy Kim had rescued earlier, stepped up nervously. There's something I need to tell you. The entire logistics center suddenly disappeared. Instant silence. Everyone froze, staring at each other in disbelief. The whole building? Vanished? That's impossible. But the manager's face turned serious. In times like these, anything is possible. We've all seen monsters. So a building disappearing doesn't sound that far-fetched anymore. Kim's chest tightened, sweat dripping down his face, because he knew exactly where that building was. Inside his subspace. Everyone turned to Lee Jinmook, waiting for instructions. After a pause, he finally said, we need to leave here quickly. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets. We have to make it through the tunnel. The group rallied. Yeah, let's stick together. Cross the tunnel and reach somewhere safe. Confused, Kim asked, what tunnel are you talking about? Lee explained, none of our families are here. So we prepared vehicles and planned to head back to our hometowns through the east tunnel. Every other route is blocked, only the tunnel's left. But it's swarming with wyverns, which means we'll have to clear it first. His voice grew grim. Until now, the logistics center kept us alive. Food, water, daily necessities all came from there. But now it's gone, which means that no matter what, we have to clear the tunnel. Kim finally understood. So they've got vehicles. All that's left is to deal with the wyverns inside the tunnel. If I help them, they'll definitely give me one. With that, I can reach my family. The manager turned directly toward him. So Kim, will you help us? Or are you planning to take your bike and go another way? Kim answered firmly, no, I'll help you. And I need a vehicle as well. My destination is far. Inwardly, he thought, if it's just wyverns, I can clear them easily with my ability. The manager's lips curled into a smile. Great, then I'll show you my true strength too. Don't think I'm weak. Kim smirked back. Of course, I'll give my all to support you. But deep down, he thought, I'm not showing them my ability yet. I can't trust them fully. Another suspicion hit him. While he was trapped inside that warehouse, these folks had been outside fighting monsters and pulling supplies from logistics center. They never told me exactly how much they've stored. What if they don't plan to share? I'll worry about that later, he decided. First, I want to scout the tunnel myself, see how many wyverns are inside and where they're located. But inside, he smirked. Truth is, I could clear that whole tunnel alone if I wanted. He recalled his system options. Spend 5 mana stones to cut his shipping skill, cooldown from 30 seconds to just 5. And 3 brand new upgrades were available, each for 10 mana stones. Auto-aim system. Every attack lands flawlessly. Double shipment, send 2 weapons at once. Continuous auto shipment, keep shipping for a set time without stopping. He grinned to himself. Perfect. These are game changers. Good thing I've been saving stones. Just need to take down a few wyverns and start unlocking them. His mood lifted, but dropped the moment he realized he wasn't alone. Young-soo had followed him. Nighttime on the road, Young-soo was pedaling a bike ahead. Kim clenched his teeth. Why the hell did he have to come along? He snapped. Why did you follow me? Was being alone too dangerous? Grinning, Young-soo laughed. Hey, you saved me once, right? You'll save me again. That's why I came. Kim's head spun. This kid trusts me way too much, and he hasn't even awakened his skill properly yet. Tell me, Kim asked, do you get any system windows? Notifications? Young-soo scratched his head. When my ability awakened, I felt something. But no windows since. I just feel like I've gotten really good at driving. Kim grimaced. This kid's gonna be the death of me. If your driving gets messy, we'll have to ditch the bike and walk, he warned. As the night dragged on, Young-soo pedaled recklessly, almost like pulling stunts. Kim shouted, why are you riding like that? The road's broken ahead. Wrecked cars are everywhere. It's too dark to see clearly, so I jumped to get a view of the clear spots. That's how I figure out where the road is. Kim's stomach dropped. So half the time he can't even see? God damn, he really might get me killed. Suddenly Young-soo whispered, trembling, Mr. Kim, I think I see a wyvern up ahead. Kim scanned the area but saw nothing. Where? I don't see it. Should I keep going or stop? Don't stop. Keep the bike straight, and whatever you do, don't look back. Just then, from behind a wrecked car, a wyvern's head lifted up. Kim spotted it instantly. Ship. In the blink of an eye, an axe materialized and struck the beast dead. Young-soo froze, jaw dropped. This guy's insane, Kim barked. Eyes forward, just pedal. Don't look back. He absorbed the mana stone into his subspace. After a while, Young-soo said in awe, Mr. Kim, I think we're almost at the tunnel gate. So soon? Good. Keep going, Kim replied calmly. But suddenly, Young-soo skidded to a stop. What did you stop for? Kim asked sharply. Shaking, drenched in sweat, Young-soo stammered, We're surrounded. Kim glanced around, and sure enough, dozens of wyverns circled them. This is it. We're screwed. Even Mr. Kim won't manage this one, Young-soo thought, panic nearly breaking him. But behind him, Kim stood cool, his eyes moving across an invisible system screen. Shit, I didn't want to reveal my ability yet, but I guess I've got no choice. Young-soo stared in confusion. Mr. Kim, what the hell are you doing? We're about to die. System notifications blinked across the screen. Auto-aim skill unlocked. Cost 10 mana stones. Cooldown reduced to 5 seconds. Cost 5 mana stones. Your cooldown is at its max reduction. A drone voice chimed. To reduce further, you must level up your subspace. The wyverns lunged in unison. Ship. An axe flew. Dead center. Then another and another. Every 5 seconds, an axe lashed out, never missing, killing one after another. One wyvern lunged at Young-soo. He shut his eyes. Sure, it was over. Thump. The axe buried itself deep into the beast's throat, dead on the spot. When Young-soo glanced back, his eyes widened. Behind Kim, a massive portal had opened. Inside was the entire logistics center, drones buzzing around. Kim stepped through calmly with the axe in hand. Young-soo, just stand behind me. Don't move or I won't be able to protect you. Yes, got it, Young-soo cried, trembling but obedient. And in his mind, so this is Pax? He's carrying the entire logistics center with him. Another wyvern dived from above, instantly taken out by Kim's auto-aim axe. The rest screeched furiously, lunging, but Kim moved through the portal seamlessly, slipping in and out, catching his axe as it returned every time. Not long after all around, wyverns began fleeing, screeching into the distance. Young-soo's jaw dropped. They're gone! Kim must have wiped them all out. Meanwhile, Kim calmly collected the mana stones from the corpses into his subspace. Young-soo's eyes popped as he saw them for the first time. Mr. Kim, what's that blue stone? You've never seen a mana crystal? Kim asked. Mana crystal? What's that? Kim explained patiently. These crystals are what I use to upgrade my ability, reduce cooldown, improve accuracy, strengthen overall. Young-soo gasped. So you can actually make your ability stronger? Wow. If I ever get the chance, I want to try too. Kim thought to himself. So that's why these people never collect them. They don't even know what enhancements are. Young-soo added honestly, I never thought your ability would be this insane. You could have cleared the whole tunnel by yourself. Why did I even bother tagging along? Kim hesitated, then admitted, honestly, that was my plan. I wanted to test the danger first. If it wasn't much, I'd clear it alone. And if things got bad, I would have pulled back. Young-soo lowered his head guiltily. So I just ruined your plan. I'm really sorry. Kim smiled faintly. No, don't worry. If I'd come alone, I might have gotten lost. No guide for the route. So it's fine. For now, let's head back. The wyverns are gone, but they'll return before long. The two of them began riding back. On the way, Young-soo asked, by the way, Mr. Kim, how far do you actually need to go? Far enough you'll need a vehicle? Kim answered, my family's scattered. The closest one lives in the Gangnam district. Young-soo blinked in shock. Gangnam? That means you'll have to cross Incheon district. That's where my family lives. Young-soo spoke hopefully. If you don't mind, can I come with you? Kim stayed quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Young-soo quickly continued. Look, even if I cross the tunnel, the road ahead is crawling with monsters. My ability is just driving. I can't fight, but you can handle the monsters. If we travel together, it benefits both of us. I can drive fast and take you all the way to Indian District, while you handle the monsters, he added earnestly. And I promise, I'll never be a burden on you. If food runs short, I'll give you mine. I just won't ever break your trust. Inside, Kim thought, that's not a bad deal. And if this guy sticks with me, my ability's secret won't spread to others. For a moment, he imagined what would happen if the rest of the group found out how overpowered his ability actually was, how he had an entire warehouse with him. They might try to catch him, rob him, maybe even kill him. Kim's thoughts sharpened. Yeah, keeping my ability hidden is the safest choice. And with Young-soo by my side, there's less chance anyone else will ever see it. And quietly he considered, this way he builds trust in me too. And I can start trusting him, step by step. Young-soo was still standing there looking troubled, wondering if Kim would really agree to travel with him or not. Inside, Kim was thinking, this kid trusted me enough to follow me into such a dangerous place, even though he knew there could be wyverns here. If someone handed me their life like that, how could I possibly say no? He spoke softly. All right, Young-soo, you can help me drive up to the Indian district. The second he heard that, Young-soo got so emotional he almost burst into happy tears, thanking Kim over and over. But Kim added his own condition. Listen carefully, the tunnel. I'll clear it alone. Nobody else should get involved. And under no circumstances can anyone know about my ability. It's on you to make sure that happens. Young-soo, beating his chest in reassurance, replied, don't worry, I'll handle everyone. I'll tell them clearly that you're the only one who'll clear that tunnel, and no one will interfere. Scene shift back at base camp. Now Young-soo had gathered everyone together. He stood there with a loud, confident voice. Listen up, everyone. The tunnel is nothing to worry about. Mr. Kim can handle it all by himself. People's faces filled with confusion. So he continued, all we have to do is wait outside. Kim will go in alone and wipe out every wyvern. Kim almost froze hearing that, thinking to himself, I told him to keep my ability a secret, and now he's flat out announcing it to the whole group? Has this guy lost his mind? The crowd started whispering, is it even possible for one person to clear an entire tunnel? Then the base director stepped up. He looked at Kim calmly and said, we don't need to know your ability. You decided to handle this tunnel alone. That's your choice, and we won't interfere. It's your will. A worker came forward carrying a box filled with food and drinks. The director added, when you went in scouting the tunnel, we gathered some food supplies. Clearing that tunnel is a sacrifice you're making for us. The least we can do is share our food with you. Everyone bowed in gratitude. Kim, looking awkward, said, no, don't thank me so much. I also have to pass through that tunnel. I need the vehicles too. I'm not doing this just for you. But Young-soo put a hand on his shoulder and said, Mr. Kim, you should accept it. Because at a time like this, for anyone to share their food, it's not about supplies, it's respect. Kim was touched. It reminded him of his family, maybe still waiting for him somewhere. Nighttime small party at the base. The director announced, tomorrow, we all head out to reunite with our families. Tonight, let's at least celebrate a little before the journey. Someone brought out a bottle or two. Everyone shared drinks, laughed, and relaxed. For once, the night passed in a peaceful joy. Morning. Kim readied himself, suited up in his combat outfit. I'm leaving now to clear the tunnel. All of you stay here and wait. Everyone nodded with worry etched on their faces. Kim walked alone into the tunnel. Inside, it was pitch black. Dozens of wyverns hung silently from the ceiling like bats in the dark. But this time, Kim wasn't afraid. His eyes were calm, locked on one mission. Wipe them all out. Flashback, Kim's childhood. He was a little boy again, bruised up after his sister had beaten him once more. His eyes swollen, he cried out to his father, Dad, she hit me again. His sister snapped. He started the fight first. Don't believe him. They both yelled at each other. His father chuckled softly. Still fighting every day, huh? I grew up without any siblings, so I never knew what this bond felt like. Honestly, even your quarrels feel precious to me, because underneath, I know your bond is strong. Then he added warmly, you might hate each other at times, but one day you'll realize family is priceless. Just then, their mother's voice came yelling from the kitchen. I've been waiting for you forever. Come help me cook already. His father smiled and the house filled with warmth, laughter, and chaos. The sound of a real home. Flashback ends back to the previous night. At the party, the director gets drunk and suddenly breaks down in tears. My son, I miss you so much. The rest of the team laughs. There he goes again, crying all night. Guess we're not getting any sleep. Even so, the atmosphere stays light and cheerful because the next day everyone's going to see their families. Around midnight, Young-soo wakes up. Man, guess I drank too much water. Gotta hit the bathroom. He looks around for Kim, but his bed is empty. Young-soo steps outside and asks the guard, Where's Kim? The guard replies, He went out a little while ago, said he needed some fresh air. A few minutes later, Young-soo spots Kim. He's loading things into a delivery truck. Surprised, Young-soo asks, Mr. Kim, what are you doing out here? Kim answers calmly, Couldn't sleep, just arranging some supplies. Young-soo peeks inside the truck and freezes in shock. The entire vehicle is packed with food, supplies, and even electric bikes. What the hell is all this? He blurts out. Kim responds, This is just half the truck. Didn't want to overload it. This much will be enough for everyone. Young-soo stares at him in disbelief. Wait, does that mean you stocked up all 15 vehicles with supplies? Kim nods quietly. Yeah, but you can't tell anyone. Completely stunned, Young-soo asks, Mr. Kim, where did you even get all this? And you're just giving it to us? Kim says simply, I'd already stored plenty in advance. All you have to do is keep it a secret. Young-soo thinks to himself, who is this guy? He's saving lives. And now he's giving us everything too. Kim is slaughtering the wyverns one by one. Every time a block with the portal and then a strike with the axe, the wyverns keep falling. Kim thinks to himself, I wish I could just take everyone into my subspace and get them across the tunnel safely. Flashback memory of Pax. Kim had once asked Pax, Can I store living people in my subspace? Pax had replied, Only after level 2 subspace, and for that, you'll need 100 mana stones. Back to real time. Kim counts, I've only got 32 mana crystals right now, and there are still about 40 wyverns left in the tunnel. I might not be able to take them all down. Just then, he sees something even more terrifying. A mutated wyvern inside the tunnel, much bigger, more dangerous, and clearly more intelligent than the rest. Kim freezes for a moment. Looking at the massive, bizarre, monstrous creature, he wonders, is this some kind of wyvern species, or something else entirely? A new monster? Scene shifts back at the base. Everyone at the base is anxiously waiting. A woman says with concern, Mr. Kim still isn't back. Do you think he's okay? Young-soo replies, if he doesn't return soon, we'll go in after him. Just then, an old man shouts, look, it's Mr. Kim! Everyone turns to see Kim riding out on a bicycle, his shirt and clothes completely soaked in blood. Everyone holds their breath. But as he gets closer, they all gasp. That blood isn't Kim's, it's the wyvern's. Everyone cheers. He did it. The director says, I hope everyone makes it back to their families safely. All of you showed true courage during this journey. I'm proud of each one of you. People hug each other in relief and joy. Kim smiles and says, there's one thing I forgot to mention. If you run into any trouble on the way, open your cargo truck. I left a little gift for you. Everyone excitedly asks, a gift? But Kim doesn't explain further, leaving the mystery hanging. Vehicles start moving. All the trucks and delivery vehicles begin making their way out of the tunnel. Everyone waves goodbye and heads off in different directions. Kim stays quiet, deep in thought. Who was that giant wyvern? I suspect it was a leader, or maybe an adult version. Just then, they hear another terrifying sound ahead. They move forward and see the body of a dead army soldier lying on the road. Young-soo gets emotional. Looks like even the military couldn't defeat them. Kim says grimly, if even the army lost, things must be way worse than I thought. Not far ahead, they spot another massive wyvern feasting on a human corpse. Kim thinks to himself, if I were still in the military, that could have been my body lying there. Young-soo suddenly calls out, Mr. Kim, look, the road's completely blocked with wires and barricades. Kim replies, someone did this on purpose, probably the military, to stop anything from coming through, which means we'll have to find another way. Just then, Kim notices something across the street on the other side of the fence barrier. Several hound-like monsters are standing still. Kim says, looks like those barriers were meant to stop them. If I take them down, I might be able to gather enough crystals to level up my subspace. Young-soo, now terrified, says, I think we should just turn around. This is way too dangerous. Kim, with a serious expression, wait, look to the right. That narrow footpath, it's surrounded by walls on both sides. We might be able to slip through with the bikes. Young-soo says, I could probably get the vehicle through that path, but it's really risky. Why go through such a dangerous route? Kim smiles. Exactly why we should take it. It's gonna be fun. And if we run into those hounds, perfect chance for a good hunt. Young-soo, totally stressed out. Mr. Kim, seriously? You're talking like this is some kind of game. Kim laughs and says, have you ever heard of a game called StarCraft? In that, battlefield positioning is everything. We're going to use this narrow path to our advantage, and we'll handle those incoming hounds easily. Young-soo pauses, deep in thought. Game strategy in real life. Is this guy insane or a genius? At first, Young-soo tries to say no out of fear, but in the end, he agrees to go along with Kim's plan. Kim gives him clear instructions. Just drive the truck along that narrow road on the side. Stop halfway. I'll take it from there. Young-soo drives forward. Breaking through the barricade, the noise is loud enough that all the hounds stop what they're doing and look toward them. Meanwhile, Kim opens his system screen and thinks, I thought I'd save this skill for later, but looks like now's the time. He activates his second skill, auto delivery/shipment, spending 10 mana stones. He still has 27 left. Standing behind the truck, Kim speaks to Pax, his system AI. Use up the rest of the mana stones, boost the shipment speed and power to the max. System notification. All mana stones have been consumed. New shipment speed. 100 km/h. Kim opens a portal and steps down, calm face, but eyes burning with fire. If you really think attacking me is gonna work, then come at me with everything you've got. About 20 to 25 hounds charge toward him, screeching, and just then, system voice. Double-door refrigerator, 830 liters, ready for shipment. A massive refrigerator blasts out at full speed and crashes straight into the hounds, sending several of them flying. Every 2 seconds, another fridge gets delivered right into the charging pack. Within moments, 12 hound monsters are dead. Kim laughs. Wow, this harvesting is going great. Mana crystals start collecting into Kim's subspace from the hounds' bodies. Kim thinks to himself, if I tried attacking with just the axe, they're so fast they would have dodged and reached me in 2 seconds. But something the size of a refrigerator is heavy if it hits. Multiple hounds go flying like trash. This is the perfect attack. He quickly gives more instructions. Pax, keep the shipment going in auto mode. Pax replies, all right. Now the hounds are coming in waves, but the auto delivery system keeps dropping heavy appliances every second or two, crushing them one by one. Young-soo is still sitting inside the truck, watching the whole battle unfold. His eyes wide open, his throat dry. What the hell am I watching? This guy's taking out hounds by throwing fridges at them. He's shaking inside. I thought he just throws axes, but this guy is unloading an entire warehouse. Fridges, boxes, gear, and he doesn't even pick them back up. Is his inventory unlimited? Just then the side door opens and Kim climbs inside. Kim goes, want something to eat? Donuts? Chips? Anything? Young-soo hesitantly asks, Mr. Kim, can I ask you something? Is your inventory unlimited? Kim stays quiet for a moment, then smiles. You didn't figure that out already? Young-soo, still confused. I just thought you recalled your axe so you could reuse it. I didn't realize you summon a new item every time. This is like infinite storage. Kim laughs. I only recalled the axe so no one would step on it and get sliced. Safety first, you know? Now Young-soo is sweating a mix of fear and respect in his eyes. He confirms again. So you really have unlimited stock? Kim grins. Yup. Anyway, forget that you want a donut or juice. Young-soo says, donut. Meanwhile, in the background, the auto shipping system is still going strong every 2 seconds. Another heavy appliance flies out and flattens another hound. Young-soo, a little embarrassed, says, thanks, Mr. Kim. I didn't realize how insane your ability really was. And now you're offering me food too. I'm sorry, Kim replies. Thank you for trusting me. If you ever need me in the future, just say the word. Young-soo smiles. And thank you for clearing out all those monsters. Because on the other side of this bridge, my home is just about an hour away. Actually, probably less now. Kim smiles back. Relax. I'll make sure you get to your family real soon. But hey, one thing, you planning to meet them wearing those dirty clothes? Young-soo looks down. His clothes were torn, soaked in blood. Kim says, there are still a few hounds left. I'll handle them. In the meantime, I'll pull out some fresh clothes for you. Any style preference? Leather jacket? Sunglasses? A little while later, Young-soo steps out, completely transformed, stylish leather jacket, shades, total action hero vibe. Kim laughs. Now you look like the lead in an action movie. Kim checks his system screen. Looks like just 2 or 3 hounds left. The rest were wiped out by the auto shipments. Young-soo, now confident, says, what used to be a 1-hour trip, I'll get you there in 20 minutes. He shifts the gear, slams the clutch, and the truck launches forward so fast, even Kim is caught off guard. Driving scene intense. As the truck speeds across the bridge, it's literally tilting on 2 wheels, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Kim, shocked. Is this guy human or a Formula One driver? The truck suddenly screeches to a stop. Kim holds his head. Young-soo, dude, could you not drive like that? I seriously thought I was gonna puke. Young-soo laughs. Mr. Kim, we've arrived. Kim steps out and looks around. This was Young-soo's neighborhood now, but all around them, shattered buildings, collapsed walls. Kim thinks to himself, looks like this area was really old, probably why it all came down so easily. What's strange though, not a single body in sight. No corpses, no bones, nothing. It felt like no one had ever even lived here. After a while, they arrive at an old house. Young-soo stands in front of his doors, just needs to enter the passcode, but his hands are trembling. The fear on his face is obvious. Kim watches silently from behind. This is the same guy who drove like a maniac at 200 kilometers per h, and now he can't even open his front door. Kim thinks, if I were in his place, maybe I wouldn't be able to open it either. If that door opens, and all I find is death, I don't know if I could take it. Kim places a hand on his shoulder. You want me to open it for you? Young-soo hesitates, then nods slowly. Kim steps forward and says, tell me the code. I'll do it. But before Young-soo can even speak, the door opens on its own. Both of them freeze. A woman and a little girl are standing there. The woman crying, "Honey!" The girl in a small, amazed voice, "Dad?" Tears stream down Young-soo's face. He runs forward and hugs his wife and daughter, crying, laughing, everything at once. Kim leans against the wall and smiles. Thank God, his family made it. Young-soo's wife, through tears, "I heard your voice outside. I looked through the peephole and opened the door." The little girl pouts. "Dad, I'm mad at you. You were so late." Young-soo laughs and points to Kim. "This is Mr. Kim. If it weren't for him, I probably never would have made it home." Kim gives a soft smile, but suddenly he feels dizzy. His vision starts to blur, and he collapses to the ground. Young-soo rushes over to catch him. "Mr. Kim? What's wrong?" Kim hears their voices, but his consciousness is slipping. "No, not now. I can't collapse yet." His eyes begin to shut. Flashback, childhood memory. Young Kim is sitting next to his father. Kim, "Dad, why aren't you crying?" His father smiles. "Saying goodbye doesn't always bring just pain, son. Sometimes all your emotions show up at once: love, regret, anger, loneliness. Now that my mother's gone, I didn't feel only sadness. Sometimes I remembered all the good moments we had, and that made me feel something beautiful too." Kim, confused. "How can happy memories hurt, Dad?" "Real love, son. It's not about expecting something in return. Love is something you just carry in your heart. You may not understand it now, but one day when you grow up and start remembering the ones you love, you'll realize how hard and how precious real love really is." Another memory flashes in Kim's mind. His older sister Sol hits him so hard with a pillow that he falls backwards. Kim, crying, "Why'd you hit me so hard?" Sol laughs. "Oh, come on, that wasn't that hard. It's just a pillow. You're such a crybaby." Kim yells, "I hate you. I'm telling Dad." Sol proudly pretends to wear a championship belt. "I'm still the undefeated champ." Kim storms off to Dad to complain. Dad, laughing, "You two are so close. That's what love is. Sometimes you fight like enemies out of nowhere. One day, when you're older, you'll both understand just how precious this family really is." Mom walks in from the kitchen, holding a spoon. "I told you two to help me cook." She starts lecturing Dad now, and the whole house is filled with that familiar chaos. Later, everyone sits around the dinner table. Mom, "Julie, get off your phone and come eat." Julie, hesitantly, "Yes, Mom, just 2 minutes." Mom, "Are you texting a boy? Don't tell me you've got a boyfriend in middle school." Julie, nervous, No, just friends, that's all." The TV says, "This killer punch broke his neck." Sol, excited, "Whoa, what a hit." Julie, "Are you watching fights again?" Mom, "Sol, I told you I wanted to watch my drama." Dad to Sol, "You're going to middle school next year. You should join a boxing or martial arts club. You clearly love this stuff." Sol, confidently, "Of course, Dad. I picked my school based on that." Time jump middle school. Kim thought life at his new middle school would be a fresh start. He was wrong. His old patched-up uniform stood out. And soon enough, the bullying started. 3 or 4 boys cornered him, beating him down. He tried to fight back, but they gave him no chance. Then a hand grabbed one bully's wrist. It was Sol, now looking scarier than ever. Glancing at her brother's condition, she scoffed, "Oh man, you're a mess. Starting tomorrow, you're joining my training." Kim groaned internally. My life officially became hell. The next morning, training. Sol in full drill sergeant mode. Push-ups, sit-ups, run. Kim staggered through it, half dead already. "Somebody save me," he whimpered inside. Time skip high school. Julie got into nursing college. The family cheered. Kim and Sol were stunned. "What? Julie's gonna be a nurse?" Julie crossed her arms proudly. "Of course, I'm the responsible one." Years passed. Kim grew stronger, more matured. Then one day, Dad entered with an envelope, the government's notice. Kim didn't even need to open it. He knew. Compulsory military service. His heart sunk. "It's my time." Flashback, day of departure. On the day Kim left for service, Sol burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Oh no, look at that bald head. This army buzz cut makes you look like an egg." Kim smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Mom, worried, whispered, "Please be careful, son. Don't get hurt." Dad reassured her. "Don't discourage him. He'll be fine." Kim waved, grinning as he boarded the bus with the other recruits. But the second they drove off, his smile cracked. Tears spilled down his face. Scene shift present. Kim's eyes fluttered open. He was lying in a room on a bed with clean pillows and sheets. "Where am I?" he muttered, sweating as memories rushed him. "I remember Yong-soo reuniting with his family. Then I blacked out. Did something happen? Did someone attack me?" Instinct kicked in. He immediately summoned his axe from subspace. "Are you awake?" came a gentle voice. Kim turned sharply. Standing there were Yong-soo's wife, Jisoo, and their daughter, Yoo-jong, quietly eating. Kim froze. He glanced aside and noticed Yong-soo asleep nearby. "You collapsed suddenly," Jisoo explained kindly. "We got worried." Realizing he still had the axe out, Kim quickly dismissed it back into subspace. "How long was I out?" he asked. "About 3 hours," she replied. "Oh," Kim breathed in relief. "All right," Jisoo smiled softly. "My husband told me how much you helped them. I owe you more than I can say." No, Kim waved off shyly. "He's helped me just as much." Little Yoo-jong didn't even look up, still buried in her food. Then Yong-soo stirred awake, looking straight to him. "Mr. Kim, you saved my life. Your help is far greater than mine." Kim felt his words reach deep. "You must be hungry," Jisoo said. "I prepared something. Please come eat." "I actually skipped a meal too," Yong-soo added. "Wanted to wait and share it with you." "Yo," Kim blinked, his chest warming up. "Someone saved dinner for me? It's been so long," he smiled. "Then, I won't refuse this time." Dinner scene. Hot food was set before him, steaming kimchi and rice. Kim stared at the shine in awe. "It looks like gold," Jisoo said gently. "I don't know if it'll match your taste. Supplies are scarce, but I tried." Kim grinned. "I'm not used to any kind of luxury. This is more than enough." Jisoo and Yoo-jong quietly excused themselves, giving Kim and Yong-soo space to share the meal. Kim thought, they didn't need to step out, but that gesture means real respect. "Hurry, eat up, Mr. Kim," Yong-soo urged him. Kim took the first bite. His eyes lit up immediately. "This is the best thing I've tasted in so long." "Oh," he devoured the bowl eagerly. As he ate, he thought, since the day this apocalypse started, or honestly, since the day I joined the military, I never ate food that tasted like home. The last time it felt like this was my mother's kimchi. When they were finished, they stepped outside. Yong-soo grew serious. "Your next destination is Gangnam, right?" "That's right," Kim nodded. "Then I'll drive you there myself." Kim blinked in shock. "What? What do you mean? You're finally safe with your family. Why would you take that risk with me?" "I already spoke with my wife, Jisoo," Yong-soo answered calmly. "I told her you're heading to Gangnam to find your family, and she said, if he brought you safely back to us, you must help him find his family too." Kim was left silent for a long moment. He finally spoke. "You do know my final destination isn't just Gangnam. After that, it's Ilion City, Dabo City, and eventually UNU. That's a dangerous and long journey. We'll need more than just a truck." Yong-soo smiled. "I know, but my only condition is this. Once we reach Gangnam, you give me your electric bike so I can make the return trip. With my driving, I can handle it." Kim studied him. "Why? Why risk your life again after all this, when your family's finally safe?" Yong-soo's face turned solemn. "Because I owe you. Without you, I would have died in that tunnel. This is me trying to give something back. Not only that, right now in this world, we're all in the same fight. You may be strong, but that doesn't mean others aren't in danger. And honestly, I won't throw my life away foolishly. If things get too bad, I'll pull back. But as long as I can, I want to help. Hope only survives in this world if we help each other." For the first time, Kim's expression broke into a genuine smile. "All right, Mr. Yong-soo, but then I've got conditions too." "What are they?" "First, my final destination is Yunyu City. If you decide to join me, I expect you to see it through to the end. No ditching halfway in Gangnam. Second, I can't make this journey alone. Once I upgrade my subspace, I'll be able to temporarily store living people. That means your wife and daughter will travel safely inside with us. I'll protect all of you, but they come along too." Yong-soo exhaled slowly, then nodded with a faint smile. "No problem, I accept." Kim grinned. "Good, and thanks to those hounds earlier. I collected enough mana crystals. I'll push subspace to level 2 soon. Then we can all travel safely together." "All right," Yong-soo extended a hand. "So we're a team." Kim clasped it. A team. Young-soo immediately jumped up. I'll call Jisoo and Yoo-jong right now. If you're ready, we can head out soon. Kim couldn't help but feel impressed. This guy, no hesitation at all. Subspace upgrade. System prompt appeared. Do you want to spend 100 mana stones to upgrade subspace to level 2? Current mana stones 116. Yes, upgrade, Kim commanded. Processing. Upgrade complete. Remaining mana 16. Maintenance increased from 1 mana day, 6 mana day. Capacity up to 20 living beings. Additional flexible storage unlocked. Kim frowned. 6 times more maintenance? That's rough, but the capacity was worth it. Now came another prompt. Allow Jisoo, Yoo-jong, and Young-soo to enter subspace? Yes, allow. The 3 of them stepped in and were instantly stunned. Outside was an apocalyptic wasteland, but inside, bright lights, stacks of supplies, drones buzzing through aisles of boxes, rows of stocked food. Yoo-jong raced around, squealing with joy. Wow, it's like a magic house. Jisoo looked around almost speechless. How is this even possible? So much food, so many supplies. Kim called over a bot. This is Pax, our assistant AI. Whatever you need, Pax will tell you where it's stored. Fresh food, cooking ingredients, all here. But food is so rare these days. How can we? Jisoo hesitated. Kim chuckled, cutting her off. Don't worry, everything here can be duplicated endlessly. Use whatever you want. Her eyes widened. Unlimited? Exactly, Kim smirked. So don't hold back. Then he turned to Young-soo. Take a rest. We leave in 30 minutes. I'll check out the new system options. Young-soo nodded. Anytime you're ready, just say the word. We'll be set. Family moment inside. Prince game? Daddy versus princess? Yoo-jong squealed. Yay! Jisoo laughed. I'll get some snacks ready. Kim watched quietly, a small smile playing at his lips. They're actually feeling normal again, even for a moment. It's nice to see. He opened his system interface. New feature unlocked. Laboratory, cost, 50 mana stones. Items can be merged, separated, transformed, must be registered items. Kim raised an eyebrow. A lab? Fusion? Modification? That's insane. But the price is 50 mana, not possible yet. He thought back to his awakening, how subspace began as simple storage, then merged with Pax until it became a god-level system, far more than what he ever imagined. Then another system prompt appeared. Level 2 upgrade complete. You may now store an additional facility inside subspace. Kim's jaw tightened. Another facility like Pax? Could I even store the entire planet? He muttered softly. System, I want to store Earth. Prompt appeared instantly. Target registered. Kim's eyes widened. Wait, what? Kim grants permission and says, yeah, I'll definitely store the Earth. But then the system replies, the attempt to store the Earth has failed because it's beyond our range. Hearing this, Kim mutters, damn it, I already figured this wasn't going to work, and sure enough it didn't. If the entire Earth had fit inside my subspace, I would have become way too overpowered. Just then, Young-soo shows up and says, Mr. Kim, I checked all the routes to Gangnam. I've decided this road is the best option. You looked at the main road too, right? I think this one will work better. He's holding a map, pointing out the path as he explains it to Kim. But Kim looks at him and says, I told you to take a break. Weren't you just playing with your daughter? What are you doing here? Young-soo replies, take a look over there. They both turn around, and behind them, his little daughter Yoo-jong is fast asleep, looking absolutely adorable. Young-soo smiles and says, this place made her feel really safe. She fell asleep right after playing a little. Seeing this, Kim feels happy too. Then Young-soo says, I know I've said this so many times already, but I'm really grateful to you. Kim replies, I'm only helping as much as I can. Now you just do what you can. We're just helping each other. Nothing else matters. Young-soo nods. Yeah, you're right. Let's keep helping each other no matter what. I'll do whatever it takes to support you with all my heart. Kim feels a little uneasy hearing this, because when it comes to driving skills, Young-soo is the one who has to help. The next moment, everyone climbs into the car. Kim gets nervous and says, wait a second, man. Why'd you suddenly make the mood so serious? This is giving me some weird vibes. He looks at Young-soo, who flashes a mysterious smile and says, driving is one thing where I can really help you with all my heart. When it comes to speed, no one will be faster than me. Kim gulps nervously and says, "Could you please slow down a little?" But Young-soo shakes his head. "You helped me so much, so I'm going to help you too. Let's kick up the speed even more." Tears well up in Kim's eyes. The speed is overwhelming, and his body just can't handle it. But Young-soo doesn't listen. He's determined to help in his own way. The group continues moving forward. All around them, ruined cities flash by as they press on toward their destination. Eventually, they reach a deserted area. Young-soo says, "I think the desert route is safer than the main road. There won't be any creatures here. Where there are no people, there are no monsters either." Kim agrees. "Yeah, you're right." Young-soo sighs. "I didn't expect the road to Gangnam would be this bad." Kim adds, "Yeah, I heard this area is really underdeveloped. Nothing ever gets built here." Young-soo says, "True, the road is terrible, but at least there are no monsters or suspicious activity. That's the good part." Meanwhile, Kim is barely holding it together from the insane speed. He mutters, "Let's just hope this road ends peacefully." The words are barely out when Young-soo spots something up ahead, and his face hardens. Dangerous barricades block the road. These aren't normal barricades. They're military grade, with spikes in the ground to blow out tires. Even sprinklers are set up. Young-soo says, "Could the military still be around here? There used to be a base nearby." But Kim shakes his head. "I don't think so." He looks into the side mirror and says, "The vehicles and weapons might be military, but the people inside them definitely aren't." Behind them, a military truck pulls up. They must have been watching from the shadows, and now, seeing the road blocked, they close in from behind. Kim thinks, "I don't think we can avoid them this time." Young-soo tenses up and asks, "What should we do now?" Kim answers, "I'll open a portal under the steering wheel. You all go into subspace first." Young-soo hesitates. "Can you handle this alone?" Kim says firmly, "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. If they came here to kill me, then they'd better be ready to die themselves." He watches the mirror again. 3 men are approaching. One of them sneers, "Man, what a lousy driver. I was waiting for the tires to blow, but he stopped the car before that even happened." Kim greets him calmly. "What's going on here, officer?" The man snaps back rudely. "What do you mean, what's going on? Get out of the car and open the cargo, idiot." Kim doesn't resist. He follows their orders and opens the cargo. Inside are piles of supplies. The man's eyes light up. "Wow, so many supplies. This is a jackpot." He asks, "What are you, some kind of delivery guy? How'd you get all this? Is it really yours?" Kim replies, "Yeah, these supplies are mine." The man smirks. "Who said they're yours? Now they belong to us." Kim thinks to himself, "Just as I expected, they're only after my food and supplies." Then the man narrows his eyes and demands, "Where did you get all this?" Kim takes a breath, hesitates a moment, then says, "From a logistics center. And before you ask for the location, I'll tell you straight, it's impossible for you to get there. The bridges are destroyed, roads are blocked, it's a mess everywhere. I barely made it through. But if you want, I could personally take you there." The man studies him, then asks seriously, "How much food is left there?" Kim answers, "What I brought is just a fraction. There's a massive stockpile waiting." The man leans in. "Are you serious? You're not messing with me?" Kim nods. "I'm 100% serious." Just then another soldier speaks up. "Brother, let's move. Time's up." The first man says, "Fine, let's go." Then he adds, "We don't have a choice now. Let's finish this quickly. Grab him." Kim frowns. "Time's up? What's that supposed to mean? They could have just let me go, but why bring time into this?" The man says, "I'll handle this guy. You move the truck." One takes the truck, while the other, clearly awakened with some ability, drives a brutal punch into Kim's stomach. His whole body locks up in pain, and he's knocked out instantly. Another soldier ties a cloth over his head so he can't see. The scene shifts. Kim has been dragged to their headquarters. "Sir, we brought the guy," one soldier reports. "Good," a voice answers. "But who is he?" "He's the one carrying a massive load of supplies. He claims there's even more at a logistics center. Since time was up, we brought him right away. Didn't have time for deeper questions." "Then bring him to me," the voice commands. Kim is sat down, hands bound like a prisoner. Across from him sits a man in uniform, a nameplate reading, "Commander." Kim realizes this must be a military base. On the side, he spots a soldier's dead body on the ground. His nerves spike. "What is this? A soldier dead here? And why did they blindfold me before bringing me in?" Are they trying to keep this place a secret? What exactly is this place? The commander finally speaks. Hey kid, I've heard a lot about you. You're the one who hauled in a truck full of food, right? You said it came from a logistics center, and you're the only one who made it out alive. Which logistics center was it? Kim has no choice. Gunpo Logistics Center, he answers. The commander smirks. Smart. You gave me a straight answer. Otherwise, I'd have to experiment on you. I should go there myself and collect supplies. Kim swallows hard, then asks, Where am I, and what's going on here? The commander laughs. Isn't it obvious? This is a military base. What was it called again? Commander Communication Command. Joint Command. Something like that. I don't really remember. Kim is stunned. He realizes this is the communications headquarters. The commander continues. To be honest, I don't remember the exact name because I'm retired now. But you'll see what's really going on here soon enough. It's already 6 o'clock. They'll be here any minute. Seeing it with your own eyes will explain everything. Kim asks nervously, Who's coming? Suddenly alarms blare. The air fills with terrifying roars. They're here, the commander says. Kim peers out the window, frozen. That sound. I know it. Wyverns? Sure enough, dozens of wyverns fill the sky. One of them is so massive, Kim can hardly believe it. What the hell? That thing's enormous. Is that really a wyvern? The commander nods grimly. Yeah, and it's no joke. I was strong, but when I fought it, I barely survived. And strangest of all, when I attacked, some unknown force blocked me. He points at the dead soldier on the floor. See him? The military tried fighting these monsters with guns, but they all died. If my power couldn't stop them, bullets sure as hell couldn't either. That's when the military started recruiting civilians to fight monsters. But I saw firsthand, monsters are too strong, the military too weak, so I took control myself. He adds quickly, Don't get me wrong, I didn't kill that soldier. I tried to save him because he had valuable information. But it doesn't matter. He's going to die anyway. The commander leans forward. Here's the bottom line. We have weapons, we have supplies, but we're running out of food. You're going back to the logistics center with my men tomorrow morning. You'll bring us food. If you succeed, you'll become part of our family. Once you're in, you'll get a lot of benefits. And we'll protect you from monsters like those. Kim thinks, Man, I can't believe this. The fact that I got an option to store something inside subspace? What exactly could that be? But this place, this is just perfect for it. He says out loud, Pax, you can store the Joint Command Communication Headquarters inside subspace. The guy in front of him stares in shock. What the hell are you mumbling about? And in the very next moment, the massive office building he was sitting in suddenly transfers into subspace, leaving him just sitting calmly in a chair on the ground. He yells, threatening, Do you want to die? But then he realizes the entire building has vanished. The shock is so heavy, he can't even react. Now the whole Joint Command Communication Headquarters is inside subspace. That makes it clear just how insane Kim's power has become. If an entire military base can fit inside, that means he now owns countless weapons. It's already evening. The sky is glowing red with the setting sun. Soldiers and gang members are all staring at the horizon in disbelief. Their commander looks around, confused, and shouts, What the hell just happened? I don't get it. How can a whole building just disappear like that? Meanwhile, Kim starts coughing up blood. He thinks, Damn it! Looks like every time I store something in my subspace, the side effects hit me. I need to figure this out fast or I'll end up destroying myself. The soldiers and gang members start trembling in fear. One guy, drenched in sweat, screams, Damn it! They're coming back! Terror flashes in his eyes. The wyvern swarm was returning. With the building gone, everyone was left exposed in the open field, and the entire flock was charging straight at them. Leading them was a colossal wyvern. Its roar was so loud everyone's ears went numb. Panic spread as people ran for their lives. Kim pulls out his axe from subspace, spreading his arms wide. Just then, the gang leader shouts in anger, What the hell are you idiots staring at? Take down the small wyverns first, then we'll deal with the big one. I know guns don't work on them, but with my ability, we can stop them. But when he turns around, all his members are already fleeing in terror. Nobody's listening to his orders. He screams furiously, Damn it, you traitors! Right then, the biggest wyvern lands behind him. Seeing it, his confidence evaporates. This one was way larger and more terrifying than the rest. Its blazing eyes lock straight onto Kim. Kim frowns, thinking, why is it staring at me? Wyverns are totally different from other creatures. Could it actually be smarter? But the wyvern's focus shifts when the gang leader attacks it. He yells while throwing a powerful punch powered by his ability. Listen up, you oversized lizard! You think I'm the same as before? I leveled up. My strength's way beyond what it was. I'll kill you right here, and I'm not running away like those cowards. Kim ignores him and slips into his subspace. When he looks back, the giant wyvern had already finished the leader off in a single strike, devouring him whole. Then Yong-Soo appears. He asks Kim, you okay? You look totally worn out. Kim replies, yeah, I'm fine. Yong-Soo nods, then asks again, who's this guy with you? Kim explains, he's military. Looks like the gang tortured him bad. That's why he's in such rough shape. Let's get him on a bed so he can rest. Together, they lay the wounded soldier down. With no medical knowledge, they can only hope he recovers on his own. Yong-Soo studies the injuries and says, doesn't look like he's got any serious wounds. Was this all the gang's doing? Kim replies, maybe, but I didn't actually see it. I overheard them saying when they found him, he was already in bad shape. Could be he hasn't eaten properly. There's food shortages here, and he probably got weaker from malnutrition. We need to feed him so he can recover. Then Kim asks, forget that for now, Yong-Soo. Did you see any new buildings? Yong-Soo nods. Yeah, for sure. Out of nowhere, a new building appeared near the logistics center. Hearing that, Kim thinks, so that means the area outside the logistics center expanded even more? Yong-Soo asks curiously, what kind of building is it? Looked pretty huge to me. Kim answers, yeah, it's a military base, but I didn't expect it to be this massive. See, when I was brought inside earlier, my eyes were closed. I had no idea how big it actually was. Yong-Soo is left completely stunned, unable to say a word. Then Kim says, I need to go check something. Do me a favor, watch over the soldier and take good care of him. Yong-Soo replies, don't worry about it, I'll handle it. Just focus on what you gotta do. But inside, Yong-Soo thinks nervously, what's Kim really planning? Putting an entire military base into his subspace. What's his actual endgame? Meanwhile, Kim's subspace had expanded enormously. Walking back would take too long, so he grabbed a bicycle to ride through. He wonders, could this military base actually be endless? Then he answers himself, there's so many guns here. Ammo, explosives, gas masks, even military vehicles. This really is the perfect place to survive in an apocalypse. But the problem is, this isn't like the logistics center. Quote, the logistics center is managed by packs, and shipments are easy there. Here it's different. Guns are in one section, ammo in another, explosives somewhere else, magazines somewhere else. I'll have to search every separate facility. Finding anything in a building this massive is going to be a nightmare. Kim sighs nervously. Damn, I had no idea it'd be this hug. My eyes were shut back then. And unlike PAX, there's no facility system here. This place is way, way bigger. Kim's thinking, if somehow we manage to find the weapons and ammo, that's when the real problem starts. Because I'm the one who has to use them. Yong-Soo doesn't have any combat experience. He'll only be the one fetching ammo or guns if I tell him to. Then we'll have to assemble the magazines, load the bullets, and prep the weapons. This is way too complicated. Kim, frustrated, says, the biggest issue is that the supplies in this military base aren't infinite. They're nothing like the logistics center, which means every weapon and resource has to be used carefully. If we waste them, they'll all run out. We've got to calculate everything before using it. Damn, this is going to be really complicated. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. No, that's not true. Kim looks up. There's a drone flying overhead. He says, what the hell? What are you doing here? And when did you show up? Pax responds, the subspace program is connected to the logistics center, which means this AI Pax controls your entire subspace. And the Sector 2 you just added is considered part of the logistics center as well. In other words, it's inside the warehouse. Kim, shocked, says, wait a second. Are you telling me I can duplicate rifles and ammo here and ship them out the same way I do with the logistics center? The drone replies with a slight smirk. Correct. Kim's eyes go wide in shock, his whole expression changing. The drone continues. Like I said before, the process is still ongoing. At the moment, you can't use the facility. Right now, only 0.81% of the process is complete. Kim asks, so how long is this going to take? The drone says it's hard to give an exact time. It depends on how many different types of equipment there are. Registering and coding each of them takes time. But if there's something you urgently need, we can prioritize it first. Kim instantly says, I need rifles, ammo, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. The drone answers, all right, I've started coding those priorities. They'll be ready for you in 10 minutes. Kim says, perfect. But can you lock them so no one else can use them besides me? The drone says, yes, without your permission, nobody else can touch them. We'll restrict access. Kim thinks to himself, I don't worry about Yong-soo and his family, but that new guy we just brought in, we can't trust him yet. We don't know what kind of person he is. Safety has to come first. Otherwise, we could get betrayed down the line. Then Kim walks toward the portal and says, all right, while the weapons and vehicles are being prepped, I'm going to check the situation outside. He peeks out and sees everyone out there is dead, all of them torn apart and eaten by wyverns. Kim had thought the outside problem might have solved itself, but clearly it wasn't that easy. There are way too many dangerous wyverns swarming outside, and that massive one, it's still out there, unmoving. So only one option remains. Scene shift. We see Yong-soo and Kim gearing up. Yong-soo says, when I graduated, I had to do my compulsory military service. Back then, my shooting skills were solid. After all these years, I want to see if I still got it, or if I've lost my edge. Kim says, those boxes over there are loaded with magazines. Each one's got at least 10,000 rounds. Fire as much as you want. If your gun jams, don't waste time fixing it. Just grab another one and keep firing. Continuous fire, non-stop. Man, it'd be so much easier if the guns came with magazines already attached. Unfortunately, the system registered everything separately. That's the real pain here. Yong-soo picks up a gun and says, I don't think we should waste time talking. I finally get the chance to use my reserve skills. Instead of explaining, I'd rather show you with action. He immediately opens fire. Ruthless, continuous bursts rip through the smaller wyverns, cutting them down one after another. Kim joins in, not stopping his own barrage. The way Yong-soo handles the weapon, he actually looks way more professional than expected. He empties magazine after magazine, not even caring about how many bullets are being burned through. Just firing non-stop. After a long stretch, he finally stops, exhausted, and says, that's the first time I've ever done rapid, endless firing like this. I thought it'd be easy, but damn, this is tough. Looks like the situation's under our control now, though. All the wyverns are dead, but Kim stays serious. He says, I don't think it's all under control yet. Yong-soo replies, what's the problem? I don't see a single wyvern alive. Kim says, yeah, none of these look alive, but I don't see the big wyvern's body anywhere. Truth is, Yong-soo never even saw the big one. So he asks, big wyvern? What are you talking about? Kim says, there was definitely a huge wyvern here. And right then, we see it, waiting in ambush behind the portal. The giant wyvern's been sitting there, waiting for Kim to step out so it can attack. It's smart, too smart. It tries to push through the portal, but without Kim's permission, it can't get in. Yong-soo scans the field, looking at all the corpses, thinking, no matter how closely I look, there's no living wyvern hiding among these bodies. That's when Kim gets an idea. He says, I think that big one's hiding, just waiting for us to step outside. What if we toss out a remote-controlled decoy? If nothing reacts, we're safe. But if it attacks, then we'll know and hit it back hard. Yong-soo nods. Better safe than sorry. Good plan. But what are we using for bait? A little later, they rig up a human-like dummy, lay it across a remote-control car, and slowly roll it outside the portal. The moment it exits, the massive wyvern lunges and shreds it apart. If that had been a real person, they'd be gone in an instant. Yong-soo says, damn, so it really was waiting there. Time to let it taste our firepower. It's the first time Yong-soo actually lays eyes on the monster. He freezes, stunned like a statue. The wyvern glares straight at him. When it realizes there are still humans alive and that it got tricked, it roars in fury. Yong-soo snaps out of it and shouts, don't waste a second, open fire with the rifles. He starts shooting, and Kim joins in. Together they unleash an endless storm of bullets. Meanwhile, the massive wyvern keeps slamming at the portal, trying to break through to Kim, but it can't pass without permission. When their magazines finally run dry, the smoke clears, and the giant wyvern is still standing, completely unscathed. It charges at the portal again, desperate to tear inside, but still can't get through. Kim thinks, why the hell aren't our bullets working on this thing? Is its skin that thick, or is there some other reason they're not penetrating? Wait, That fake commander once said when he tried to attack, something stopped his strike. That must be it. It's not the skin. It's some kind of barrier that's blocking the damage. The massive wyvern outside lets out a roar, frustrated. Then right at its feet, a grenade drops. It looks down in surprise. Kim smirks. Let's see what's stronger, your defenses or our firepower. And lucky for us, we've got an unlimited supply of grenades. Kim and Yong-soo start hurling grenades non-stop. Explosion after explosion tears through the ground, the blast far more intense than before. The smoke and dust kick up so much they can barely see outside. Yong-soo, panting, says, God, I never thought throwing grenades would be this brutal. My shoulder feels like it's about to dislocate. I've thrown so many already. Now the real question is, did the monster die or not? But when the smoke clears, the wyvern is still standing, glaring straight at them. After all that, the only visible damage is a tiny scratch on one of its claws. It even raises its claw a little, almost mocking them, showing off that their endless attacks barely made a dent. Kim stares in shock. We threw hundreds of grenades and all we did was scratch its damn claw. What kind of monster is this? The tension eats at him. How the hell are we supposed to take down something like this? Suddenly, the wyvern turns its back and spreads its wings. It takes off into the sky, flying away on its own. Yong-soo stares. Wait, did it just leave? Kim, still uneasy, replies, Yeah, looks like it. But trust me, it didn't leave because of us. Something else made it go. Yong-soo shrugs. Well, whatever the reason, if it's retreating, we should keep moving toward our destination. Ituri, Kim frowns. Are you sure driving at night's a good idea? You think you can handle it? Yong-soo chuckles. Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm a driving expert. So they keep going. After a while, Yong-soo admits, I've never seen a wyvern that big before. I'm still shaken. Kim nods. Same here. I can't stop thinking about it. In his mind, Kim keeps calculating. We threw grenade after grenade, and it didn't even count as damage. If something even stronger shows up, what the hell will we use then? Grenades are designed to kill everything around them with shrapnel, but what if we need something way more powerful? If we use bombs heavy enough to take down that wyvern, the blast could wipe out half a city. Innocent people wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah, the firepower would be insane, but there's no guarantee the monster would die. We'd end up dropping multiple bombs, turning ourselves into bigger monsters than the creatures we're fighting. What we need is a weapon that can kill the target without destroying everything else around it. A strike with max speed and lethality, but minimal collateral damage. For now, grenades are still our best option, but I've got to keep upgrading my skills, push my power higher, so I can take these things down cleanly. He checks his system screen. The number of mana stones jumps out at him. 314. Kim blurts, 314? That's insane. I can't believe it. His eyes widen. I knew there were tons of wyverns out there, but this many stones? I wasn't expecting that. Guess I got lucky with a huge swarm. At least now we've got no shortage of mana stones. He starts upgrading his abilities. Launching speed, 100 kilometers per h, 150 kilometers per h, cost 25 stones. Launch prep time, 5 seconds, 1 second, cost 25 stones. Capacity, 2 items. 4 items, cost 50 stones. Launching range, 25 M50M, cost 25 stones. 4 major upgrades. Kim thinks, these cost me a lot, but damn, I'm way stronger now. And I still have 189 mana stones left. He scrolls down. One thing I haven't touched yet. Finally, he spends 50 stones to unlock his pocket dimension lab. His eyes light up. I've been waiting for this since I first saw it on the list. Now I'll finally find out what it does. But he realizes, I'll have to stop the car if I want to test it. He turns to Yong-soo. Pull over. Let's take a short break. There's something I need to check inside my subspace. Yong-soo thinks for a second, then replies, Gangnam isn't far. We'll be there soon. And honestly, the road looks clear. No monsters nearby. You go ahead. I'll keep driving. Kim blinks. That's way too risky, but Yong-soo interrupts. Relax. I'm not tired. I can handle driving. If you're that worried, just keep the portal open inside the car. That way I can keep moving while you work. Think that'll work? Kim hesitates, then nods. Actually, yeah, that could work. Never tried it before, but let's give it a shot. He opens the portal in the vehicle. As the car rolls forward, the portal moves with them. Yong-soo grins. See? Smooth. Kim says, if anything goes wrong, I'll just jump straight back inside. You don't have to worry about me. Reluctantly, Kim heads in. Inside, it looks empty, almost eerie. So this is the lab I just unlocked, he mutters. A screen appears with options. Combine, merge 2 or more items, ignoring physical conditions. Separate. Break down an item into components without altering its material. A third option is locked. Kim studies it. So I can merge a rifle and a magazine into one registered product. The drone floats up. You're absolutely right. Kim asks. And with separate, if I take a grenade and pull out the pin, could I register it that way? The drone answers. Yes. Once it's registered in your pocket dimension, it'll only act according to your will. Even with the pin pulled, it won't explode unless you command it. Kim nods. Perfect. Register a grenade without a safety pin. The drone beeps. New item registered. Cost 15 mana stones. Kim thinks. It's not enough to kill a wyvern, but it's a start. Next, I should register a rifle preloaded with a magazine. Then another idea sparks. What if I merge 2 magazines into one? Twice the bullets in a single mag. That would be way easier in combat. His eyes widen. Wait, if that works, then why not combine items into an entirely new weapon? Something powerful enough to hit like a bomb, but focused, so it destroys only the target, not the surroundings. The scene shifts back to Young-soo. He stares ahead. The road is completely blocked by piles of abandoned vehicles, stacked like a wall. What the hell happened here? Who would stack cars like this? What's going on in this world? Kim steps back through the portal. Looks like you've been waiting here a while. What's wrong? Young-soo points ahead. Road's blocked. Look. Kim sees the barricade, his eyes narrowing. Someone intentionally built a wall out of cars. Young-soo sighs. Yeah, no way through. Should I turn back and look for another route? Kim shakes his head. No need. That's why I came back. I just built a new weapon. Young-soo blinks. New weapon? What are you talking about? Kim opens his portal and launches a massive, deadly-looking weapon straight at the barricade. It smashes into the car wall with brutal impact. The stacked vehicles scatter like toys, clearing the path in just a few strikes. Young-soo's jaw drops. What the hell kind of weapon did you make? That impact was insane, Kim explains. It was a set of 20-kilogram iron rings, combined and launched at 150 kilometers per age. The force alone made them devastating. The sound of the explosions carries far, echoing into the colony. 2 guards over here. One says, did the barricade just collapse? The other shakes his head. No way. That thing was too solid. Impossible. Then a military vehicle drifts up in front of them. One guard mutters, who the hell is this? A soldier? The car window rolls down. Kim leans out. Hey, does a nurse Julie work here? Flashback, Kim's childhood. His sister Sol tackles him with a flying drop kick. Here comes my ninja drop kick. Kim groans, clutching his stomach. Nearby, Julie is studying. She snaps. Will you two knock it off? How am I supposed to study with you fighting like kids? I won't pass my exams distracting me. Both siblings freeze in shock. Sol stares at her. Wait, are you sick? Since when do you care this much about school? Julie glares. What's so strange about me studying? Kim, still groaning on the floor, whispers, something's definitely wrong. Should we tell Mom? Sol nods quickly. Yeah, definitely. Julie snaps louder. Seriously? Just because I'm studying? Come on, I just decided today to focus. What's the problem with that? Kim narrates. She was 8 years older than me. I was 7 at the time. None of us could believe it. Julie sitting in one place, studying for 30 straight minutes? Impossible until then. But she was dead serious. Even their mom was stunned. Julie, what's wrong? Are you sad? Are you sick? Tell me. Julie, irritated, replied, nothing's wrong. Finally, she explained, I have a goal now, a dream, that's all. Sol and Kim exchanged wide-eyed looks. What dream? Julie held up a book, The Last Apple. Even if the world ends tomorrow, I want to heal as many sick people as I can today. Her face glowed with determination. Sol frowned in worry. She's definitely sick. We need to take her to the hospital tomorrow. But time proved Julie wasn't joking. Her grades skyrocketed through high school, and eventually she got accepted into nursing school. Kim's voiceover. Her achievements were so impressive, even the remarkable school recognized her. Back to the present. Julie sees her brother and can't hold back tears. You made it here. You're alive? You're not hurt, right? Kim breaks down too. No, I'm fine. But what about you? You're safe? She smiles, relieved. Thank God you survived this apocalypse. They hug tightly. After a moment, Kim wipes his eyes. Meet my friend. He helped me get here. Young-soo introduces himself. My name's Young-soo. Julie replies, I'm Julie, Kim's older sister. Thank you for protecting my brother. Then she remembers something, rummages in her pocket. Wait, I had a chocolate bar. Here, take it. But Young-soo shakes his head. No, I've got enough chocolate to last a lifetime. Forget that. There's something more important. He leans in, whispering, I have a patient. The word hits Julie hard. Her face turns serious. Where? Take me there, now, Kim explains. He's not here. He's inside a subspace only I can access. It's my ability. Julie's eyes widen. You're awakened too? Kim nods. Yeah, but to take you inside, I'll need to open a door. If anyone else sees, it'll look strange. We need a private place. Julie says, there's no secret place here. Kim thinks, then let's head to the hospital. We'll find somewhere there. They reach the hospital and slip into a staff room. Young-soo locks the door. Kim opens the portal and takes Julie into the subspace. She looks around in shock. All of this? These massive buildings? This is part of your ability? Kim nods. Yeah, but explanations later. For now, come with me. He leads her to the wounded army officer. Julie immediately starts checking him over. Kim asks, how bad is he? Julie frowns deeply. How long has he been like this? Tell me, exactly how long? Kim thought for a moment and said, I don't know exactly when it started, but even when we rescued him, he was already in bad shape. He'd been beaten and tortured pretty badly before. Julie spoke softly. This person might not survive. Kim and Young-soo both froze in shock. Kim asked, wait, are things really that bad? Julie paused, then explained, under normal circumstances, I'd say yes, but I'm an awakener too. I awakened as a healer. My level's low, so I can't fully heal him, but I can keep him alive. Don't worry, I've already given him first aid, but he's going to need real food to recover. Kim replied instantly, food's not a problem. I can get him as much as he needs. Then with a teasing grin at his sister, he said, remember what you used to say? That even if the world was ending, you'd still take care of sick patients? Julie blushed. Are you seriously bringing up stuff from when we were kids? Kim made a playful face. Of course. You always said, even if the world ended tomorrow, you'd still treat sick people today. Julie grew embarrassed while Young-soo just stood there, confused about their banter. Then Julie said, honestly, I should have disciplined you properly like Saul did when you were younger. Anyway, enough of this. Explain to me what's going on here. Kim replied, well, it's a pretty long story, but you can listen while we eat. As they ate, he began from the very beginning, how the system first appeared before him, how he awakened it, how he met these people, helped them, and eventually made it this far. Meanwhile, Julie was practically devouring the food. She hadn't eaten anything this delicious in ages, not since the apocalypse began. She was enjoying every bite. Kim looked at her and said, hey, are you even listening to me? Julie, chewing, answered, of course I am. And tell me, where did I leave off? Kim asked. Julie, still munching, replied, you got trapped in the factory, and then Pax showed up and did whatever he did. Kim gave her a look and said, so basically you missed most of it. Oh well, you're not completely wrong either. Soon after, Julie met Young-soo's wife. Julie smiled and said, it's really nice to meet you. And the food you made, it's amazing. Young-soo's wife beamed. I'm so glad you liked it. I put a lot of effort into it. Please, eat as much as you'd like. I've also prepared a bed upstairs for you. You can rest there whenever you want. Kim interjected, you didn't have to go through all that trouble. Young-soo's wife shook her head. No, it's something I wanted to do. Anyway, I have flatbreads on the stove that are about to burn. I should check on them. You guys take your time and talk. Kim thought to himself, I really like her. She knows when to step back and give people space. She doesn't get in the way, just lets everyone feel comfortable. After she left, Julie asked, so how did you guys even end up here? Kim replied, come on, were you not listening to my whole story? Don't make me repeat it all again. It's exhausting. I'll keep it short. I'm planning to bring my entire family into my subspace. I've already brought my eldest sister, and now it's time for my second sister. For that, I'll need to head to the old city. That's my next destination. Julie suddenly cut in. Kim, I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. I need to stay here. Kim was stunned. What? Why would you stay? Are there that many patients here you want to help? Julie nodded. Yes, this hospital has about 300 patients who need constant treatment, monitoring, and medicine. But that's not really the problem. The other nurses can handle them. The real issue is something else. The scene then shifted to another area of the building. One man asked, "Did you say two people came inside?" Another replied, "Yes." According to the guards at the gate, there was an explosion near the blocked road, and then a military vehicle forced its way in. The first man asked, "Do you think there's some kind of special forces?" The second shook his head. "I doubt it, but when they entered, they immediately asked for Nurse Julie. I think they might be her relatives." The first man said, "Ah, I see. If that's the case, I don't think they're enemies of the hospital. We don't need to worry about them." That man was Yin Sel, the head of the internal medical department. He continued, "I think we should give them food and shelter. As long as the food supply is under our control, we can use them however we want. Prepare the food, mix in the dosage, and make sure Julie is also useful to us. No matter how powerful those newcomers are, no matter how awakened they might be, I doubt they can overpower you. Do you?" Behind him stood a massive, muscular man, clearly a strong awakener. He smirked. "I don't think they'll be stronger than me." Jinsol said, "Good, then welcome them warmly. Act like we're generous and kind." The big man replied, "Understood." Jinsol asked, "By the way, did you rebuild the roadblock?" "Yes," the man replied, "stronger and taller than before." It turned out he had literally stacked cars on top of each other to block the road, all on Jin Sale's orders. The scene shifted back to Kim. Kim asked, "Wait, poison? What do you mean poison?" Julie answered, "I'm not completely sure yet, but from what I've seen, people change overnight." Kim said, "Hold on, are you suggesting the department head has an ability tied to poison? Like he can control people with it and make them do whatever he wants?" Julie nodded. "That's what it looks like to me." She kept eating as she spoke. "Basically, every awakener here, except for me, has turned into a poison awakener. They handle everything. Food, mana stones, all of it." Kim frowned. "Stop talking with your mouth full. Eat first, then talk." Julie chewed quickly and continued, "I'm not 100% sure, but I think the other nurse has been poisoned too. So I started secretly stealing mana stones to raise my ability, but my level's still too low. I can't cure everyone or free them from the poison. That's why I want to stay here. You should go. Bring Mom, Dad, and Soul into your subspace. When I find a way to survive this, I'll join you later." Kim shook his head. "No, that's not happening." Julie grew irritated. "Kim, why don't you ever listen to me? I told you this place is dangerous. You can't stay." Kim said calmly, "Sis, at least hear me out first." She sighed. "Fine. What are you trying to say?" Kim explained, "From what you're telling me, the head doctor is using poison as a weapon, slipping it into the food, controlling everyone who eats it. If that's the case, then the solution is simple. I can solve it in seconds. Watch me. You'll see what my real ability can do. Don't worry about this anymore. Let me show you." Julie stared at him in disbelief. Why is he suddenly talking like this? It's like he's back in middle school, spouting nonsense again. Then, out of nowhere, Kim pulled out massive amounts of food supplies and resources, far more than anyone could imagine, right in front of her. The scene shifted back to Yin Sale. He said to his subordinate, "When you said it was urgent, I thought it was serious. But if it's just Julie's little brother, then there's no real problem." The subordinate added, "Yes, sir, but they also have food." Jin Sale chuckled. "Ah, I get it now. Don't worry about that. They only have one military vehicle. How much food could possibly fit in there? It'll run out fast. Then they'll turn on each other, fight over scraps, and eventually come crawling to us, begging for food. This situation plays right into our hands. They'll learn how generous we are and start working for us." The subordinate hesitated. "Actually, sir, that's not the case." Jin Sale waved him off. "No need to worry. This is even easier than I imagined. We won't have to lift a finger. The situation will resolve itself in our favor." But the subordinate finally said, "They have more food than we do, more than we've collected with all of our trucks combined." At that, Jin Sale froze, completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he just heard. "What are you saying? That's impossible." "I don't know how, sir." "I can't explain it," the subordinate replied. Jin Sale thought hard. "Our hospital gathered food using scouting teams and huge trucks. How could they possibly have more than that? Unless it's an ability." something that lets them compress large containers into small ones and restore them later, or some kind of replacement skill. His expression darkened. Whatever it is, they're definitely ability users. I need to bring them into my faction, no matter what. Then he pulled out a vial of drugs and handed it to his subordinate. Give this to Hulk. Tell him to slip it to Julie's brother. If he doesn't get hooked, kill him the first chance you get. The subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. Jinseo added. And you said another person came with him, right? That must be Yong-Soo. We'll deal with him too. The scene shifts. Now inside the hospital, Kim is delivering food. He sets the tray down near them and thinks to himself, looks like this person isn't the one I've been looking for. Maybe I missed him. I'll have to recognize that guy in one shot and deal with him, just like we planned. Kim keeps thinking, I thought this job would be easy, but now it feels a little tricky. If I can identify him quickly, only then will the plan actually work. The scene then cuts to a flashback. Julie is explaining the plan. We have to find a way to nullify Head Jinseo's effect from the food. If these people stop eating the poisoned food, they'll automatically be freed. Kim responds, so you're saying if they stop eating that food, they'll start healing on their own? That means Head Jinseo's ability won't be a threat to us anymore. But can you tell me what kind of abilities the people under his control actually have? Julie glances at her brother for a moment before answering. Yeah, they have some interesting ones. One guy can open and close a cannon. Another one does laundry, like he can wash and clean clothes. Kim stares at her with a dead serious look and says, are you kidding me right now? We're having a serious discussion, and you're bringing up stuff like this? Julie replies, I'm not joking. Most of them really do have abilities like that. Nothing that can actually pose a threat to us. Kim says, all right, that makes things easier for us. But Julie cuts him off. Except for one person. Kim narrows his eyes. And who exactly is that? Julie answers, his name is Hulk. Right then the scene shifts back to the present and we see Hulk appear behind Kim. Kim still had his sister's words running through his mind. She had told him, there's this guy named Hulk. He's the kind of person who would leave Yule City alone, even in a dangerous situation like this, just so he could check on his mother's health at the hospital. When Kim finally saw Hulk with his own eyes, he was stunned. He asked, sis, what kind of ability does Hulk have? Julie replied, I don't know exactly, but what I do know for sure is that he's incredibly strong, and trust me, it's impossible not to recognize him once you see him. Remember that giant wall of cars you saw outside? Hulk built that with his bare hands. As soon as Kim stood face to face with Hulk, he didn't need any introductions. He knew right away who he was. Hulk, with anger in his eyes, asked, are you Julie's brother? I need to talk to you. Let's step outside. Kim looked a little nervous but answered, all right, let's go. I had something to talk to you about as well. Once they were outside, Hulk spoke coldly. I'm giving you two choices. First, drink this medicine right now. Second, refuse, and I'll kill you on the spot. Don't even think about running. That's not possible. But Kim smirked and replied, so that's why you brought me out here. Even if I did try to run, judging by your physique, you'd catch me in no time. But I'll take a third option. I'll trap you. Hearing that, Hulk charged at Kim with terrifying speed, but Kim was quick. In an instant, he slipped into his subspace ability, and from there, a flying bowling ball shot out straight at Hulk. Kim thought, that throw was at 90 kilometers per hour, but he still didn't go down. Impressive. Then Kim pulled out his new weapon and raised massive structures around Hulk, like towering buildings. Kim said, your leg's already injured. You won't be able to move much. Don't try breaking out of here. If these structures collapse, bones will definitely break. Hulk's eyes burned red as he poured all his strength into smashing the structure. Veins popped across his arms. Kim tensed up for a moment, but then smiled. Thanks, he said. While you were busy trying to break free, I had the chance to capture you. In the next instant, Kim used his weapon to raise an even larger tower around Hulk, completely sealing him in. Kim thought, I could kill him right now, but he's under the influence of drugs or some ability. I won't kill an innocent person. He returned to the hospital thinking, good thing Hulk didn't get seriously injured. His body is unbelievably tough. Otherwise, this could have ended badly. Just then, Julie walked up and asked, Kim, why are you coming from outside? I just met Hulk, he replied. Julie froze in shock. Hulk is so powerful? And Kim came back unharmed? Then where's Hulk now? Kim pointed outside. He's right there. Julie looked and saw the massive structure looming in the distance. She couldn't make sense of the situation, so Kim quickly explained everything. I trapped him, Kim said. Didn't hurt him. By the way, did you finish distributing the food? Yes, Julie answered. Just like we planned. Good, Kim said. Now we just have to wait for Young-soo. After that, we move to the next step. Right then, Young-soo walked in. Kim said, Finally, you're here. But everyone's attention went to Young-soo, who was clutching his head in pain. He groaned. I feel so dizzy. I think someone poisoned me. Julie's eyes widened. Yes, his behavior matches the others who were poisoned. Young-soo said, I don't even know how it happened. They gave me food, but I never ate it. Julie noticed a small wound on his finger and realized, this is how they poisoned you. They must have done it on purpose when they shook your hand, pretending to thank you. Kim nodded. You should rest inside subspace for a while. Sorry, but I need to quarantine you. You're right, Young-soo agreed. I'll go inside. I don't mind being quarantined. Kim thought to himself, this is bad. I never imagined the poison could work like this. If Young-soo can be poisoned this way, things could get much more complicated. I need to meet the head right away and find a cure. That's when it became clear. The head, Jin-seol, was the one who had planned Young-soo's poisoning. You can rest here. I'm blocking the windows and doors so nothing can get through. The moment Young-soo entered, the system gave a notification. Unidentified presence detected. Effect nullified. Almost immediately, Young-soo's symptoms faded. My headache is gone, he said. Looks like the poison's completely gone too. Kim was stunned. Unbelievable. I never thought subspace could work like this. The result is shocking. Then the scene shifted to Hulk. A portal to subspace opened beneath him, pulling him in before he could react. The system notification echoed. Hulk entering subspace. Unidentified presence detected. Kim realized something new. So I can register and unregister things at will? Inside subspace, Hulk slowly returned to his normal self. The poison completely gone. How is this possible? Hulk muttered. Kim thought, I always believed subspace could only block physical attacks, but it can neutralize abilities, and even mental attacks too. I never imagined it had this kind of power. The scene shifted again. Hulk, now back to normal, met with his mother. She smiled with tears in her eyes. You're yourself again. I'm so happy. Hulk lowered his head. I'm sorry, Mom. Please rest for a while. I have something important to do, but I'll be back soon. All right, she said gently, but take care of yourself. Don't get hurt. Outside, Kim asked him, Are you sure you can handle this on your own? Yes, Hulk said firmly. I'll do it myself. Ordinary attacks won't affect me anyway. When I was being controlled, the memories were burned into my mind. They're already starting to fade. Before they vanish completely, I want to take revenge. After that, I'll stand before everyone, apologize, and thank you all. But this is something I need to do alone. Julie whispered, Is it really safe to let him go by himself? Kim replied, Yes, he'll be fine. We need to stay focused on our own mission and get ready to leave tomorrow. The scene cut to Jin-seol. A system notification rang out. Connection to minion lost. Jin-seol turned, muttering, I figured this might happen, but I didn't expect you to get here so soon. Hulk stood before him, rage in his eyes. But Jin-seol's expression didn't change. I don't know how you broke my connection, but since things are the way they are, I only have one request. Will you spare me? Hulk answered with his fist. One brutal punch and Jin-seol was gone. The scene shifted back to Kim and the team. Hulk's gone off to take care of his own business, Kim said. Now we need to figure out how to treat the people poisoned at the hospital. He explained. We can put everyone inside subspace. We don't know who's poisoned and who isn't. But even if just a finger or part of the body enters, the poison disappears. Julie said. Then we'll have to go to every patient ourselves and help them. Fine, let's do it. But after all this work, we'll be so exhausted it'll feel like we're sick too. But suddenly the patients began recovering on their own. They started recognizing their families again and apologized, saying, We were wrong. We weren't in our senses. Kim, Julie, and Young-soo were stunned, unsure how everyone had healed so suddenly. Just then, Hulk appeared from behind, his body covered in blood. He said, Thank you for waiting for me. I have just finished what I needed to do. That blood belonged to Jin-seol. Hulk bowed deeply and said, On behalf of myself, my mother, and everyone in the hospital. Thank you. You saved our lives. Kim thought to himself, the plan we made wasn't even necessary. Hulk handled it all on his own, and everyone recovered by themselves. Aloud, he said, Hulk, you don't need to thank me. He knew in his heart that Hulk must have killed Yin Seo to solve the problem. So he changed the topic and asked, how are you feeling? Sorry about that bowling ball attack earlier. Does it still hurt? Hulk shook his head. No, I'm fine. No bones broken, just a little damage. But on my way here, I saw strange monsters and bizarre things. Still, the way you suddenly attacked me from the sky, that was incredible. Honestly, you're scarier than a monster. Hearing that, Kim blushed slightly and said, No, it's nothing like that. Sometimes even I surprise myself with what I can do. Hulk replied, I'm really curious. Is your plan to just stay here in the hospital? I know I'm being selfish, but I want you to stay and fight alongside us. Kim answered, I understand what you mean, but I still haven't reunited with my family. That's why I can't stay here. I see. Then can I ask where you're going? Hulk said. Maybe I can help in some way, and if not, then at least I hope you'll reunite with your family soon. I'm heading to Yule City, Kim said. Hulk's expression changed instantly. Shocked, he warned, You must never go there. The scene shifted to the next morning. Kim had provided the hospital with resources and supplies. Hulk thanked him, saying, Kim, I'm really grateful. You gave us food and other necessities. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay this debt. Kim replied, All I hope is that next time we meet, you and everyone else here are safe. With that, he said goodbye and left with his team for their next destination. As they traveled, Yong-soo asked, That wall Hulk mentioned, the one growing around the city, do you think it's the result of some ability? Kim nodded. Yes, I think so too. Hopefully we can communicate with whoever's behind it. Otherwise, entering will be impossible. A flashback played in Kim's mind. Hulk describing how, when he left the city, a massive wall began rising from the ground, enclosing everything. It kept growing like a child's first teeth pushing through. By then it had already reached the height of an average building. Kim thought, if the wall's that tall already, getting inside from the ground will be nearly impossible. We'll have to find another way in. But Hulk had also warned, that's not all. Inside the city are strange monsters, mostly skeleton-type creatures. Honestly, it's more accurate to call them undead. No matter how many times you destroy them, they heal and rise again. They're walking corpses. Kim grew uneasy. Immortal monsters, and a gigantic wall. This is a huge problem, but I'm sure my sister is handling it all, even without any abilities. The real monster is my second sister. He pictured Soul cutting through hordes of creatures without hesitation. Just then, a subspace notification appeared. Julie was calling. Kim answered in a sharp tone. What is it? Julie scolded him. Is that the way you talk to me? I'm your big sister, remember? Anyway, I contacted you because that soldier you rescued, he's awake now. The scene shifted inside. The rescued soldier looked at Kim and said, I heard you saved my life. Thank you. My name is Han, and I'm part of the 50th Intelligence Communication Battalion. Kim replied, My name is Kim. I'm glad to see you awake. How are you feeling now? Han said, Thanks to your treatment, I survived. I'm much better, but can I ask, where exactly is this place? Outside, I can see a military base, but no other buildings. It feels different. Kim smiled proudly. This is PAX Logistics Center. Actually, it exists inside my subspace ability. Right now, we've left the Gangnam area and are heading toward Yule City. We'll be there soon. Hans stared at him in disbelief. What do you mean? Logistics Center? Subspace? Gangnam? And we're going to Yule City? Just explain it clearly. Julie stepped in to clarify. Look, the easiest way to understand is this. Everything you see here exists because of this kid's ability. And as for where we are, think of us as still near Gangnam. So we're around Gangnam right now? Han asked, surprised. Kim nodded. Yes, exactly. Han hesitated, then said, If that's the case, I don't want to trouble you any further. Can you drop me off along the way? Everyone was stunned. Wanting to leave in such a dangerous situation sounded reckless. Kim smiled. I think you've misunderstood. Han, I don't mean you any harm. There's no reason to be afraid. Young-soo added, Yeah. Kim helped me too. I don't think he's dangerous at all. You don't need to worry, Han sighed. It's not that. You're not dangerous. I know that. Anyone who saved my life and treated my wounds can't be dangerous. But I can't tell you the real reason. I have to report directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Kim studied his face carefully and said, "It must be serious if you're this desperate to leave, but clearly you're not ready to tell us yet." "Fine, we'll leave it for now." Then Kim ordered, "Pax, bring us a banana milkshake and a sandwich." A moment later, Pax returned with food. Kim handed it to Han and said, "I'll let you go, but not so easily. Eat first, then tell us what's really going on." Han looked troubled. "It's hard for me to talk about this. Maybe I shouldn't say anything at all." Kim chuckled. "Maybe you don't like the sandwich, but look at the table. We've got more options. I'm sure something here will suit your taste." When Han saw the table full of food, his eyes lit up. In an apocalypse like this, such a meal was impossible to find. Hunger had a way of loosening anyone's tongue. Finally, Han spoke. "Oh, one day strange creatures suddenly appeared from another world. Not just in our country, but everywhere across the globe. And they weren't just monsters. Animals, plants, mountains, they all emerged out of nowhere. The entire geography changed." Julie's eyes widened. "You mean the entire world map changed?" Han continued. "These creatures didn't spare anyone, whether human, animal, or monster. They killed everything. That's when the government started recruiting awakeners and formed new units. Our unit had a lot of awakeners, so we managed to hold the monsters back. For a while, things stabilized. But then, one day, it showed up. Nothing worked against it. Bullets, grenades, abilities, nothing. That Veron monster you faced before, Kim, that's the one I'm talking about." Kim's face grew tense. Han went on. "We couldn't even scratch it. We called nearby military bases for help, but they were under attack from other powerful monsters. Slowly, their replies stopped coming. Things got so bad we had to abandon our own base, or we would have been wiped out. We decided to head for the National Communication Command. Many of us died along the way. Others were badly wounded. In that time, we started recruiting awakeners from among the civilians. That's how I joined and eventually became the leader. When we finally reached the Communication Command, everything was destroyed. But while searching, we discovered secret documents. They made it clear a coup had taken place. The government had been overthrown and the military had seized control. Imagine that, a country already at war with monsters, and then its government falls. It was disaster upon disaster. Julie said in shock, "Then in this condition, it would have been impossible for the country to survive." Soldier Han lowered his head and said, "When I found out, I thought I had to reach the Joint Chiefs immediately. But on the way, monsters trapped us and things got worse. The awakeners we had recruited, they turned on the soldiers, killed them, and took over the entire area. I believe the Army's first unit is the one that overthrew the government, and they're suppressing the news so that the infected people can't gather together. I think even their commander is involved. That's why I need to report this to my higher-ups as quickly as possible before things get even worse. That's the reason I'm in such a rush." Kim replied, "All right, I understand what you're saying. Anyway, we're already headed toward Yule City. Wherever you need to go along the way, we'll drop you there. Let's travel together as far as we can." The soldier said, "Even if you dropped me off here, it would have been fine, but thank you for taking me along this far." Kim and Yong-Soo stood up to leave. Kim said, "You should get some rest." But Yong-Soo insisted, "No, we need to reach there as fast as possible. We can't waste time. I think we should go full speed." Hearing that, Kim got a little nervous and said, "There's no need to go at maximum speed. We can take it easy." Yong-Soo frowned. "What are you talking about? Time is urgent. We have to deliver this message immediately. Full speed is the only way." Meanwhile, the soldier thought to himself, "They saved me. That means they must have encountered that bigger monster before. But how did they survive? Looking at Kim, he doesn't seem like someone with that kind of power. And yet, just then he looked outside and froze. Right beyond the subspace gate, an orc monster stood waiting to attack. The soldier panicked and tried to warn them. "Wait, don't go out. There's a monster ready to attack." But before he could finish, Kim unleashed his dangerous weapon and blew the monster away in a single strike. The soldier was stunned. "What kind of power is this? I've never seen an attack like that." Anyone witnessing this for the first time would be completely shocked. With just one blow, the monster was wiped out. Then, as if that wasn't enough, Kim suddenly summoned a military vehicle, pulling it right out of thin air. The soldier's jaw dropped. "What the? A whole vehicle just appeared out of nowhere?" Kim said calmly, "Finish your food first, then get some rest. We'll reach our destination soon enough." The portal will stay open so you can monitor the situation outside. He climbed into the vehicle. The soldier thought, is this real or am I hallucinating from exhaustion? Just now he killed a monster by hurling a steel pillar, and now he summoned a vehicle out of thin air. Are my eyes still not fully recovered? During the journey, more orc monsters appeared, but Kim easily wiped them out with his weapons. The soldier noticed that each time a monster died, its body automatically released crystal cores and mana stones, which were collected instantly. So it's true. What I saw was real. This guy can throw massive objects at high speed, attack from 4 different directions in just a second, and it looks like he can use any kind of item as a weapon. And those mana stones automatically gathering? That's incredible. Then Young-Soo pointed ahead. That's the bridge that used to connect us to the city. It was an easy way to cross the water. But as soon as he saw it clearly, he said, no, the bridge is broken in the middle. We'll have to find another way. Kim sighed. I said we'd get there quickly, but it looks like we're late. Now finding another route will take more time. The soldier was stunned. They got here in just 1 hour? From such a faraway city, across these broken roads, fighting monsters along the way? Impossible. Their skills are unbelievable. And Young-Soo's driving, insane. Inside the vehicle, Young-Soo was happily shifting gears, pushing the speed higher. The soldier thought, unreal. These two are something else. Young-Soo's driving on 1 tire. The first time I saw it, I thought I'd puke, but now I'm kinda used to it. Still, watching this gives you motion sickness for sure. A little later, they came across another bridge, this one intact. Young-Soo said, looks like this is the right path. We'll get there faster this way. But Kim, looking ahead, grew worried. Yeah, but look up there. On the hill, that massive wall. Kim studied it. That must be the fortress wall the soldier mentioned, but our vehicle won't make it through that. Young-Soo agreed. Yeah, the height is way too much. Kim thought to himself, maybe I could break it, but I can't guarantee it. Let's get closer and see. Young-Soo said, if we can't break through, we'll have to pass through the Yongsan area instead. Kim nodded. All right. If we take Yongsan, we'll drop the soldier off near his base, since that road passes by it. The soldier looked a bit uneasy when he heard that, though it wasn't clear why. Eventually, they reached the base. They dropped the soldier off, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you both. Because of you, I made it safely to my base. Kim said, I hope this situation resolves soon, and that everyone stays healthy. Han thanked him again. Kim thought, all right, that's one task finished. Now I need to focus on the next, getting to Yule City. But that wall is strong and way too tall. A vehicle won't cut it. If I can level up, maybe I could store the walls inside subspace. When he checked the system, he realized he needed 1,000 mana crystals to level up, but he only had 427. Damn! I thought leveling up would solve this problem easily, but it's not going to be that simple. On top of that, I need to upgrade one of my skills to level 2 so it can auto-lock onto targets. That'll leave me with only about 400 crystals, the ones I gathered in the last hour, which means at least 2 more hours of hunting. Then Han asked, would you two consider joining the army? Our government supports mana stones and helps awakeners grow. If you join, you'll get full support too. Kim replied, I appreciate the offer, but I can't join the army. My family comes first. I need to find them. As for mana stones, I'll collect them myself. Han didn't know what else to say. Kim asked, but does your chief of staff HQ have a helicopter? I need to reach Yule City. Going by road is impossible with those walls? Han said, yes, our base should have a helicopter. The scene shifted to a military building. A commanding officer sat inside saying, it looks like Guan City and any city have been completely destroyed. Even the 56th Army unit must be gone by now. Only the 1st unit should be left. I can't tell if the government even still exists. The future looks grim. Just then a soldier entered. Director Commander, someone's here to see you. A survivor from the 50th unit. He says he's the only one left alive, and he has a secret message. The director was shocked. What? Someone survived from the 5th unit? Send him in immediately. That soldier was none other than Han. He saluted the director and told him everything, how he met Kim and about the secret document he carried. The director read the document and broke into a sweat. The contents revealed information that could drag the country into disaster. Han also told him about Kim's ability. The director looked out the window and spotted Kim sitting in his vehicle. At once he went outside to greet him. Thank you, the director said. You saved our soldier's life. Our nation will never forget your service. Kim replied, No, I only did what anyone else would have done. The director continued, I heard about your ability from Han, truly remarkable. I also heard you need a helicopter. But helicopters are strategic assets. We can't just hand them out. If you join the army, I can provide you one. Kim was silent for a moment. The director pressed on. As you know, the government isn't stable right now. If you join, our forces would gain huge support. Kim finally said, Sorry. Right now, my family is the most important thing to me. I have to find them first. I can't join any army. The director's hopes collapsed. Then I'm sorry, he said. I can't provide you a helicopter. Kim answered, All right, if that's how it is, no problem. I hope you stabilize your situation soon. Until then, stay safe. Goodbye. He got into his vehicle and left. The director and Han hadn't expected him to refuse so quickly, without argument. The commander's entire plan fell apart. Kim thought, So no helicopter. That means I'll need to find another way. Maybe I can destroy the wall with my ability, but first, I need to see it up close. Just then, there was a knock on Kim's vehicle door. The director said, I have a request. If you complete it, we can provide you with a helicopter, but you'll have to accept the condition. The condition isn't revealed, and the scene shifts. We see Kim's vehicle driving ahead, with massive army trucks following behind. Kim is leading the convoy, wondering to himself, what kind of request did the director actually make? In a flashback, we see the situation. They had built a base where all Awakeners could gather, but the road to it was blocked by skeletons. Kim asked, Skeletons? The director explained, They're not strong, and their combat power isn't much. The problem is their numbers, and their cores. Unless the core is destroyed, even if you smash them into pieces, they'll reassemble. Kim said, So basically you want me to take the military out there and bring your isolated Awakeners back to base. That's it? The director replied, Yes, exactly. The deal was sealed. Kim used his ability to destroy the skeleton cores. The soldiers were stunned. Monsters that usually gave them a tough fight were wiped out easily by Kim alone. The isolated soldiers were rescued. Those who were injured were taken care of, and everyone felt relieved. Gradually, they were loaded into military vehicles, and once preparations were complete, the convoy headed back to base. On the way, Kim recalled the director's warning. Mr. Kim, with your ability, you can handle skeletons. But there's a danger. Sometimes a skeleton knight appears. If you ever see one, no matter the cost, retreat immediately. Fighting it is extremely dangerous. Up ahead, Kim attacked a skeleton, but then those words echoed in his head. Suddenly in front of him appeared a skeleton knight. It blocked Kim's strike with a single swing of its sword. The soldiers and the rescue team froze in shock. Even Kim was startled. The atmosphere grew tense. Then the skeleton spoke, but the language was incomprehensible. Kim muttered, Is this skeleton trying to talk? The knight crushed a magic stone and suddenly spoke in human language. Greetings, people of the other world. My name is Jaskar. I am one of the 12 knights of the Night King. Kim thought, So that's how a magic stone can be used. Now we can understand its words. Jaskar said, Your ability is remarkable. But tell me, why are you trespassing in our territory? Even in the pioneering phase, there are business ethics to follow. Before he could finish, Kim suddenly launched an attack, but Jaskar sliced it apart with ease and laughed. This is useless. Your strikes can't even scratch me. But then another attack hit and knocked Jaskar backward. He got up and said, Oh, a counterattack? Fine, then I'll respond in kind. Kim continued to attack, but Jaskar deflected and dodged with his shield and speed. Not a single strike landed. Step by step, he advanced toward Kim's truck. Yong-Su, terrified, shouted, He's coming straight at us! Do something or we're done for! Kim thought, Damn, I'm hitting him with attacks weighing over 500 kilos, and for him it's just a game. It's not affecting him at all. He grew serious. If I'm going to land a hit, there's only one way. Kim activated the system's tracking delivery function, spending 50 mana stones. He locked onto the knight's chest and fired. Jaskar sneered. You fools still haven't learned. You're truly pathetic mages. I've never seen such idiots before. You keep repeating the same attack. What makes you think it'll work on me now? Impossible. The attack drew close and Jaskar casually deflected it. But this time the strike curved back and slammed into him, blasting him away. Jaskar steadied himself and said, So you're trickier than I thought. I let my guard down for a moment, and that's why it landed. But it won't happen again. Suddenly a bowling ball smashed into him, then another from the front. Confused, Jaskar thought, what kind of attack is this? Small bowling balls flew in from every angle, left, right, above, behind, attacking non-stop. He couldn't even see them clearly and struggled to dodge. Then one ball hit him square in the face. The barrage kept coming. Kim shouted, left head, back head, front head, crouch, right hand, ground back, left hand. He ordered the system. Set auto swing to the sequence, front, back, left, right. Keep repeating. Mwah. The constant shouting made Kim's jaw ache. Feels like my jaw is about to fall off from yelling so much. Yang-soo, drenched in sweat, said, thankfully, physical attacks actually work on him. At least now we can breathe a little. Kim, thanks to you, we're still alive. But Kim, with a serious expression, said, don't relax yet. This skeleton knight is special. Look at his armor. It's insanely tough. He's just like the giant waver we fought. Maybe even worse. He's got both a shield and a sword. Despite the relentless assault, Jaskar barely seemed hurt. He said, wait, can't we resolve this through negotiation instead? Kim muttered, I don't know how long we can hold him off. I think we should send the rescue team back to base first. Then suddenly the skeleton's bones cracked and he staggered. Kim and Yang-soo decided to prioritize the safety of the rescued soldiers. Noticing the fragments falling apart, Yang-soo said, don't you see? More bone fragments are breaking off. Your attacks are actually working now. Kim realized, this is my chance. He summoned disc pillars and ordered simultaneous strikes from all four directions. The skeleton knight was finally destroyed, his skull crashing to the ground. Jaskar, with his last breath, said, impressive. You fought well, but this isn't my end. Even if I fall, I do not die. Everything I've done is for my Night King. His armor and shield shattered. It was clear he was gone. 2 mana stone fragments and a glowing pink reinforcement stone floated in the air, then entered Kim's subspace. A system notification appeared. You have acquired 2 large mana stone fragments and 1 reinforcement stone. Yang-soo was stunned. I never thought Kim could actually defeat it. The rescue team was just as shocked. One soldier said, did that really happen? He killed a skeleton knight? Another added, we fired tanks at that shield and couldn't scratch it. And he actually beat it. The rescued soldiers cheered and chanted Kim's name. Later, back at base, the director received the report. He said, I told you if you ever encounter a skeleton knight, retreat immediately. But not only did you fight, you won. That's why I want both of you to join our army. But then he remembered Kim's mission to find his family. So he said, all right, find your family first. After that, consider joining us. Kim replied, we'll see, but my family comes first. The director nodded. Of course, family always comes first. Once you're reunited, think it over again. Kim said, understood. The general added, once you've gathered your family, I hope you'll reconsider and join our ranks. From now on, we already regard you and Yang-soo as valuable allies. I'm sure we'll meet again. Now, as promised, let me show you to the helicopter we've prepared. This way. Kim grew uneasy. The director really has high expectations of us. The truth is, I barely defeated that skeleton knight. If another had shown up, we might have lost. And that was just the 12th night. There are 11 more out there. If even one more had appeared, we'd have been finished. He thought further. But one thing bothers me. As he died, the knight said, even if you kill me, I won't truly die. What did he mean? And if the Night King is strong enough to have knights like this, then the king himself must be terrifying. Another thought struck him. During the fight, I used high-level weapons and they barely made a dent. But when I threw a bowling ball, it hurt him way more. How is that possible? A bowling ball stronger than advanced weapons? Maybe I should have paid more attention in physics class. But then again, monsters existing in the first place is already beyond common sense, so physics doesn't mean much anymore. The director interrupted his thoughts. I heard you're heading to Yule City, Kim replied. Yeah, my next family member is there. The director said, all right, as you can see, a massive wall has risen around Yule City. We sent a unit to investigate how and why, but we lost contact. Still, we've kept monitoring the city and we saw activity inside. That means the people are still alive, your family and our unit included. Kim thought, honestly, I'm not worried about my sister's safety. The real concern is for everyone else, because she's more dangerous than any monster. The director continued, we also noticed the wall is covering from above, as if a roof is being built over the whole city. We don't know if it's completely sealed yet. Hopefully, by the time you get there, there's still an opening so you can enter by helicopter." Then he pointed ahead. Kim looked and was stunned. The helicopter in front of him looked old, battered, and heavily damaged. He thought, "This looks terrible, but maybe we can manage it somehow. Outdated, sure, but Yong-soo can probably get it flying." But the director said, "No, Mr. Kim, that's not your helicopter. Yours is that one." And in front of them was a pristine first-class Black Hawk helicopter. Kim and Yong-soo were speechless. Yong-soo's eyes lit up. Grinning, he thought, "Wow, this thing is amazing. Now I can fly it my way, crazy style." The director said proudly, "Giving you this helicopter means we truly see you as trusted allies." Yong-soo smirked and joked, "A Black Hawk? Even a 3-star general would think twice before handing one over. And you're just giving it to us? Honestly, I'm touched." The general smiled and asked, "I thought you'd need a pilot, but looks like you already know how to fly one." Yong-soo puts on a serious face and says, "This is actually my first time seeing a helicopter this close. Flying it is a whole different story." Then suddenly a notification pops up. On the screen it says that if he pays 50 magic stones, he can learn the skill helicopter piloting. Yong-soo laughs and says, "My ability is called best driving. It means that whenever I register a vehicle, I instantly learn how to operate it. I don't even need to level up." Kim says, "Register? What do you mean register?" Yong-soo explains again, "The system is saying that I only need to register my piloting skill once. After that, I'll automatically know how to fly a helicopter. That means I don't need to level up my skills over and over again. Once I learn a new vehicle, I'll instantly become an expert at it. But if it's a type of vehicle I've never tried before, I'll have to spend mana stones to register it once. After that, I can handle it, just like a normal vehicle." Kim thinks to himself, "Now I get why he never has to level up." Just then, the director says, "I didn't realize you'd need mana stones this quickly. Come with me." He leads them to the helicopter and opens a crate filled with shining mana stones. Kim asks, "What's all this for?" The director answers, "These are 200 mana stones. I had prepared them as a gift for you. My plan was to surprise you before you left this place. But under these circumstances, I think it's better to give them to you now." Kim thanks him, and Yong-soo lights up with excitement. Kim thinks to himself, "This Black Hawk helicopter really is amazing. A true top-class brand." Then Yong-soo says, "I only need 50 stones. The rest you can keep." He hands the system 50 mana stones, registers the piloting skill, and bursts out laughing. "I can already feel it. I'll be able to fly this with no problem. Get ready." His tone is so intense it scares Kim. Kim says, "Yong-soo, your expression is terrifying. Can't we go a little slower?" Yong-soo laughs. "No way. If we wanted slow, we should have just walked. Now buckle up." Kim gulps nervously. Oh God, if he drives cars this recklessly, I can't imagine how he'll fly a helicopter. Yong-soo presses different buttons, prepping the controls. "You still have time to mentally prepare yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you, because we're taking off at maximum speed." Kim feels like crying, but at the same time he's amazed at how skilled Yong-soo suddenly is. He thinks, "I shouldn't bother him. He just learned this skill and he wants to test it. I should also check what I got earlier." He asks the system, and the reply comes, "You've received 2 large mana stones and 1 D-level enhancement stone. 1 large mana stone equals 100 regular mana stones." Kim thinks, "So that means I've got 1,393 mana stones now." Surprised, he says aloud, "Wow, I didn't think killing just a few skeletons would get me this many stones." He immediately uses them to level up. A system notification pops up. 1,000 mana stones have been consumed. Level up process initiated. Current level 3. He then checks the D-level enhancement stone. The system explains, "This is a special stone containing fire attributes. With the Awake system, you can infuse it into an item. That item will then gain firepower." Kim thinks, "So defeating strong enemies gives me these kinds of stones. But what should I use it on? The disc pillar or something else?" After some thought, he chooses his bowling ball. Now it carries both penetration and fire attributes. The system asks, "Do you want to register this as a new item?" Kim grants permission and thinks, "That bowling ball already cracked a skeleton knight's armor. Enhancing it even further is the right move." Just then, Yong-soo shouts, "All right, everything's ready. We're taking off." Kim gets even more nervous. The helicopter lifts into the air. The director salutes them. I hope you rescue your family quickly and come back safe. Kim gives him a thumbs up. At the same time, a new notification appears. Level up complete. New features unlocked. Kim's eyes widen as he scans the new options. Meanwhile, the director worries. I just hope they make it back safely. Once they return, I'll remind them what a huge favor I did, giving them mana stones and a Black Hawk helicopter. Maybe then they'll join my army. But why do they look so serious? Did I say something wrong? He grows uneasy, second-guessing himself. What if I messed up? What if I offended them somehow? But the truth is something else entirely. Kim is too busy staring at the new system window. It says, available items can now be unlocked. Cost depends on mana stones. He reads further. Subspace Library now allows you to transfer objects of larger categories and sizes. If an item exceeds normal subspace capacity, the cost will depend on its size, volume, and weight. Kim thinks, my biggest weakness has always been that I can only store registered items. At the logistics center and military base, I can use whatever's already registered unlimited times, but adding new items has always been tough. This option is exactly what I needed. The system then grants him permission to register new objects, with one restriction. Only logistics center or military base items can be registered. Kim smiles. That's perfect. Once I register them, I'll be able to duplicate them endlessly. And this helicopter we're riding right now, it's a military chopper. Maybe I can register it. He immediately registers the UH-60 Black Hawk. The system deducts 107 mana stones. Meanwhile, the general is walking back toward his office when he notices something strange. The helicopter suddenly returns. The general frowns. Didn't they just leave? Why are they back already? Is there some malfunction? But then a portal opens beneath the helicopter, and another identical helicopter lands. Kim had registered it and made a copy, not just one, but two. The director is left speechless, frozen in shock. Kim waves at him with a grin and flies off toward his destination. The scene shifts to the city Kim is heading to. Its boundaries are surrounded by tall walls, curving inward to completely trap it. The camera zooms in on a dark building, a massive castle. On the throne sits a skeleton, the Night King. He thinks to himself, the entry limit on Earth is level 8. Anything higher can't pass through. I reduced my own tier to get in, but how did that arrogant wizard manage it? He even killed Jaskar. That's quite the surprise. One of his subordinates steps forward. My lord, before Jaskar died, he said that wizard tried to talk first but then suddenly attacked. He's dangerous. Please let me cut his head off. The Night King says slowly, that might be the reason. A high-level entity must be trying to claim this place before the castle fully opens. You could be right, but right now, that's not our concern. We need to finish harvesting first. Our stock of enhancement stones is running low. That's the priority. Once the job is complete, we'll deal with that wizard. Then another subordinate, Lansul, speaks up. Lord, we've just received word. Some humans have infiltrated the castle. The Night King laughs and says, of course, it must be those troublesome ones. No matter, the roof will close soon, and when it does, they'll simply become food for us. The scene shifts again. A massive bat-like creature is flying through the air when suddenly it's struck mid-flight. Its body is ripped straight through, and it drops dead instantly. That attack came from Kim. He and Yong-Soo have now entered the dangerous category zone. Kim thinks, my disc-firing ability used to be really powerful, but now this bowling ball is showing even greater strength. Did I make a mistake? Should I have upgraded my disc ability instead? Or was enhancing the bowling ball actually the right call? As he debates with himself, Yong-Soo speaks up. Kim, we've reached the location you mentioned, but landing here, that's not going to be easy. Oh, Kim asks. Why not? If there's no place to land, I can just store this helicopter in my subspace. Yong-Soo shakes his head. No, that's not the issue. Look down. The view shifts downward. On the ground, a skeleton knight is locked in combat, but standing against him isn't another monster. It's a human figure, fighting barehanded. The man suddenly unleashes a powerful strike. His punch is so strong, it sends the skeleton knight flying backward. Yong-Soo stares in shock. Incredible! Both of them are unbelievably strong. If we land now, we'll end up fighting both at the same time. Kim smirks slightly. But the fight down there, it's not between two monsters. Yong-Soo blinks. What are you talking about? It's obvious they're both monsters. Why would you say otherwise? Kim replies, because that person is my older sister, Sol. Young-soo nearly jumps out of his seat. What? You're saying that's your sister? Kim nods. Yeah, the one who just sent that skeleton knight flying. That's her. That's Sol. Meanwhile, Sol is thinking to herself, I just hit this skeleton knight with everything I had. Even with my six-pack abs and all my strength, no matter how hard I hit him, he won't stay down. This knight is seriously tough. The story shifts into Sol's memories. When she was a child, she watched martial arts matches on TV. Seeing those fights lit a spark in her heart, curiosity mixed with excitement. Her little brother Kim was her first practice partner. One day Kim asked, Sis, can we play together? Sol laughed. Of course! And then she absolutely thrashed him. Sol thought to herself, usually younger siblings are weaker than their older ones. But something bothered me. Why didn't those fights on TV end as quickly as mine did? My matches with Kim ended in seconds. She had won, but it wasn't satisfying. What she wanted was a real challenge. So she went to the playground and defeated every kid she could find, even those 3 years older than her. Their father noticed her talent and enrolled her in a martial arts academy. In her very first match, Sol lost. But instead of discouraging her, the sting of defeat lit a fire inside her. She became stronger, more determined. She learned boxing, kickboxing, and all kinds of martial arts. Soon, her winning streak began. By the time she was in 7th grade, she had already beaten every fighter in junior high. But the training became an addiction. She pushed herself too far, injuring her knees. After recovering, she came back, only to get injured again. Still, she refused to stop. Finally, after years of relentless effort, at the age of 24, she stepped into the professional ring. That became the greatest achievement of her life. Back in the present, Young-soo listens silently as Kim explains. Kim says her talent was honed from a young age. But enough about the past. Bring the helicopter down. I'll hit that knight with my bowling ball. Young-soo nods. All right, descending now. But in his mind he thinks, Kim's sister. She doesn't look like a human. She looks more like a monster. The view drops down again. Sol attacks the skeleton knight once more. He falls but quickly rises back up and speaks. I want to ask you something. Why can't I land a single hit on you? My strikes never connect. In truth, every time Sol attacks or defends, an invisible barrier forms around her. That's why none of the knight's strikes ever reach her. Sol shrugs. I don't get it. Isn't it obvious? You're just too slow. Your speed doesn't even compare to mine. The knight shakes his head. No, that's not it. My speed is beyond human. This isn't about speed. You've got some hidden technique that's blocking my attacks. I want to know what it is. Sol laughs. It's nothing fancy, just a simple technique. Move your shoulders, shift your legs, swing your arms. That's it. Hearing this, the knight mutters. So what you're saying is, we need a strong foundation. With the right foundation, we can fight even opponents more skilled than us. To be honest, I've learned something new from you today. If this wasn't a battle inside our territory, I might have lost to you. People like you are rare. If you rise in rank quickly, you could truly become one of the greatest knights. Sol frowns, confused. What is he even trying to say? The knight continues. You can't leave this place. The time to escape is almost gone. Still, I think you might be able to get out. Your death here is inevitable. It can't be stopped. But I'll speak to the Night King. I'll ask him to let you live and even give you a box. Normally this is impossible, but you've taught me something. So the least I can do is repay you. But before he can finish, a blazing ball slams into him from above. Kim's attack. The impact is devastating. The knight's entire body shatters into pieces. One strike was all it took. He never even got to finish his speech. Kim ended him instantly, just like the last one. Sol stares in shock. How did a bowling ball get here? And how could such an ordinary-looking ball completely destroy such a powerful knight? I couldn't even scratch him with my full strength. As the knight dies, his mana stones float upward, and a pink crystal is pulled away into a portal. The harvesting system reclaims everything. Sol's eyes widen. This is her first time seeing such a reaction. She looks up and sees the wind whipping around as a helicopter descends from the sky, slowly landing right in front of her. She feels no fear. Instead, she thinks, why am I not scared? Maybe it's because I've always been brave since I was a child. The helicopter door opens, and stepping out is none other than Kim. Kim says, it's been a long time since I saw you, number 2. just like I expected. You're still out here breaking stuff. Saul, shocked. Number 3, what are you doing here? Back when they were kids, they gave each other code names, and they were still using them. Scene shifts. Now inside the space, there's a huge variety of food laid out for Saul. Julie says, so you're saying your ability creates some kind of invisible barrier around you, and when that barrier forms, your physical strength gets boosted? Saul answers while eating fast. Nope, my physical strength's naturally strong. It's got nothing to do with the barrier. She keeps eating like someone who hasn't had food in forever. Julie laughs. Hey, slow down, or else the food will be gone. At least chew, like 32 times. Young-soo says, don't stop her. That's just how she's always been since childhood. Kim cuts in. Forget about all that. What matters is, we all awakened powers. We used our abilities and survived. Now it's time to head back and meet our older brother. Seoul pauses. Wait, are you cheating somehow? How the hell do you have so many different abilities? Kim just smirks. That's a long story. I'll explain it later. For now, just eat up. Get some rest. I'll introduce you to the packs around here. Show you how to place orders and request what you need. Oh, and Young-soo's family's here too. You should meet them. Seoul nods. All right, got it. Kim gets up to leave. Seoul asks, so we're heading out this quick? Kim. Yeah, the fortress is closing. We gotta move fast. Seoul. Yeah, I heard from Young-soo about the wall forming, but I didn't know it was this fast. Looks like the area's gonna get sealed off real soon. Kim, walking toward the portal. Yeah, when we came in, the ceiling was already almost closed. We don't have much time left. He looks up. The ceiling's about to shut completely. Kim thinks, damn it. Wish I could have hunted a few more monsters, gathered more magic stones, but that's impossible now. We gotta get out, fast. Darkness slowly spreads as the ceiling closes. Sunlight no longer shines inside. Kim quickly pulls out the helicopter and tries heading up with Young-soo. He thinks, no other choice. Time for a bowling ball attack. He fires off attacks. It feels like the helicopter's launching artillery. But after all those hits, the wall doesn't even crack. Kim's shocked. What? Not even a scratch after all that? Looks like this wall ain't ever gonna reopen. Should I try storing the entire area in my subspace? No, way too risky. And I already burned through most of my mana stones. Just bringing the helicopter in and out costs 15 each time. Now I've only got 36 left. At this rate, leveling up's gonna be impossible. He wonders, could I store the castle in my subspace? But it's massive. What if the whole damn city gets pulled in too? That'd be a disaster. Meanwhile, Seoul's watching everything. Seoul, guess this is the trouble he was talking about. Turns out he was right. Kim. What do you mean? Who are you talking about? Seoul. That skeleton knight you blasted to pieces with your ball. He told me that if I stayed here, I'd die anyway. But that he wouldn't let me die. Kim. Wouldn't let you die. What's that supposed to mean? Seoul. I'm not sure either. Maybe he meant the way I'd die wasn't clear. But he said he'd talk to the Night King, give me a box, and make sure I didn't die. Kim. Huh, that's so? Seoul continues. Yeah, we were actually having a serious talk, and then your attack came, and boom, everything ended right there. Kim, frustrated. This whole Night King situation's a nightmare, and it's only getting worse. I'm sure he's behind it. We don't have much time left. Soon this whole place will be his, and the city will be completely under his control. We need to find him fast and end him. But where in this giant city are we supposed to find him? Young-soo laughs. Don't worry about it. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll tell you exactly where he is. Kim panics. Wait, hold up. Just a sec. But Young-soo doesn't listen. He flies the helicopter like a maniac. Up, down, left, right. Like he's scanning the entire city in 5 minutes flat. It's obvious he's having fun, but Kim's stomach can't take it anymore. Scene shifts to Night King's castle. Lansall reports, My lord, our comrade Leon was taken down in a single strike. Night King, furious. You're telling me some magician did this? Lansall, yes, my lord. Judging by how it happened, only a magician could have pulled it off. It's definitely his doing. Night King growls. Our harvest was nearly complete, and they interfered. From the start, their plan was to ruin it. No more waiting. We're killing them now. Lansall calmly. My lord, you don't need to go anywhere. They're already on their way here. Through the castle window, the helicopter can be seen. Young-soo had already pinpointed the Night King's location. Night King uses his power to peer inside. He sees Kim looking half dead from motion sickness. Night King thinks, this magician looks pathetic. What the hell's he doing in my castle? Whatever. Saves me the trouble. They've come to me. Inside the castle, vampire-like monsters cling to the walls. Suddenly, the doors open. Kim steps in and immediately throws up. Seoul. Gross. Seriously? You're doing that out in the open? Kim. I swear, never again am I riding in that helicopter with you guys. This motion sickness was on a whole other level. I'm never traveling with Yongsu again. Seoul quickly gets serious. Suddenly, a monster attacks Kim. Too weak to defend, Kim almost takes the hit, but Seoul dashes in. She punches the monster hard across the face, then activates her invisible barrier and lands another devastating blow. The monster goes flying. Seoul's fighting style looks sharp, clean, and badass. Eventually, they all reach the castle's main building. Kim thanks his sister. Seoul replies, "Don't mention it. Looking out for my little brother's my job." Then she stops, alert. Wait, he wasn't alone. There's more. Kim shocked. What? More monsters? Seoul squints and sees red glowing eyes ahead. The more eyes, the more monsters. Kim. Yongsu, get inside. Things are about to get worse. Yongsu nods, but Seoul gets even more excited. Seoul. Now the real game begins. Just one monster would have been boring. This is perfect, Kim yells. Wait, Seoul, hold on a sec. But Seoul doesn't listen. She charges straight at them. She stomps one under her feet, smashes another with a punch, kicks a third across the hall. Every move, punches, kicks, elbows, tears through monsters one after another. Kim thinks, Seoul's looking like a monster herself. No fear, no hesitation, just reckless fighting. In the middle of the brawl, a bat monster bites her neck. But right away, Seoul grabs its head, twists it so hard its skull cracks, and tosses it aside. The monster realizes too late it picked the wrong person to mess with. Her face lights up with excitement. Finally, the fight she'd been waiting for was here. Kim thinks, she's actually enjoying this, but it's so dark I can barely see. Wish I could help. Let's check the system. Maybe there's something useful. He checks, and a notification pops up. A special item's available inside the laboratory. Meanwhile, Seoul keeps wrecking monsters. Claws, fists, elbows. She's unstoppable. Even after taking down so many, she doesn't look tired at all. Her spirit's burning brighter. Seoul thinks, all right, who's next? But then she notices every monster has stopped looking at her. Their focus shifts somewhere else. Seoul, hey, what the hell are you guys looking at? Just then, a loud sound echoes behind them. A portal opens up, and out comes a strange device. Narrator, this is an upgraded piece of gear, kind of like one of those mosquito zappers, except this one's built to wipe out monsters. Its light pulls them in, and the electric charge inside fries them. Its rank, rare type. Inside the portal, Kim is just chilling, looking relaxed. Kim, wow, this thing actually works pretty well. Seoul snaps at him. Are you kidding me, Kim? I'm over here busting my ass fighting, and you're just sitting back, letting a machine do all the work? Kim, hey, no, I'm helping you. Can't you see that? Seoul, you're not helping, you're interfering. I was just starting to enjoy myself and you had to ruin it. Kim, are you out of your mind? This isn't some competition to see who fights harder. We need to take these things out fast. Seoul, thinking angrily, he's gotten so arrogant. Now he's even butting into my fights. Meanwhile, a skeleton named Terrace is watching from a distance. He heads back to report to his lord, the Skeleton King. Terrace, my lord, I saw it with my own eyes. A magician is using an artifact, and there's also a human with skills on par with mine. Skeleton King, clearly troubled. Dealing with just a magician was already tough. Now where did this human come from? How are we supposed to handle both? He turns to Lancel. I've got no choice left. I have to summon you. Lancel, my lord, are you certain? If a 7th rank warrior gets summoned to Earth's dimension, the Chamber of Commerce won't stay quiet. Skeleton King, but I don't have another option. That magician is at least 8th rank. I might be his equal in rank, but my strength is weaker. My other knights don't stand a chance against him. If we don't go this route, our defeat is guaranteed. Lancel, as you command, my lord. Skeleton King, with a heavy heart. Terrace, forgive me. I'll need your sacrifice. Terrace willingly offers his life. His mana stone is taken, and it's used to summon Lancel's original form. Slowly, Lancel's spirit manifests, and his true form begins to take shape. The scene shifts back to Kim. His broken artifact transforms into a new weapon, a baseball bat surrounded by crackling lightning. Though its rank dropped from rare to semi-rare, its attack power had gotten even deadlier. Kim hands the weapon to Sol. Sol, smiling with excitement, "Wow, this is way better than before." She spins it around quickly, testing the weight. Kim thinks, even though the rank dropped, the system-made weapon still packs a punch. Sol, Kim, your power's incredible. I don't even get how your skills work, but thanks for this weapon. Fighting these monsters is going to be a lot easier now. Kim, a little awkward. Don't flatter me too much, though it's weird that it downgraded from rare to the semi-rare. Sol laughs. Semi-rare isn't really worse than rare. For me, this is perfect. Kim notices her scratching her neck. Kim, why are you doing that? Looks like a mosquito bit you. Sol, casually, not a mosquito. That bat monster bit me, but that doesn't mean I'm turning into a vampire. Kim panics. Wait, what? A bat monster bit you? But you were in my subspace. There shouldn't be any infection there. I don't think you'll turn into a vampire. Sol smirks. Relax, Kim. I'm fine. But it's strange. I feel this weird craving for blood. Almost like I want to take a bite out of your neck. Kim freaked out. No, don't. Don't joke like that. You're scaring me. Sol, I'm serious though. Promise me something. If I ever start turning into a vampire, kill me right there. I'd rather die human than live as something else. Right then, a booming voice shakes the room. Everyone looks up. Skeleton King himself has arrived. Skeleton King. So the magician finally shows up. But what I don't get is, why would someone that dangerous even bother coming to a low-level world like Earth? And why meddle in my territory? What business do you have here? Kim and Sol glance at each other, stunned. They had no idea what magician he was talking about, what territory meant, or how the Skeleton King could speak so perfectly. Skeleton King, it'd be better for you to answer me honestly. You came here through an arc, didn't you? You've got nothing to lose, and neither do I. So why don't we settle this in a fight? Sol, arc? What the hell are you talking about? Kim, I don't get it either. What's this guy even saying? Skeleton King, furious. So you think you can fool me with words? I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. If you really want to die, then let's finish this now. At that moment, Lancel steps forward. What once looked like a normal knight now appears in terrifying armor, radiating menace. Seeing him, Sol actually smiles. Sol, now this is refreshing. Perfect chance to test out my new electric blade. Kim, stay out of it this time. This one's mine. But before she can prepare, Lancel strikes with a devastating attack. The pressure shakes the whole place. Sol struggles under his power. Her electric blade starts to dim. She realizes, shocked, I should have reinforced this blade more. Then in a flash, the blade shatters. Sol pulls back just in time to save herself. Kim, looks like that semi-rare weapon wasn't as strong as we thought. Sol, no, the weapon wasn't weak. The knight in front of us, he's just that strong. Now fully revealed, Lancel looks every bit the deadly skeleton knight. Kim thinks, if my sister's admitting someone's this powerful, then yeah, this guy's no joke. Kim, I'm running low on mana stones. I used most of them making your blade. If I kill him, can I take his mana stone? Sol snaps. What the hell are you saying? Whoever kills it gets the stone. That's the rule. The knight seems surprised when Kim launches his bowling ball attack. But with one swing of his sword, Lancel destroys all three in an instant. Kim keeps throwing them, and Lancel keeps cutting them down just as fast. Kim, shocked. That kind of perfect defense? I didn't think it was even possible. Sol seizes the moment and lands a punch to his face, following up with more strikes. Then one of Kim's bowling balls slams into the knight's head, knocking him back. Still, the knight steadies himself before hitting the ground. Not a single scratch marks his armor. Kim thinks, this is exactly like when I faced that strongest weapon. This guy's on the same level. This situation's bad. Sensing the danger, Kim recalls himself and Sol into his subspace. The Skeleton King roars, Lancel, after them! Inside, Sol is furious. Sol, why'd you pull me back? All you care about is his mana stone, isn't it? Kim, no. Listen, he blocked every one of my attacks. That's dangerous. Up until now, my bowling balls destroyed every knight. But this one, not even a scratch. Soul uneasy. So he's an enemy we can't handle. Suddenly, the knight vanishes and reappears, striking Kim's portal with his blade. His speed is beyond comprehension. Kim thinks, nobody's supposed to break into my portal. What if he actually shatters it? Soul, we've got to admit it. This knight's strength is on another level. Kim realizes just how bad it is. He summons all his drones and unleashes a barrage of attacks. But even at point-blank range, Lancel blocks them all with ease. Kim, stunned. At this distance, he can still defend everything? That's insane. Watching, the Skeleton King laughs. Skeleton King. Pathetic. They're hiding behind a dimensional gate, throwing out these useless attacks. Still, I'll give them this. I can't figure out their strategy. But it doesn't matter. When two air rankers fight, one has to fall, and this mage is making a huge mistake. Lancel is no ordinary knight. He can defend against anything. Lancel was a 7th-ranked knight. None of Kim's attacks could touch him. He was completely immune. The Night King thinks, if I hadn't summoned Lancel, I'd already be dead. Facing the Chamber of Commerce's punishment is one thing, but losing my life? Never. Kim keeps firing non-stop. Bowling balls pile up around Lancel. The skeletons watch, baffled. The Night King thinks, so many attacks in such a short time, it's dangerous. But why aren't they using magic? Why rely only on items? They're not using magic at all. They're relying only on their item efficiency. Kim doesn't stop attacking, but his mind keeps racing, trying to figure out how to deal with the Skeleton Knight. Kim thinks, if I want to beat this thing, I need to enhance my weapons, or craft new ones. But I'm out of mana stones. I spent them all on transformations and gear. Now I can't make any big upgrades. Even my strongest attack, the bowling ball, doesn't work on this knight. If he camps outside my portal, how the hell are we supposed to get out of here? Then the Night King's voice booms from behind. Stop! Hearing that, Kim orders his chest. Stop! Hold the attacks. Silence falls. The Skeleton King steps forward and says, you're not a mage. You're human. Your real ability is duplicating anything, isn't it? Kim replies, yeah, exactly. Now it all makes sense. The Night King says, that's why you could keep attacking for so long. I should have realized it earlier. Lancel, lower your blade. We don't need to fight them anymore. They're not our enemies. They could be our business partners. Lancel lowers his sword. As my lord commands. Kim and both look shocked. Kim says, business partner? What the heck are they even talking about? None of this makes sense. The Night King explains, yes, you're humans, so you don't understand. Let me explain. Those skeleton knights you fought along the way, they gave you enhancement stones when you beat them. This castle you're looking at, it's part of that same process. This place is called Camelot, an artifact. It can turn the energy of the living into enhancement stones. Kim thinks, so that's how the process works. The Night King goes on, enhancement stones upgrade your weapons and abilities, but they have even greater powers. For example, with Camelot, you can control 12 knights. Even Lancel here is part of Camelot. These stones are incredibly valuable, and you've got the ability to copy them. So why not join forces with us? He looks straight at Kim and says seriously, this is the biggest opportunity of your life. At first it'll take time to make stones, but later it'll be easy. Together we'll have unlimited power. What do you say? Kim's eyes light up. Kim says, Night King, that idea is amazing. With the info you just gave me, all my problems are solved. Thanks a ton. Right away, Kim orders his subspace. Pax, store Camelot inside the subspace. Camelot suddenly vanishes, and the entire city is freed. The Night King shouts in shock, What? What happened? Where's my Camelot? Kim answers, Man, its real size is tiny. Seriously, that's amazing. Looks like a toy. Kim laughs. Yeah, it really does look small. Seeing that, the Night King bursts with rage. How dare this little creature mock me, the Skeleton King? I poured my life and strength into this, and you treat me like a joke? In anger, he charges up a deadly energy blast and hurls it at the portal. It explodes in a violent shockwave. But nothing happens to Kim, because no attack can affect the portal without his permission. Kim says calmly, Your name was Lancel, right? Can you finish this Skeleton King for me? Lancel bows. As my lord commands. The Skeleton King panics. Wait a second. But Lancel doesn't hesitate. With one strike, he cuts the Skeleton King in half. His core shatters and his body vanishes, leaving only a crown on the ground. Lancel sheathes his blade, picks up a yellow crystal, and says, "My lord, the task is complete." At that moment, Kim sees a system notification. Lancel's ownership has transferred to him. All of the Skeleton King's mana stones are now his. Kim counts. 3,086 mana stones. That many? Kim beams with joy, but Sol gives him a dark look and says, "Hand over half to me." Kim, startled. "Half? No way." Sol argues, "Don't forget, I saved your life." A playful sibling fight breaks out. Kim remembers that, yeah, Sol really did save him once. But stubbornly he says, "You're being way too greedy. Sure, you saved me, but I also spent mana stones to make you that baseball bat. I'll give you 500 stones. Sol snaps. "What, is your life worth just 500 stones? Kim shrugs coolly. "You're already living in my subspace. Honestly, I shouldn't give you any." Hearing that, Sol instantly changes her tune. She laughs. Fine, 500's good. Next time we'll split 'em better." Kim finally gives her 500 stones and says, "Whatever you get, you should accept with gratitude." Sol smiles, happy with her share, then asks, "So what do we do with this Lancel guy now?" Just then, Lancel kneels and hands Kim the yellow crystal. "My lord, as ordered, the Skeleton King's head is yours." A little later, Kim notices Yongsu's daughter happily sitting on Lancel's helmet, playing. Kim thinks to himself, no matter how dangerous Lancel is, Yuzhong's comfortable around him. Probably because everyone's been bored stiff inside my subspace. Julie watches and thinks, "This skeleton knight is so kind. I never thought we'd meet a character like him." Sol said, "Yu really looks strong. His punches are pretty impressive." Kim said, "Oh yeah? How can you say the Night King is a good person? He's not even human. Then what do we call the ones who truly belong to this earth?" And Julie said, "I don't know exactly, but we can still judge someone by their behavior. Anyway, forget all that. What's our next destination? Are you planning to head toward Dubo City now?" Kim said, "Yeah, our elder brother lives there. His house is in that city, so we have to go." Julie looked a little tense and said, "These are dangerous times, but are you planning to leave right away? I think you should get proper rest first. If you keep using your powers nonstop without any break, you might collapse suddenly. That could be extremely dangerous. My advice is to rest here tonight and set out at sunrise." Hearing that, Kim thought, Julie's advice really makes sense. He looked ahead. Yongsu's family was enjoying their time together. Yongsu tried to impress his daughter, saying, "Next time, I'll become like the Night King and entertain you." But his daughter laughed and said, "Daddy, you're so boring." "I like the Night King better." His wife added, "Yeah, your date really is boring. You can't play any role properly." The whole family laughed together. Watching them, Kim thought, "This is good. Since the Night King is here, we'll stay the night. We'll leave after sunrise." A little while later, Yongsu's daughter fell asleep, resting her head on his feet. Yongsu said, "All right, since we're not leaving now, I'm going to sleep too. We'll head out sharp at 6 a.m. Kim said, "Don't worry, get proper rest." From behind, Sol said, "This little girl made such a fuss about not going near her dad, and look at her now, sleeping so easily on his back." Kim replied, "A father's shoulder and back are always the strongest and safest place for a child. That's why she can sleep so peacefully." Then Kim looked toward Lancel and said, "I think we should prepare a base for you to stay in." He pulled out Camelot. Camelot's size could grow or shrink depending on the number of mana stones used. Inside, it had plenty of features that would be useful in the future. Kim thought, no matter how many mana stones I put in, this thing absorbs all that power and expands. Right now, I just need a space for 12 people. Let's test it with 300 mana stones. As soon as he used 300 mana stones, Camelot expanded, enough to house 12 people, but still small compared to a full city. Kim said, "This should be sufficient for 12 people." Lancel said, "I don't mind living here, my lord, but for your dignity, this place feels too small." Sol was shocked and said, "Even after using 300 mana stones, it's still this small? How many stones did the Skeleton King use to cover an entire city?" Lancel replied, "Can't say for sure, but probably around 10,000 mana stones." Everyone was stunned. Kim thought to himself, "I assumed Camelot would fit into my subspace, but its true size was built with 10,000 mana stones. Something that massive could never fit inside my subspace." Then Kim said, "Sol, aren't you going to rest now? Our number one sister already went to bed. Sol said, I was waiting for the right moment to ask something personal. Lansal, could you teach me your swordsmanship? Your skill is really impressive. Kim was surprised. I didn't expect Sol to ask that. Lansal replied, all right, but in return you'll have to teach me your fist technique. Sol got excited and said, you've got sharp eyes. My training is really tough, so don't take it lightly. But yeah, I'll teach you. Why don't we start with a quick sparring session right now? The two began sparring. Kim knew they would keep fighting for a while, so he went inside to get some rest. Before leaving, he felt relieved knowing someone as strong as Lansal had now become his ally. The next morning, an army had gathered outside the portal, since the wall was already down. Everyone was communicating from their bases. Kim and Yong-Soo watched from the subspace. Yong-Soo said, looks like morning's here. They're getting ready to head out. Kim replied, no, I feel like something's not right. Suddenly, a helicopter landed right in front of them. Both Kim and Yong-Soo were surprised. The helicopter door opened and a commander stepped out. The commander said, hello, Kim and Yong-Soo? Kim said, oh, we meet sooner than expected, Commander. The commander said, yeah, as soon as I heard the city walls had fallen, I started searching for you last night. I combed through the whole city, but only just found you now. Hearing that, Kim grew uneasy and said, the walls fell last night, and you've been searching since then? Don't tell me you're here to pressure us into rejoining you. The commander shook his head. No, nothing like that. I came to deliver urgent news. You were planning to travel by helicopter, right? Don't ever do that. The first unit has taken over the entire air defense base. Anything that flies gets shot down instantly by their system. Kim and Yong-Soo were stunned. The commander explained further. When we abandoned our city, investigations into the first unit's documents began. Everything checked out. The first unit staged a coup and started spreading their power across cities. Jahan City and Sen City had already fallen under their control, and now they were advancing toward Dubo City. They even swallowed up the capital's defense army. We tried sending drones and special equipment, but as soon as they entered their territory, everything was shot down immediately. That made it clear their defense system was extremely powerful, impossible to penetrate. The commander said, our forces are in a dire situation, and I remembered, your final destination was Nabu City. That's why I rushed to stop you. Whatever you do, don't head through Dubo City. Instead, take the route through Nan City. It's not completely safe either, but it's a lot better than Dubo City. Kim said, thank you, Commander. We were considering using a helicopter, but you've made it clear we can't go with that option. The commander said, I'm glad I made it in time to give you this warning. Your safety matters to me. Kim thought, this news is terrible. My true goal is to reach Nabu City, where my parents are. But I'll have to pass through Dubo City, because my older brother lives there. As the first unit keeps tightening its grip on Dubo City, I can see they'll soon take full control. Then things will spiral into chaos. The real problem isn't the monsters anymore. It's the rebels. They're far more dangerous. My brother, his wife, and my parents are stuck fighting both monsters and rebels at the same time. That's a nightmare. I think the real enemy here is the rebels themselves. The only solution is to fight them. If we waste time, it'll only get worse. We have no choice but to confront the first unit. Kim called over Lan Seal and said, Commander, you asked me if I was the one who defeated the Skeleton King? Yes, that was me, and as you can see, this is Lan Seal. Lan Seal stepped forward, looking firm and powerful. The commander gasped in fear. What? The Skeleton Knight? Kim said, no need to panic. He's part of our group now. And besides, my older brother is in Dubo City, which means a clash with the first unit is unavoidable. We'll have to fight these rebels. Why don't we start planning together to crush them? The commander felt a wave of relief and said, of course, why not? In his heart, he was thrilled. He needed Kim's strength, and now his confidence grew. Knowing that with Kim by his side, they stood a chance of overpowering the first unit. The scene shifted. Near the first unit's base, a goblin soldier stood guard with an anti-air missile, while another guarded a cage filled with humans. This base didn't belong to humans at all. It was controlled by goblins. From a distance, Lan Sao watched everything in his spirit form. His eyes scanned the soldiers, how many there were, where they were moving, which cages held prisoners. Then his gaze fixed on two goblins. One had 3 stars on his shoulder, marking him as a high-ranking officer. The two were deep in conversation, and Lan Sao focused carefully, trying to catch their words. Lansal was able to take spirit form thanks to one of Camelot's effects. It could summon a knight either in physical form or in spiritual form. As a spirit, they had no physical body, meaning no physical attack could harm them. In that form, they could easily pass through walls and travel great distances. Summoning a spirit required 1 enhancement stone and 500 mana stones. The cost was the same as summoning a knight in physical form. This detail hadn't been clear when Camelot was first described, but now it was obvious that both forms required the same cost. Kim thought, now I understand. A knight can be summoned either as a spirit or with their armor in physical form. Both cost the same. Once summoned as a spirit, they can even be switched to physical form, but that requires additional mana stones. Kim said, in short, right now, spirit form is the best option. It lets us scout the enemy's movements easily. That's exactly what Lansol had been tasked with. Scout the enemy area. Identify their troop size, locations, anti-aircraft guns, and special figures. Lansal reported everything he had seen, every bit of information he gathered, and passed it all to Kim. The intel was so detailed that now forming a strategy became possible. Kim said, in war, information always gives the biggest advantage, but the downside is that Lansal can't move too far away from me. That's why I had to set up camp close to the enemy base. The good thing is, Lansal finished his scouting in just 2.5 hours. Lansal gives Kim his report. I saw soldiers there whose bodies were mutated, almost goblin-like, and in those iron cages around 200 humans were locked up for sacrifice. Not only that, they were talking about someone who, once he arrives, the whole world will change. There's also a suspicious guy at brigadier level. Kim is shocked and says, are those guys connected to the rebellion? And why are they keeping civilians like hostages? And who are the 2 people you mentioned, the priest and that unknown man? They seem to value so much. Lansal says, I don't know who the priest or that other person is, but my guess is they're trying to gather force. Kim asks, what do you mean by gathering force? Lansal explains, dimensions are divided into ranks. Force is a kind of ability that helps climb higher in the hierarchy. Lower beings can't harm someone with higher force. For example, if someone at 8th rank attacks someone at 9th rank, the 8th ranker won't make much impact. Kim remembers, that's exactly what happened when I fought the Skeleton Knight. At first I couldn't beat him, but as soon as my power increased, I destroyed him easily. Sol asks, so you're saying ordinary people can be sacrificed to gain higher rank? Lansal says, yes, exactly. Sacrifice is a shortcut to power. I think they made a contract with some lower division being to gain high-rank power. Kim, angry, says, wait, what do you mean by these new beings? Where are they coming from? Lansal says, I'm not sure either. Kim says, so basically you're saying they're sacrificing civilians to climb ranks? Lansal says, yes, my lord. Sol, furious, says, if that's the case, then we need to wipe them out. Kim says, if it were that easy, we wouldn't be stuck in the middle of this mission right now. The commander says, Lansal's info is extremely valuable. Now it's confirmed there's a brigadier-level leader there, and also 9 anti-aircraft guns. The problem is, their defense line is way too strong. If we launch an operation, they'll surely call for reinforcements. And if the first unit arrives, it'll be an all-out war. He continues, if the first unit comes, things will get really bad, because we don't even know their size or weapons. If we call for backup from nearby bases, we risk a counterattack. And if the target realizes we're striking, they'll try to move those anti-aircraft guns. Kim thinks, waiting for support is risky too, because my brother is in that area. If we delay too much, he'll be in danger. Lansal suggests, if anti-aircraft guns are the problem, then why not summon another knight? Kim says, summoning any knight requires 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones. I've got the magic stones, but no enhancement stone. Lansal, I could unsummon you, take your enhancement stone, and summon you again. But that doesn't mean your power would increase. Still, I need another enhancement stone. And I don't think I can solve that right now. Also, if I summon another knight instead of you, I doubt Sol could handle that situation alone. And I can't duplicate enhancement stones or mana stones. Lansal thinks for a moment and says, I just remembered you actually got an enhancement stone when you defeated the Skeleton King. Kim is shocked. Skeleton King? When did I get that? I don't even remember. Actually, at that time, Lansal had given Kim the enhancement stone after killing the Skeleton King, but Kim completely forgot. Now, with such an important thing forgotten, Everyone just stares at Kim. Feeling embarrassed, Kim says, "Actually, I just never recovered it, so it slipped my mind." Then Kim asks, "Lancel, which knight should I summon?" Lancel says, "All of Camelot's 12 knights are highly skilled and loyal. Whichever you summon, he won't disappoint you. But for this situation, I recommend summoning Shooter." Kim says, "Shooter? Why him?" Lancel explains, "From the name itself, you can tell. He's a genius in shooting skills and archery, specialized in long-range combat." Hearing this, Kim gets excited. "I'm already getting goosebumps just hearing his name. I need to summon him right away." Scene shifts. Now we see the iron cages where humans were imprisoned. 3 or 4 were in terrible condition, but one girl still looks somewhat fine. Suddenly, a goblin soldier shows up and says, "Hey, you, orange t-shirt girl." The girl asks, "Are you talking to me?" Goblin soldier says, "Yeah, you. Out of everyone here, your shape looks the best. I can help you escape. And no, it's not a trap." The girl is confused about what he means. Then the goblin gives her a lustful look and says, "If you do me a little favor, I'll help you get out of here." His eyes are clearly roaming over her body. But before the girl can even react, the goblin's head is cut off and falls to the ground. Seeing the goblin dead, the girl's eyes light up with strange joy. It was Lancel who struck him down. Not only did he kill the goblin, he also broke open the cage lock. The girl steps out of the cage, still wondering, what just happened? But then suddenly, an attack comes flying. A bowling ball floating in the air. The goblin soldiers look up and ask, "What the hell is that?" One soldier recognizes it. "Wait, that's a bowling ball." In the next instant, the bowling ball crashes down on an anti-aircraft gun, destroying it completely. The explosion shakes the whole area. Other goblins panic. What was that noise? But then, the rear anti-aircraft gun also blows up. From a distance, Shooter is launching bowling balls with his slingshot-like equipment. Even with only one arm, he takes down tons of goblins. Flashback. Lancel says, "I forgot to mention, Shooter only has one arm." Kim is shocked. "What? How can such an amazing archer fight with just one arm?" Lancel explains, "He's truly a genius. He used to be a champion under the Duke, but the Duke grew jealous and cut off one of his arms. Since then, Shooter trained endlessly, mastering javelin-like arrows with just one arm. After years of training, he reached mastery and earned his place among Camelot's 12 knights." Kim says, "No way. That sounds impossible. Can he really destroy anti-aircraft guns from such a distance?" Lancel replies, "My lord, I've always been a believer in you, and I know these knights very well. If Shooter is given the right position, he'll take care of them from afar with ease." Kim still finds it harder to believe, but he trusts Lancel. Meanwhile, Shooter launches another bowling ball and takes down another anti-aircraft gun. On the hill, goblin soldiers notice the explosions. One goblin turns back and sees his buddy already lying dead. Nervously, he asks, "What the hell are you doing down there?" But standing before him is Lancel, looking like death itself. The goblin, trying to muster courage, says, "What are you doing here? This isn't a place just anyone can enter." Scene shifts. Kim thinks, the system window keeps popping up. "You collected 4 mana stones. You collected 8 mana stones. This is insane. Having a dimension portal is just too convenient. I don't even need to be there myself. Wherever the Night King defeats demons, the crystals automatically come to me. Wow, this is too easy. But am I doing something wrong? Is that why I'm getting so many mana stones?" Then Yongsu looks ahead and is stunned. A flare shoots into the sky and explodes. Kim says, "That was actually the signal. I told Lancel to fire it once the guns were destroyed." Yongsu says, "Wow, Lancel really is a true knight. He should be proud of himself. He completed the mission so fast." The commander says, "If we've got warriors like that, we don't even need special forces." Yongsu says, "You're right, their skills are unmatched." The commander says, "Let's move forward too." Kim thinks, special forces, not a bad idea. Scene shifts to Shooter. Looking at the map, he thinks, "Man, this is so confusing. My first mission's done, fired the flare too. But why are there so many stars and arrows on this map? What exactly did Lancel's orders mean? Do I go this way or that way? If only I had a horse, I could scout this faster." Scene cuts to Lancel. He stomps a goblin soldier down with his boot and says, "Just answer what I'm asking. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold back. If I use more force, you'll die. Tell me, who gave you the shortcut? What's your plan? And how big is the first unit?" The goblin says, you already know so much about us. Fine, I'll tell you a name. Tony. Lan Sal is shocked. Tony? Who the hell is that? The goblin says, yeah, and in our army, there are plenty of people at 8-tier level. Lan Sal says, what do you mean? Tell me the plan clearly. He strikes the goblin in the face. The goblin, seizing the chance, breaks a window and runs. Outside, soldiers see him and rush over, worried. Commander, are you all right? The chairman says, bring me a motorcycle right now. Then Lan Sal shows up and says, trying to run is useless. As long as I'm here, you won't escape. The soldiers step forward to protect their chairman and say, sir, you get out of here. We'll take care of this man. Reinforcements will be here any moment. Lan Sal smirks and says, wow, you're really ready to throw your lives away for this useless chairman of yours? I didn't expect that. Goblins are better than you. At least they've got purpose. You're nothing but hollow-headed fools. Here's a little advice. Learn to hold your tongue. Then the goblin speaks. Even in our main army, there are soldiers at the 8th tier. If I eat 10 more humans, I'll reach the 8th tier myself. Lan Sal asks, you're saying every goblin soldier got their strength by eating human flesh? The goblin laughs. Of course. That's why we look like this. Smart ones adapt to the changes of the world. Lan Sal immediately wipes out the soldiers. The chairman, running away, looks back and sees his men destroyed in just seconds. Watching this, the goblin starts trembling. Suddenly, a chopper appears overhead. Yong-Su's flying it. Yong-Su says, all right, let's get down there quick. Kim thinks, that's going to be too dangerous if we land. Maybe I should throw it straight into subspace instead. The goblin chairman looks up, shocked. How can a chopper show up without government clearance? That means these guys are government forces. The goblin sacrifices one of his men and starts devouring his body. Even Lan Sal is stunned. Kim arrives at that moment and says in disbelief, what the hell is happening? Lan Sal says, he's advanced to 8th tier. The goblin transforms from a mere soldier into a terrifying creature. Kim says, he gave up his humanity just to reach 8th tier. Lan Sal says, it's a shortcut, but that path forces you to sacrifice your humanity. The goblin unleashes his new power and charges to attack. Kim asks, Lan Sal, what tier are you right now? Lan Sal answers, I'm still at 7th. I don't need to push further. Shooter will handle this. Shooter strikes from the rooftop and says, I followed my instincts, right place, right time. With just one strike, the 8th tier goblin is killed. Kim gains 322 mana stones, bringing his total to 3,542. Right then, the operation chief arrives, surveying the situation, and reports. Thanks to your 2 knights, we destroyed the enemy's key factors. The remaining forces were eliminated with ease. Civilian rescue is proceeding smoothly. We didn't face any real issues. Kim says, glad to hear that. A soldier asks, sir, what happened to the commander here? He glances over and sees a dead goblin in horrific condition. The soldier says, what the? How did this man turn into a goblin like that? Kim asks, Lan Sal, did you find out anything about their plan? Hey, sir, Lan Sal says, sorry, I couldn't learn much. I only found out that a high-tier man named Tony was in contact with him. Beyond that, it wasn't clear. Kim asks, Tony, do you know anything about this man? Lan Sal replies, no, I've never heard that name before today. Ding. Kim turns to the operations chief. Do we head back now? The chief says, yes, you can return. We'll stay a while, search the commander's room, and check the documents. There might be new intel inside this building. Kim asks Lan Sal, which room was the commander's? Lan Sal says, the one you can see on the 4th floor. That was his. There were plenty of documents in there, but collecting them all will take a lot of time. The operation chief says, leave that work to us. Document processing is critical. We'll handle it. Kim says, Pax, can you store all the office documents and maps under the military category? The system calculates and says, there are approximately 5,086 papers. Processing will cost 120 mana stones. Kim approves, then tells the chief, Pax will take care of it. We need the information as fast as possible so I can reach my family. Then a system notification pops up. Some documents cannot be stored under military category. 2 documents are being separated. Seeing them, Kim is surprised. One paper says, Dimension Being Registration Form. Lan Sal explains, that document helps raise your tier. Kim asks, and the second one? Lan Sal says, that's also a tier-up document, but it's a shortcut. The result is that the person turns into a goblin. Kim, shocked, says, so they had the proper method to tear up without becoming goblins, but they still chose the goblin path? Lensal explains, because registration requires certain conditions, like mana stones and a dimension account. Earth is still new to this, not fully explored. Very few can meet those requirements. But Kim, you're different. You killed an 8th tier, so you gained a dimension account, and you've met the rest of the requirements too. You can officially register as a dimension being. If you sign the official form, you won't turn into a goblin. The official registration form automatically changes to the signer's own language. That's how you know it's the real one. Kim looks at the form. It appears in his language. The requirements show he needs 1,000 mana stones to register. The next moment, he signs it. 1,000 mana stones are deducted from his account, and the document vanishes into thin air. Kim, astonished, says, "That's all I had to do?" Lansal says, "Yes, that's it." Then outside, a soldier rides up on a motorcycle and says, "Commander, sorry, I got stuck on the way." He looks around and is stunned. Dead bodies everywhere. Up on the building, Shooter is sitting. Seeing the motorcycle, Shooter asks, "Is that some kind of horse?" Kim thinks, "There were over 40,000 military documents here, but I had to reach my family fast, so I couldn't check them all one by one. The operation chief said he'd handle it." The commander says, "I hope your family's safe and that you find them soon." Kim replies, "Yeah, we need to hurry so I can track them down." He thinks to himself, "We launched this attack to make sure the rebels wouldn't realize government forces were behind it. But now word is out that Dubo City has been taken over by rebels. That's a dangerous situation." Kim says, "Yongsu will drive, and you, Julie and Saul, stay with the 2 skeleton soldiers. I'll drive separately. The plan is to use civilian vehicles instead of military ones, so the enemy won't suspect we're soldiers." But Kim thinks, "The problem is every vehicle I've got in my subspace is military related. There isn't a single civilian vehicle available. Looks like I'll have to use the electric bicycle. Maybe I'll run into another vehicle on the way. It'll be slow, but I don't have any other choice right now." Or Kim inspects the motorcycle and asks, "Where'd you get this bike from?" Shooter laughs and says, "Got it off a dead goblin. I thought it was funny and kind of interesting." Kim thinks, so this was the commander's motorcycle? That means it's military. He stores it in his subspace for 22 mana stones so he can duplicate it later. The scene shifts to the goblin area. 2 soldiers hear a noise and say, "What's that coming from over there?" They see a motorcycle approaching. The second soldier says, "That looks suspicious. I don't know who those guys are. Let's let them come closer, then figure it out." They both aim forward and say, "All right, once they get close, we'll know if they're enemies or our soldiers. Either way, we need to stay alert." Suddenly, Kim launches an attack with his bowling ball and takes one soldier out in a single strike. Before the other can react, Lansal comes in from behind and slices his neck, finishing him off. Just like that, the 2 of them move forward. Kim gets suspicious. He finally arrives at the place where his brother and sister-in-law live. He walks up to the door and starts knocking. "Brother, it's me, Kim. Are you in there?" Even after knocking for a long time, there's no answer. Kim shouts, "Brother, your little brother is here. Are you inside?" He knocks so hard, dents start forming on the door. Nervous about his brother's safety, he finally decides to unlock the door and step inside. As the room opens, the sight inside is horrifying. The walls are cracked, there are bullet holes everywhere, and the place is completely empty. Lansol says, "My lord, let me take the lead." Kim inspects the room and thinks, what the hell happened here? Could it be a monster attack? From the look of things, it feels like someone evacuated or just abandoned the place. Then he notices a strange letter on the table. Kim picks it up and reads. It says, in his brother's handwriting, "Julie Soul, I don't know which one of you is reading this, but I knew one of you would come here. The phones aren't working, so I'm leaving this note. We're heading to Novo City, where Father's workshop is. This place isn't safe, so we're going there for safety. Soldiers are kidnapping people around here. Something's not right, but nothing's happened to us yet. Your sister-in-law and I are heading to the workshop. The situation is dangerous, but don't worry, we'll survive. I hope you all do too." From behind, Lancel says, "There's no one here." Reading the letter, Kim thinks, at least they weren't hurt. Looks like they left before the first unit arrived. He hands the letter to Shooter and says, "Deliver this to my sisters." He opens a portal as well. Kim thinks, I don't know when my brother wrote this, but it's clear he left before the first unit showed up. so he's safe. But the situation's getting worse. Little by little, the first unit has taken over Novo City. Kim says, Lansal, we've got to move fast. We don't have time to waste. This time, I'll take the lead. Lansul, tense, replies, if you lead, you might run into problems. It'd be better if I took the lead. But then, outside the window, a helicopter lifts off. Inside is the same goblin who'd spotted Kim on the building earlier. He says, identification confirmed. Eliminate them. The goblin launches an attack from the helicopter. It's so powerful, Kim doesn't even have time to react. But strangely, he isn't hurt at all. Kim thinks, that should have wiped me out in an instant. But this helicopter is from the military base category. He says, Pax, store this helicopter under the military base category. It costs 141 mana stones, and the helicopter vanishes into storage. The goblin, shocked, thinks, why didn't he die from a machine gun attack? The helicopter disappears completely, sending the goblin crashing to the ground, dead. Kim says to Lansal, we need to move faster. We can't waste any more time. He thinks, we killed every goblin we ran into, and we even got a helicopter in good condition, fully armed. I just hope my family's safe. The scene shifts back to the goblin area. A few goblins are talking. A goblin priest says, the high priest ordered us to bring as many humans for sacrifice as possible. But lately, we haven't found many. What now? We don't have enough sacrifices. He scolds his soldiers. Why are you so damn slow? The other team already gathered 300 sacrifices and you've done nothing. One soldier replies, sorry boss, we tried our best. But without a high-tier supporter, it's not easy to take down that building. The priest says, if that's the case, you should have come to me first. I'll give you some men. Go gather the sacrifices quickly. Then the soldier calls another goblin, a high-tier one, and orders him, go, destroy that building. The goblin storms off angrily. Just then the sound of a motorcycle roars from behind. All the goblins turn their heads. One soldier says, Master, what's that sound? It doesn't take long for them to realize it's Kim, charging in on a motorcycle. Kim yells in rage, how dare you bastards come near my home? Lansel joins in, sword drawn, cutting down goblins left and right, while Kim unleashes relentless attacks. Soon the monsters are slaughtered, goblin corpses scattered across the ground. From a hall inside a nearby building, someone watches. People around him ask, Dad, why do you look so shocked? What's going on out there? Is there something surprising? The man says, it's nothing. But Kim is here, and he's not alone. He's riding a motorcycle, and there's a skeleton with him. And inside that house, we see many survivors. Kim's father appears in a past scene. He says, the good and bad things in life only feel balanced as long as you've got people around you. My mother used to tell me this over and over when I was a kid, to the point my ears were sore from hearing it. Honestly, I hated it. But as I lived my life, I realized every word she said was true. In business, I faced countless failures, got scammed big time. But the people who loved me always stood by my side. That's the only reason I made it this far. Now that I'm raising my own children, watching them grow, I try to teach them the same thing, just how important love really is. Over time, I built a dream to make a house big enough for all of us, where we could live comfortably with our kids. But when I studied construction, I realized the materials were way too expensive. Even building a small house felt impossible. So that dream just stayed buried. Years passed. My eldest son got married. My oldest daughter became a nurse. The next daughter became an athlete. And my youngest son returned after being discharged from the military. Their futures looked bright. But then suddenly, monsters appeared. Luckily, I owned a hardware store, so fighting them off wasn't too hard. We survived the monster attacks, but supplies ran short. We went hungry many nights, and the fear grew either the neighbors or monsters could attack us anytime. One day, my eldest son's in-laws found us here. Not long after, my son and daughter-in-law showed up too. That day, we just hugged each other and cried. But my daughter-in-law had an ability she could create alcohol, and from that, extract water. Then the monsters disappeared, but soldiers turned into monsters themselves. They tortured civilians, whether men, women, kids, or the elderly. Instead of protecting us, they ruined everything. We had no choice but to stay isolated. I only hoped my children were safe. Then I got a system notification my ability had unlocked. It was architect, meaning I could build and construct easily. I thought, Maybe I got this because of the dream I'd buried all those years. I was grateful. With this ability, I reinforced the house with strong walls and fences. With both mine and my daughter-in-law's abilities, we managed to survive. All the windows were sealed, no way out. Outside, goblins were plotting to tear the building down. Inside, I told them, yesterday there were soldiers around, and today they brought monsters this huge. They're determined to destroy this place. We've got no choice. I built an underground passage in the back. Shong, take everyone and go. Shong says, but father, what about you? He replies, this is an emergency. I made an exit, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Get out as quickly as you can. If you stay, you'll just be waiting for death. His wife says, honey, this is way too dangerous. Father says, don't worry about me. As soon as you escape, I'll try to get out as well. Suddenly, noises start coming from outside. Father quickly says, everyone, move now. It's time. But then he freezes, staring at something surprising. His wife asks, what is it? What's so bad out there? Father replies, no, it's not like that. Song presses him. Father, why are you hesitating? What's happening outside? Father finally admits, actually, Kim is here. He's riding a military motorcycle, and there are skeletons with him. The whole room falls into shock. Outside, Kim had already taken down all the enemies and was heading toward the house. But when he saw the fencing and heavy metal plates around it, he was caught off guard. He thought, this is definitely my home. But why are there barricades? What really matters is that my family is alive behind them. Then the front door opens. Kim sees his family and breaks down, hugging his father tightly as tears roll down his face. The family gets scared when they notice the skeletons, but Kim explains, they're all my summons. He then reveals a portal behind him, where his two sisters are calmly eating. When they look out of the portal and see their family, they can't hold back their emotions and start crying as well. A little later, Jesua prepares a meal for everyone. Kim's mother looks at the food and thinks, no matter where I go, I've always been confident in my cooking. But this food is on another level. She glances towards Jesua and realizes, it must have been her. She looks like a master chef from birth. Jesua smiles warmly and says, I'm so glad the food suits your taste. But Mother thinks to herself, no, I'm not going to give up that easily. She tells Jesua, the food you made is truly delicious. Let me prepare something refreshing for you too. She heads into the kitchen and within minutes whips up her signature dessert, Mama's special green grapes fresh cream dish. The moment Jesua takes her first bite, she feels a burst of refreshing flavor. She smiles and says, this dish is incredible. How did you make it? Mother replies with a modest smile, though a little boastful. Oh, it's nothing special. I just threw it together. Everyone enjoys the dessert, and the atmosphere turns warm and cheerful. Meanwhile, an old man approaches Lancelot and asks, do you know how to play chess? Lancelot answers, not chess exactly, but I've played a similar kind of game. The old man chuckles and says, then let me teach you how to play the real thing, and leads him away. On the other side, Shong hands Kim a mana stone and says, take this. It's a D-grade enhancement stone, with options for penetration and explosive power. Kim looks surprised. Where did you get this? Shong explains, while we were on our way here, we saw a rhino-type monster fighting a griffin-type monster. The griffin won and left the rhino's body behind. That's when I took this stone. But it's useless to me. It'll be better in your hands. Kim nods gratefully. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Shong laughs and says, don't be so thankful. We're family after all. Kim then tells him, I spoke with your in-laws. They're good people. I think they'll start feeling a little more comfortable now. Shong smiles. You've really matured. Since your discharge from the military, you've become so much more responsible. But do you remember when I first met you? Back then, you used to cry every time Sol beat you up. Kim laughs. Honestly, if Sol hit me even today, I'd probably cry again. Xiong jokes. Good thing I'm older than Sol, otherwise I would have ended up in the same situation as you. As he walks away, he adds, thanks for looking out for my in-laws. Kim looks at his brother's scar and thinks, that scar on his face. It shows how hard they fought just to make it here. If it weren't for father and sister-in-law's abilities, surviving would have been impossible. Their powers are truly invaluable. He approaches his father. Proudly, father says, Kim, I'm so happy today. The whole family is safe. Thanks to your ability, we're in a place where we don't need to worry about food or danger. Kim responds seriously. Dad, you always said good and bad things only exist as long as people are around. And you were right. At first, when I got my powers, I thought I'd never make it back to you. But when I started helping others, I realized the real goal is keeping the family safe. When we help others, we're also helping ourselves, and it brings peace of mind. It doesn't matter what kind of ability we have in the end. We're all human. If we're injured, we feel pain. If we face death, we feel fear. The truth is, we're all in the same boat, and if we don't help each other, there's no humanity left in us. Father smiles with pride. My son, I'm proud of you. Kim answers softly, and I'm grateful you're my father. They embrace and then head off to rest. The scene shifts to a military base. Soldiers are busy reading through documents. The operation commander tells them, "You've all done well, take a short break." One soldier grumbles, "If I have to read one more page, my eyes are going to pop out." Just then, a man rushes in and says, "Operation Commander!" Something strange just happened. A skeleton knight on a motorcycle arrived here claiming his lord is heading to Paju. The commander's eyes widen. "Lord, you mean Kim? Why would he be going to Paju?" Then it hits him. Wait, the 1st Army unit has set up their base camp in Paju. Don't tell me Kim is planning an all-out attack on them? Kim said, "What a beautiful day it is." He was riding forward on a motorbike with his knight by his side. The scene then shifted to Saul. She was getting ready for boxing practice. Saul started training, throwing punches and kicks with fierce strength, venting all her anger. Before long, the sandbag tore apart and fell across the floor. It wasn't the only one. Dozens of ripped bags were lying there. Frustrated, Saul shouted, "Pax, bring me the next sandbag. And why are you working so slowly?" Pax calmly replied, "We're moving at the pace we've been set to work with." From above, her brother Xiong was watching. He turned to Julie and asked, "Why is Saul so angry?" Julie answered, "It's because of Kim. She wanted to go outside and fight alongside him, but he refused. He told her there could be guns and tanks attacking, that it was too dangerous. So she wasn't allowed to leave, and now she's taking her anger out on them." Xiong looked surprised. "So that means Saul has awakened her ability too? But why does she even want to go out there? Why can't she just rest when it's that dangerous outside?" Julie said, "Let her be. You know how Saul is. And by the way, brother, I heard from my sister-in-law that you have a scar on your face. How bad is it?" Xiong replied, "It's fine, just a small scar. It'll heal in a few days." He glanced in the mirror and noticed the wound was almost gone. Xiong thought to himself, how did it disappear this fast? Could it be that I've awakened an ability too? Julie said, "Brother, don't be so dramatic. It was just a small scar." Xiong snapped back, "It wasn't small, Julie. Yesterday it was a deep cut, and now in just one day, it's almost healed." Julie rolled her eyes. "You're calling that a deep wound? What would you have done if you were with me at the hospital? There was a guy there whose skill was mind control. I had to stay on guard the whole time just so I wouldn't fall under his control." Just then, their mother called out from behind, "Kids, the food's ready." Julie dashed off like a bullet toward the dining table. Everyone else was told the food was ready too. Yong-Soo and the others were already enjoying themselves. Kim's mother said, "I made kimchi today. It's hot and fresh. Eat it while it's warm." Kim's father asked, "Where's your father?" "My father-in-law." She replied, "I don't think he'll be coming to eat." Kim's grandfather was sitting at the table watching a game. He thought to himself, Len Sao claimed he had never played this before, so how is he making such moves? Maybe I should learn from him? But in the end, Kim's grandfather lost the match. The scene shifted outside. Dozens of tanks were advancing, firing non-stop. Explosions shook the ground. Then, as the dust cleared, a portal appeared. From inside, missiles were launched. This was a new kind of weapon, rare rank, with options for penetration and explosion. As soon as the missiles hit, tanks were destroyed instantly. Within seconds, the entire fleet was eliminated. Kim thought, until now I didn't want to use heavy weapons like these because civilians could have been harmed. But thanks to Lansol's scouting skill, I know there are no civilians here, only the 1st Unit's army. Now I can use them freely. He continued thinking, the plan is simple. Lansol rescues the hostages, and I'll wipe out the rebel army's main force. Kim said, I had a Black Hawk helicopter, and I modified it with powerful weapons. I added an enhancement stone to the missile, and now its range reaches up to 100 meters with a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Explosions still rumbled in the distance. Kim thought the missile was already powerful, but with the enhancement, it's become incredible. Collecting mana stones will be much easier now. He calculated. For a level 4 upgrade, I'll need 10,000 mana stones. I should already have over 2,000 by now. But when he checked, he only had 1,890. Kim was stunned. How is it this low? I killed so many goblins. Then a system notification appeared. According to platform rules, 45% of earned mana stones must be given to Tony of the Mexican dimension. Another notification followed. According to platform regulations, 25% of earned mana stones must be given to High Priest Bong. Kim thought, Tony, Mexican dimension, and High Priest Bong? Both names sound familiar. He remembered that Lancel had mentioned them before. Just then, Lancel arrived. My lord, all enemy camps have been destroyed. The shooters are rescuing the survivors. They didn't need me there, so I came here. You're not injured, are you? Kim answered, No, I'm fine. He asked, You once said you heard the name Tony among the traitors. Do you know anything more? Lancel replied, Yes, one of them did mention Tony. Why do you ask? Kim said, Because the system deducted a huge portion of my mana stones as fees. It mentioned Tony from the Mexican dimension and Bong as High Priest. What exactly is this Mexican dimension? Lancel explained, It must be another place. That's probably Tony's home planet, or the name of his civilization. For example, you live on Earth, so we call it the Earth dimension. Kim nodded. I see, so that's how it works. Lancel continued, As for High Priest Bong, he's the traitor who started sacrificing our people to gain more power. The scene then shifted to Bong. System notifications were pouring in. According to platform rules, he was receiving his 25% cut. He looked at them in shock. Bong thought, Why are so many notifications coming all at once? Something feels off. Whose account is collecting this many magic stones? Why am I receiving them as fees? But at the same time, why are there constant explosions around my base? I don't hear helicopters, fighters, or tanks. Only blasts. Where are these powerful weapons coming from? And why hasn't anyone reported to me what's happening here? What on earth are they all doing? Suddenly, another missile struck, piercing through Bong's body. He collapsed. Meanwhile, Kim climbed up flight after flight of stairs. Exhausted, he said, Damn, I didn't realize this place was so high. I'm worn out just from climbing. Up ahead, Bong lay on the ground, a massive hole torn through him by the missile. But then, a red mist began to spread, slowly healing his wound. Kim thought in shock, What the hell is happening? Lancel said, He's definitely recovering. But why is that red, dark mist forming a cloud all around him? Now I see how this works. Bong stood back up, fully healed, and said, Truly amazing. A human accompanied by a skeleton knight. And not only that, the knight is loyal to him. Kim thought, How is this goblin speaking human language? Bong said, Actually, they were all human soldiers once, before transforming into goblins. That's a side effect of absorbing mana stones. The same side effect is what turned me into this. I warned them, but they were greedy. They kept consuming them for power. He went on, If you have a dimension account, then you're already above tier 8. I don't know where you got such an investment, but we can settle this peacefully. My proposal is simple. Stop the destruction and return to your place. I won't harm you. As you can see, you can't kill me. But if I choose to, I can kill you right here. I don't want to waste time fighting, because time is far too precious. Lancel snapped angrily. You talk about killing us, but you couldn't even lay a scratch on us. Kim thought to himself, Why is this guy suddenly talking about peace? A moment ago, he was causing a massacre. Honestly, I don't even know if I can kill him. That red mist around him keeps healing his body again and again. Lancel said he had seen the same thing around the camp before, but this is my first time witnessing it. Meanwhile, the red mist surrounding Bong grew even darker. The atmosphere itself began to change. Kim frowned. Why did the sky suddenly turn blood red? In the sky, a twisted, dangerous-looking eye appeared. Kim froze in shock. What the hell is that? Is this the power of some high ranker? Bong laughed. You look stunned. That means you've never seen a high ranker before today. Now you understand how powerful they are. It's true they can't come here directly because of the rank restrictions, but my Lord Tony is different. He can personally come through, and the only way he can connect here is through me. Then Bong smirked. Now, do you understand how much of a fool you are? But I'll give you one last chance. If you kneel down and beg for your life, I'll make you my right hand. Lancel couldn't bear the insult to his master. Enraged, he swung his sword and sliced Bong's head clean off, shouting, "How dare you! A mere goblin insulting my lord? Learn your place!" But Bong, even with his neck severed, smiled. His energy pulled his head back onto his body. Bong said casually, "Come on, you know this is useless. It doesn't matter how many times you kill me. I'll just keep coming back." He stood back up and taunted, "Your skills are nothing but an empty blade against me. They'll have no effect. But if you join me, I could actually help you increase your power." Lansal responded firmly, "Actually, I don't care. There's only one thing that matters, what my master wants. Any other threat, I'll cut it down." Bong laughed. "Looks like your brain is completely empty. Fine then, if that's what you want, I'll eliminate you instead." But Lansal calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. "At first, I was planning to cut you into little pieces, but now I've changed my mind. Since you can't die, I think it'll be better if I just beat you senseless." He threw a brutal punch right into Bong's face. Bong staggered back, then began healing once again, laughing. "Not bad. That punch was solid, but it's useless against me. I've become immortal." Lansal grabbed Bong by the hair and muttered, "I want to see if this so-called immortality really holds up." He began pounding Bong over and over with relentless punches. Bong had no choice but to take the beating. Watching, Kim thought, "Lansal is giving it everything he's got, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to beat Tony. Because of Tony, Bong keeps healing again and again. I need to do something. If I don't act, nothing will change. But how? I can't see any way to stop him." Suddenly, Kim remembered. "Back at the hospital, I managed to cut someone's connection, like a temporary treatment. Maybe I can do the same here. Cut Bong's connection." Kim shouted, "Lansal, throw him toward the portal." Bong's face was a mangled mess. Lansal immediately hurled him straight toward the portal. Right then, Kim's system flashed a notification. "Bong is attempting to enter subspace. Do you allow it?" Kim answered, "Yes." The portal opened, and Julie happened to be walking nearby. She paused, startled. Why did the portal suddenly open? Is Kim coming through? Then another notification appeared. "Unknown entity approaching." From inside, a rotting zombie-like version of Bong emerged. He looked far more terrifying and decayed than before. Julie screamed, "Ah!" But before he could reach her, Sol grabbed her from behind. Sol's face was burning with rage. Sol snarled, "Who is this guy? That's not Kim. That's not who I saw." Then she noticed Kim standing on the other side of the portal and burst out laughing. "Number 3. So there you are." She charged forward, ready to attack Kim. At the last moment, Kim quickly shut the portal before Sol could get through. He then unregistered Bong, forcefully ejecting him out of the subspace. Inside, Sol stood like a devil, her expression twisted with fury. She hissed, "I've been waiting. The next time you step through this portal, I'll make sure you pay." Kim froze, unable to react. "If I enter that portal in the future, what's going to happen to me? I was scared of Tony before, but Sol, she's even scarier." Just then, another system notification appeared. "Dimension account ownership transferring." Then another. "An existing dimension account detected. Mana stones will automatically merge. Result, total 4,823 mana stones." Kim muttered, "This many mana stones? That Bong must have stolen them from countless people. But why isn't the system deducting Tony's fee anymore?" He lifted his eyes toward the sky. It was clear now, with a bright full moon shining above. Kim asked, "Lansal, where did that guy go?" Lansal replied, "Like Bong said himself, he was the only one who could summon Tony. You cut his connection, so Tony vanished with him. Since it failed once already, I don't think Tony will be coming back to this world again." Hearing that, Kim collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. "Damn, I'm completely wiped out. I thought I was gonna die here. Funny thing is, I didn't even fight directly, but I'm still drained." A voice called from behind. "Kim, are you here?" Kim perked up. That voice, I know it. A group of soldiers approached. One soldier stepped forward. "Master Kim, are you all right? Did we get here in time?" Kim replied, "Yeah, you showed up at the perfect moment." The soldier asked, "Where's the first unit's company commander?" Kim pointed toward Bong's dried, lifeless body. "That was the commander." Over the walkie-talkie, reports came in. "All goblins have been eliminated. They turned into mummified corpses. No zombie survivors remain." The soldier gave an order. "Stay alert, rescue civilians, and start clearing the battlefield." He then bowed toward Kim. I don't know how you managed it, but Master Kim, you ended it all. Kim shook his head. I don't even know myself how it ended. I triggered some effects, but how the goblins turned into mummies? That's something I don't understand. The soldier said, Either way, thank you, Mr. Kim. Kim laughed lightly. No, don't thank me. I only did what I had to do. The soldier looked regretful. I should have realized sooner. I was wrong to try to push you into the military. I thought it would benefit you, but now I see it would have been pointless. I underestimated your abilities and influence. Forgive me, but I do have one more request. Will you help the people who are still wounded or traumatized? Kim replied firmly, Listen, I'm not making any deals with you. I'll help, but I won't join the military. Don't force me. I'll help when I want to. That's my decision, and it stays mine. But yes, we can work together for the future. They shook hands, and the soldier smiled with relief. Then he pulled out his walkie-talkie quickly. Just 1 second. I want to make sure you'll never lack military support, anytime, anywhere. I'm the chief of operations, and given the contribution Mr. Kim just made, wiping out an armored force and eliminating the rebel in Ryder, I hereby order that Kim be granted the rank of colonel. From now on, every member of the military will show him proper respect and cooperate with him without exception. You don't need to reply. Just keep working and pass this order down to every soldier. Kim blinked in disbelief. Wait, what are they doing? But the soldier had already snapped a salute. Colonel, what are your orders? How should we proceed? Kim flushed and stammered. No, wait, I'm not a soldier. I don't know how any of this works, so please, don't do this. The soldier answered calmly. If it makes you uncomfortable, feel free to ignore the formalities. Then he returned to his duties. Kim sighed. Man, I really went through a lot, but I never expected it to turn into this. He turned to Lancel and said, You worked hard on this mission too. Come on, let's get some rest. Lancel bows and says, Thank you for recognizing my hard work, my lord. But I gotta ask, what should we do about that shooter? Kim looks a little surprised. Oh, right, I almost forgot about him. Well, I still got the item retrieve function available. Let's just use that to pull him back. But then the system throws up a notification. Item is out of range, retrieval failed. Kim frowns. Huh? Why didn't that work? When I used it on number 2, it worked fine. Oh yeah, back then she was standing right in front of me. Guess this only works if the target's close enough. No big deal. If we can't do it that way, we'll just have to go to the shooter ourselves. Lancel speaks up. Allow me, my lord. I'll go and bring him here. Kim thinks nervously. No, I'm not going into subspace alone. Saul's probably waiting there, restless as hell. We'll go together. Besides, it's not like sitting around here will do us any good. I can level up my system while we're on the move. Just then, the system announces, Level up process initiated. Remaining mana stones, 4,823. Lancel thinks to himself, My lord, an idea comes to mind. The enemy soldiers have all been eliminated, civilians have been rescued, and the situation's under control. But where exactly is that shooter, and what's he doing right now? Scene shifts to the shooter. He's smirking. Well, look what I found. Good thing I decided to check these documents. Never figured I'd run into something this important in such a filthy old building. Already picked up 3 documents, and they're straight from Commander Bong's room, which means these are all Dimension Entity Registration application forms. Kim arrives and asks, Shooter, you found all this here? Weren't you searching for something else? Shooter answers, Yes, my lord. Kim nods. That's huge. These might be the key to dealing with that monster, Soul. As the portal opens, Soul is standing there waiting, looking all kinds of evil. From behind, Julie eggs her on. Go on, tear him apart. He surprised me earlier, now it's his turn. Kim gulps. Oh no, Saul really does look dangerous. Soul sneers. Even if Julie hadn't said it, I was still going to beat you. But before she strikes, Kim quickly holds out the documents. Take a look at these first. Saul glances at them. Dimension registration applications? Kim nods. Yeah, I wasn't trying to stop you from fighting. It's just, things outside were too dangerous, so I couldn't let you out. Honestly, I love watching you fight, 'cause you're the one who really crushes those monsters the hardest. Soul flips through the pages thinking. Kim breathes a little easier. Looks like I'm safe now. But suddenly Soul says, These documents show that if I want to apply, I need a Dimension account. Kim laughs nervously. Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. Before he can finish, Saul smashes him with a brutal punch to the face. Kim spins around like a top and crashes to the ground. Oh, she doesn't stop. She charges to keep pounding him. Kim scrambles up and bolts. Soul chases, demonic aura spilling off her body. Kim mutters, "At least, it doesn't hurt as bad as it should." The system chimes in. Subspace leveled up. Several new features unlocked. Life support system activated. Healing effect increased. Julie watches Soul thrashing Kim and laughs. Wow, what a fight! You think Kim's gonna survive this? Nearby, the knights' bodies start vibrating. Julie notices and blurts, "Lancel, what the hell's going on with you?" Then she yells out, "Kim!" Meanwhile, Soul's got Kim by the throat. Kim thinks, doesn't hurt too bad, but damn, she's heavy. He hears Julie's voice and looks her way. What's the problem over there? He sees the two knights down on their knees, looking in rough shape. Kim calls out, "What the hell happened to you guys all of a sudden?" Soul asks, Are you two all right?" Lancel groans, "I don't know. Suddenly my body just started itching all over. It's strange, irritating, and it's getting worse." Julie narrows her eyes. "That full body itching. Could it be some kind of poison?" Saul nods. "Yeah, I remember now. When that beast bit me, my body felt the same way. But I've healed completely since then." Kim suddenly realizes. Poison, recovery. The system just updated, added a life support feature. Maybe that's the issue. The knights are skeletons, but still maintain their original form. The system's healing is trying to restore them, and it's messing with them instead, Lancel pants. Lord Kim, when I'm inside Camelot, I feel calmer, more at ease. Scene shifts inside Camelot. A blood ritual's explained. It can produce random enhancement stones, but it drains continuous vital energy. A random enhancement stone drops, hits Lancel's head, and rolls to Kim's feet. Kim picks it up. It's white. He studies it. Freshly made. I already had a white D-grade stone with no attribute. This one's D-grade too, but it's got two options. He thinks further. The blue stone, I never saw it created. Must have already existed. But how are these being produced without any blood sacrifice? The process seems automatic. Thank God I didn't bring my sisters here. They might have been sacrificed and turned into enhancement stones, he adds. But inside Camelot, I don't feel uneasy. Probably 'cause I'm the owner, so the system doesn't affect me directly. Lancel bows low. Forgive me, my lord, for showing you such weakness. Kim shakes his head. No, this isn't your fault. You've been suffering a long time, and I didn't realize. I should be apologizing. If you can rest easy here, that helps me a lot. Lancel smiles faintly. It truly benefits me, my lord. I can rest well inside Camelot. Kim nods. Then do that. Whenever you want, come here directly. It'll make me happy. Lancel answers warmly. If our rest brings happiness to you, then it's an honor. Kim smiles. No need to thank me. It's because of your help that I've gained so much. He thinks, who would have thought the subspace life support system and Camelot system would work opposite each other? Looks like subspace drains energy to produce enhancement stones. Either way, it's a benefit. If I keep collecting stones, I can grow even stronger. What matters now is learning how to use these abilities right, because I'm not ready to face someone like Tony yet. If I want to reach that level, I got to keep pushing forward. He adds, subspace leveled up already. First, let's check out what new functions I've got. Scene shifts to the military base. A soldier comes in with a report. After listening, the commander says, so the rebels were pretending to be the national army, even using the national flag to draw people in as sacrifices. The soldier nods. Yes, sir. Not only that, they introduced a performance-based system. The better you performed, the more mana stones you got. That's why their numbers grew so fast. The commander grunts. Good thing Colonel Kim ended it in time. Otherwise, the whole situation could have flipped on us. I'll personally check what supplies and food Colonel Kim needs. You get the troops organized and send the rest back. The soldier salutes. Yes, sir. I'll prepare right away. The commander looks toward the horizon as the sun rises. He sighs. Morning already, and the work's just piling up. Time's moving too damn fast. Suddenly, a system-wide announcement blasts across Earth. The multidimension Chamber of Commerce has observed your Earth. During the exploration period, both internal and external projects were carried out. Internally, 13,117 people were granted abilities. Among them, 17 were targeted for negative growth. Still, Earth has proven its growth potential. People everywhere are stunned. The message continues. According to the Multidimension Chamber of Commerce, the growth period has ended. Your Earth is now graded B to B-. The second phase of exploration will soon begin. In 7 days, a bidding competition will be held. Each region will choose one representative who will decide the rules and names under which rights are assigned. If the opposing dimension wins, they can open portals inside your region for future exploration. Kim mutters. If Earth's representatives win, they'll be rewarded. The details will be revealed 24 hours before the competition begins. Feels like they're almost happy talking to us. Expecting full cooperation, Young-Soo thinks. So the multi-dimension Chamber of Commerce is bringing their full weight down on us. Julie asks, can we really take this as a joke? Saul snaps, Kim, what do you think? Kim answers, no way, not at all. Those documents I signed, the ones that pushed me up higher, they were written by the Chamber of Commerce itself. Their mother bursts out angrily. The Chamber of Commerce? You mean all those monsters showing up on Earth were sent by them? What kind of place is this? Are they aliens? Who gave them the right to explore here, bid here, run competitions here? Do they think this planet belongs to them? Her rage shocks the kids. Kim even feels blood trickle from his ear. He admits, I don't know exactly what's happening, but it's clear, whatever rules they make, whatever purpose this competition has, it's tied to the system itself. Looks like the entire Earth has already been bound into some kind of game-like framework. Then Kim gets a private notification just for him. Reason. During the exploration period, you've profited the most. The Chamber of Commerce appoints you as Seoul's representative. You may participate in the bidding competition. If you refuse, the role will be given to the second highest earner. Julie gasps. Seoul's representative? Why'd that message only go to you, Kim? Why not me? His brother blurts. So you're saying you've been chosen as Seoul's representative for the competition? Everyone in the family stares at him. Cheong steps forward. From what I've seen, this means one thing. An alien power is about to compete with people of our dimension. The family stares, disappointed, since they already knew that much. They'd expected more insight. Another notification pings for Kim. Well, by accepting the representative position, you gain the right to choose 100 members, including yourself, to join your team in the competition. The family watches, faces heavy with tension. Scene shifts again to the company commander. He smiles broadly. So it's true? Kim said. Yeah, I've officially become Seoul's representative. I've already picked my family and 20 people. For the remaining 80, I'll need the military's help. The commander relaxed and said, to be honest, I was pretty stressed about who'd end up taking that representative seat. Now that Colonel Kim has it, I feel relieved. You don't need to worry too much anymore. He pulled a small notebook out of his pocket and handed it to Kim. Here's a list of everyone who's awakened so far. You can pick whoever you want from this. Kim handed it back, shaking his head. I don't need that. I only want a special class of snipers. The commander looked surprised. Only snipers? Nobody else? Kim replied, that's right. I don't need awakened fighters. I just want people who are skilled at sniping, whether they're awakened or not. The commander frowned. But we don't even know what kind of alien monsters we'll be facing. Why limit ourselves like that? Kim answered calmly, it's not about limiting. As soon as I accepted the role of representative, I received detailed intel. I even got data on the opposing team. They worship a goddess named Emma. They channel divine power to strengthen themselves and their weapons. Suddenly the system announced, saved transmission, displaying message from the Emma dimension. A divine-looking woman appeared. Below her, warriors shouted loudly, glory to goddess Emma. With her divine power, we'll summon our beast to crush all enemies. Through holy magic and sacred light, long live goddess Emma. Then the system displayed another message. The Emma dimension will participate in the upcoming contest. Member list attached. Kim spoke firmly. These are all holy knights of the Emma Empire. They're coming in shining armor, wielding divine weapons, and every single one of them is rank 8. He continued explaining. 1 hour before the contest starts, both sides will gather in the same place. They'll prepare for battle, but a barrier will prevent either side from attacking. The Emma dimension will bring their gate core. Once the contest begins, it'll activate within 12 hours. To win, we have to destroy it before that happens. Their objective is to protect it until it goes off. Kim said, so if we want victory, we have to take that core down no matter what. But since they can also see our roster, they'll realize we only have rank 9 members. That means their strategy will focus on a fast, aggressive push. I'll lead the offensive team with my knights and my sister, but the real problem is defense. Can we really withstand attacks from rank 8 holy knights? The commander shook his head. You're right that long-range firepower could help, but think about it. Our sharpshooters can attack, sure, but our standard gear won't work on enemies of that level. Kim chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. Last night, my ability leveled up. The scene shifted to that night. Kim thought to himself, I need to fully understand my new ability. When he leveled up, he didn't get a new skill. Instead, he got the option to enhance his existing ones at the cost of 1,000 mana stones. Now he could launch 8 items at once, and several new functions had unlocked. So I didn't gain a brand new skill this time, Kim realized, but the existing features just became way more versatile. All inside his subspace laboratory, a new simulation function appeared. He could now test any weapon design beforehand, predicting its power, durability, and effectiveness. Kim started experimenting with different weapons, trying to come up with something lightweight and usable even for non-ability users. He eyed the electric element stone and the resistant element stone. If I combine these, maybe I can create a weapon capable of piercing through rank 8 armor. After a lot of trial and error, Kim finally crafted a standard rifle chambered for 5.56 mm rounds. At first, the bullets worked, but the guns themselves broke after a single shot. Through repeated improvements and by embedding enhancement stones, he finally stabilized the weapon. Now each gun could handle 3 shots before breaking. Kim presented it proudly. This is the weapon I prepared. It only lasts for 3 shots, but we'll have enough stock. We'll just swap rifles as we go and defend against their attacks. The real objective is destroying the gate core. The commander's eyes lit up as he examined the modified rifle. He couldn't hide his admiration. As expected of Colonel Kim, outstanding work. I'll get you the list of elite snipers immediately. Let's head over. Soon, sniper preparations were underway. With a week left, the elite marksmen trained non-stop with the new rifles, adjusting to their quirks and maximizing their efficiency. Meanwhile, Kim brought a map to his father. During the contest, I'll construct a fortress and defend it from inside, Kim explained. Seeing the detailed blueprint, his father's face lit up. Yes, this part should be reinforced. And here we can design it like this. They discussed every detail with enthusiasm. At the same time, Sol wasn't sitting still. She hunted monsters in the area, using their magic stones to enhance her ability. Before, her barrier only covered her body. Now she had expanded it outward, creating a protective radius that could shield nearby allies as well. Julie had also upgraded her skills. Her barrier could now heal anyone standing inside it automatically. Kim thought with satisfaction, not only did I level up my own abilities, but my sisters grew stronger too. That'll make them even more valuable in the contest. Now we're fully prepared, and they'll each have a solid role to play. 7 days passed, only 1 hour remained before the contest. At the National Assembly building, a massive portal opened, and the Emma Continent's knights stepped through, carrying the gate core. From a distance, Kim observed, yeah, that's definitely the gate core. His father asked, what's the situation over there? Kim answered, everything looks exactly the way it should. And yes, they brought the gate core, but there's something about it that feels strange. His father frowned. Strange how? Kim says, they're building some kind of structure up ahead. The moment they arrived, they started construction. Looks like they're putting up 2 structures, probably to protect the gate core. But something's off. There's no way anyone can build something like that in just an hour. What are they really trying to do? Right then, a group of elite soldiers and knights move up near the barrier. One of the knights says, I've seen their team list. Only a handful of them are above 8th rank. Most are just 9th rank. Beating them won't be hard, as Kim thinks. Why are they lining up so close to the defense line? Are they planning to launch an attack the moment the barrier falls? As he listens to the knight, Kim reflects. At first, I thought he might be a decent man. But when his true nature came out, it became clear what kind of mentality these people really have. The knight speaks again. Goddess Ema has said that we should show mercy and compassion to the weak. So our mercy will be to cut out the tongues that dare to speak evil, so they'll never be able to say such things again. And our compassion will be to make them slaves, forcing them to work hard so they can atone for their sins. Kim thinks to himself, a knight can say things like this just to boost the morale of his soldiers. but I think they've seriously underestimated our ninth ranks. Once they see what kind of power those men actually hold, they'll regret it. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Bidding competition has begun. At that moment, the knight gives the order to advance. Soldiers surge forward, shouting in the name of Goddess Ima. Meanwhile, as soon as our commander spots them, he gives the order to open fire. Snipers unleash a storm of bullets from their modified rifles. The rounds carry an electric charge, inflicting even more damage on the knights. Knights, looking shocked at each other, say, "How can this be? How are ninth-rank people damaging our shield? How are our soldiers getting injured?" One knight shouts, "Quick, use your skill, Emma barrier." They all combine their skills to create a massive barrier. Now the bullets have less effect on them. One knight says, "I don't know what kind of weapons these are, but as long as our shield is up, they can't penetrate us. We just need to hold our defense line. They have long-range weapons, so their ammo will run out soon. We just have to endure a little longer, and we'll win." Meanwhile, the sniper's team is working smartly. As soon as one sniper's 3 bullets are used up, the guy next to him immediately hands over a new rifle. There's a huge stockpile of rifles. Over the walkie-talkie, a message comes to Kim. "We've used up 20% of our firearm stock." Kim thinks, everything's going smoothly according to the plan. He gives the order, "Keep going just like the plan. We're getting out of here soon." A little while later, Kim, Lancel, and Sonia get on motorbikes and prepare to head out. As soon as the castle gate opens, the knights spot them. One knight says, "Look, the enemy's moving. It looks like they're targeting the gate core." Another knight replies, "Ignore it. They can't destroy the core anyway. The most important thing is to hold the ground." Their weapons turned out stronger than expected. But once reinforcements arrive, we'll counterattack. Just then, from above, our shooter launches a bowling ball attack on the enemy reinforcements coming to help. They can't escape this sudden attack, and the whole squad gets eliminated easily. Kim thinks, just like I planned, everything's going perfectly. The shooter's doing his job well too. Now reinforcements can't reach them, and they'll have a big problem. Just one thing left. He looks ahead. A massive statue of Goddess Ima has been built. Kim is stunned. "I thought they couldn't do much with those hammers. But look, they built such a huge structure so fast. What's the point of building it that quickly? I can destroy it in a snap." He immediately launches a Hellfire missile at the statue. The blast is huge. When the smoke clears, Kim is shocked. The statue doesn't have a single scratch. Kim thinks, "How is this possible? I used an enhanced missile, and not even a scratch? If that's the case, I should store this statue in the subspace to get the core." The system asks, "Do you want to store the unfinished Goddess Ima statue in subspace?" Just then, from the front, an elder knight shouts, "This land is a gift from our Goddess Ima. You people are just two-legged animals. You're not even worthy to lick the soles of our goddess's feet. How can you gain such great power?" 2 knights say to the elder, "Elder, standing here is dangerous. Go inside and take cover, or you might get attacked." The elder replies, "I'm delivering the goddess's message to these people. It's important to cure the illness in their hearts." Kim's attention turns to the elder's words. Then his eyes fall on a warehouse behind him, filled with construction materials. Kim thinks, "Looks like the whole warehouse is full of rare construction materials." He orders packs. "Packs, store it." As soon as the elder turns around to look, he breaks into a sweat because the warehouse has completely vanished. Kim says, "Yong-Soo, it's been a while since you flew a helicopter. Would you like to fly one?" Yong-Soo, putting down his game, says, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Anyway, I love driving anything. Tell me what the job is." Kim says, "Actually, I need to fly a bit higher up. Use the helicopter to take me as high as you can go, the highest altitude possible." Yong-Soo says, "Let's try it. I wanted to know how high this helicopter can go anyway." At that moment, Lancel and Sol sense something. Above them, the enemies have attacked again with spears. Sol relaxes and creates her mental barrier with full confidence, but in the next moment, her barrier shatters completely. Sol thinks in shock, "How did this happen? My barrier could block the bullets Kim made. So what makes these spears so special?" Lancel says, "This isn't an ordinary item, and it's not a normal enhanced weapon either." Sol, stunned, says, "What? Then what is it?" Lancel explains, "I've heard about these before. In other dimensions, there's a technique where they can create the same effect without using enhancement stones." From the front, the enemies say, "Our blessing material warehouse suddenly disappeared. These people must have looted it. Kill them!" Lan Sao, reflecting the attack, says, I've heard that technique is called blessing. The materials and weapons they're using are so powerful because of the blessing. Sol catches the reflected spear. The spear seems really attractive to her, and she thinks happily, wow, this is such a powerful weapon. From behind, Kim is listening to their conversation. Then Yong-Soo says, the enemy's spears are running low. We can take off now. Kim says, all right, take me to the highest height. A little while later, the helicopter reaches above the statue. Kim thinks, all these weapons are strong because of the blessing. Let's see how much power they have inside. He picks up materials from the warehouse and drops them on Goddess Ima's statue. As soon as the materials hit, there's a terrifying destruction and smoke spreads everywhere. When the smoke clears, the gate core in front is destroyed. The system's notification comes. The bidding competition in the Seoul region is over. Earth has won because they destroyed the gate core. Rewards will be given to all participants soon. The rewards are announced. All 100 participants will be issued a dimension account. 5,000 monostones will be distributed based on performance. The rights that were previously with the EMA dimension, now with the Linton dimension, will be handed over to the Seoul representatives. Without delay, Kim registers both his sisters and Yong-Soo for the 8th tier. Just then, a document appears floating in the air in front of Kim. Kim thinks, what kind of document is this? The system says, this is the official handover document for the Linton Dimension's business rights. Now the Seoul representatives are given exclusive business rights in the Tertius region. In the next moment, a red portal opens in front of him. Kim's father asks, Kim, what is this? Seoul says, this is a portal. Kim says, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe it's connected to those business rights. He tries to touch the portal, but a system notification comes. You are not registered in any business. Please verify your authority first. Kim thinks, what the heck? I got the business rights, but I don't have a business. Do I need to register first? Then another notification comes. Do you want to sell these business rights to the multidimension chambers of commerce? In exchange, you'll get 10,000 magic stones. Kim, stunned and confused, thinks, what a joke. I got the reward, and now these people want to buy it from me? He says angrily, get lost. You're scamming me. Do you think I'll just sell such a big reward? In his mind, Kim thinks, the multi-dimension chamber of commerce has been unfair from the start. They dragged us into the bidding competition by force. Our opponents were all A tier. Still, we won, and now they're acting like they did us a favor. Now they want to snatch the same reward from us. Never. I'd throw this right in the trash before giving it to them. Yeah, unless they offer a huge quantity of magic stones, that's different. Kim thinks angrily. If I weren't here, there would have been way more casualties by now. From behind, Kim's father says, Kim, what should we do now? Kim says, no, we don't need to do much more. I think this portal isn't useful for us anyway. Julie says, I think we've done all the paperwork needed here. If there's nothing else for me, I'll go treat the injured people. Kim says, yeah, Julie, you can go. Then he says to his father, Father, sorry for calling you here so urgently. I know you must be really tired. Kim's father says, no. If signing something makes me a bit stronger, I can do that easily. If there's more paperwork like this, let me know. Kim says, all right, I'm opening the portal. You can go there and rest. Then Saul says, I need to train with my spear. Call me if you need anything. Yong-Soo, heading inside, says, I left my mobile game in the middle too. I'll go play that now. Kim's father says, all right, I'm going to rest, but my body is reacting like it wants to build something inside the base. He looks ahead and sees a ton of materials from the other dimension. Seeing such amazing materials, he's stunned and says, every construction item is here. What's all this doing here? Kim says, I forgot to tell you. All this stuff is ours and it's infinite. It'll never run out. Hearing this, Kim's father is really impressed. Kim feels happy too, because his father wanted to build a good house with materials, and his skill is exactly that. He can construct anything. As Kim leaves, he thinks, the bidding competition results haven't come region-wise yet, because it'll last 12 hours. So all regions' results will come after 12 hours. Then the scene shifts to night. After 12 hours, the system notification comes, all bidding competitions are over, and results are being announced now. In China, out of 117 regions, 16 won and 101 lost. In India, out of 129 regions, 24 won and 104 lost. Results from different places are shown similarly. Finally, South Korea's result comes. Out of 5 regions total, 4 have won, but 1 region lost. That region's name was Incheon. Overall, in the bidding competition, 761 regions participated, out of which 113 won and 648 lost. Based on overall grading, Earth's rating drops from BTOCCC. The system announces, "Thank you all for your support and participation." Then the scene shifts to the Joint Chief of Staff Headquarters, Strategy Meeting Room. Everyone is gathered. One officer says, "According to the report, this is a complete disaster." Yong-soo says, "I didn't know the bidding competition results would be this bad." Kim thinks to himself, "In some places the ratio is 50-50, but in most it's even worse. We've suffered a lot of losses. The situation worldwide is really bad. I know it was unfavorable, but we couldn't do anything." Then the commander says, "The good thing is that Korea's representatives were pretty good. Except for Incheon, we won everywhere else. We need to send our forces there soon and reoccupy that place. Anyway, Incheon is very close to our city, so we have to move out with the army as soon as possible." Just then, a soldier comes in and says, "Sir, sorry for interrupting the meeting, but we got an urgent transmission from the 7th Unit in Incheon. I thought this report is really important." The soldier hands the report to the commander. The commander thinks, "What kind of report could this be?" The report says, "Sharing the reason for losing the bidding competition. The enemy has been identified as lizard men, belonging to the Subaru's dimension. Their gate is open in Chinatown. From looking at them, it's estimated that their military is very well trained. They neutralized our ground army as well as air combat completely, meaning they're extremely strong in both types of fighting. The war stopped 2 hours before the bidding competition ended, but the lizard men have deployed a lot of forces near the gate. Actually, their main army is coming out of the portal. They've secured their arrival route completely and are preparing for large-scale troop deployment. From their movements, it seems they're going to attack Seoul directly." The commander reads the report aloud to everyone. Kim says, "It looks like they're really planning to attack Seoul." Young-soo says, "But isn't this all really strange? Why would they want to attack Seoul directly? Are they coming to capture Kim? Or will they get some extra reward? Why are they in such a hurry when they won't gain anything from it?" The map shows the positions of Incheon and Seoul. They're very close to each other. Seeing this, Lansal starts thinking. Just then, another system notification comes. In the Earth dimension, the names of all winning representatives will now show above their heads. Seeing this, Seoul says, "What does this mean now? Does it mean if Kim is our representative, his name should show above his head? But I don't see anything." Kim looks up too, but he doesn't see his name either. He says, "Yeah, that's true. What does this mean? Am I not the regional representative?" From behind, Lansale thinks, "No, that can't be. If my lord isn't the regional representative, the bidding competition was pointless. Something's wrong here. Why can't I see my lord's name? If the name isn't showing, it can only mean one thing." Then we see more system notifications coming. It says that according to the Multi-Dimension Chamber of Commerce's opening strategy, 7th tier travelers can now come into Earth. I'm still above 8th tier. Does that mean I'll have to get trapped in subspace again? More messages like this are coming. Additional dimensions business rights have been given. And if the competition winner is defeated, the defeating team will get rights to open a portal. They just need to defeat the regional representative. Hearing this news, everyone is surprised. Yong-soo says hesitantly, "Don't tell me we have to face 7th tier people now." The commander says calmly, "Exactly. That means regional representatives are the targets now." The commander adds, "It seems like some territory occupation game, but luckily Colonel Kim's name isn't showing above his head. That's really good for us." Then Lansul thinks, "No, that can't be. I think it's something like this." He says, "My lord, I'll be back in a minute." Kim starts looking that way too. Lansal goes out the window and looks at the sky. There, in huge letters, it's written, "Seoul Representative." Everyone comes out and looks. Kim says, "Now I get it. My name itself is the target." Julie says, "Ah, it's in the perfect size. The lizard men can target you really easily." Kim thinks, "But something's wrong here. The lizard men started assembling their army before the bidding competition even ended, like they knew the new rule was coming. How did they get that information?" Julie says, "It does seem like that." From behind, Lansale says, "I think they knew because they participated in such competitions before. For them, this is all normal." From the start, their plan was to win the bidding and then eliminate the sole representative to take the business rights and open their portal. They have good knowledge of this type of competition. They knew the new rule was coming, so they started preparations early. And as soon as the bidding campaign ended, they completed their attack preparations. Kim, stunned, says, I felt something was off from the beginning. Now we're facing pro players as opponents. How will we handle them? Julie says, do we need to prepare? Why can't you hide in subspace? Lansal says, it won't be that easy. Yes, Lord can hide in subspace, but enemies could forcefully take others as hostages to draw Lord out, or they could send their forces to attack other areas. So this method won't work. Kim says, Lansal, you're right. Hiding in subspace isn't a solution. I also doubt that if I keep attacking from there, the enemy will change strategy. After all, they're a mobilized army, not fools. In the end, we'll have to stop them face to face and defend with full power to defeat them. If I'm their target, we should change location and lead them to a place that's beneficial for us, where we can hold and eliminate them. Everyone starts thinking about this idea. The commander says, you're right. If we have such a location, we can deploy our forces and weapons properly and build a strong defense line. If we act fast before the lizard men attack, this method could turn the situation in our favor. But the most important thing is speed. Young-soo says, if it's about speed, leave it to me. I'll make the time really short. No need for delays. So Mr. Kim, where should we go? Kim says a bit awkwardly, dude, the biggest problem is that I haven't even decided on the location yet for where to build our base. Hearing this, everyone feels awkward. After all that planning, the main point isn't decided. Then Kim thinks, we need a location where the enemy takes heavy damage and I can go all out on attack. Plus, no harm to civilians. Kim remembers, the area near the river is perfect. There's only one bridge there, which will limit the enemy's movement. The surroundings have parks, not many houses. We can evacuate civilians easily. Even if the enemy comes from the other side, they'll have to cross the bridge, and shooters can handle them easily. We can stop reinforcements before they arrive too. Kim selects that place and starts building the defense line. Kim thinks, with the materials I got from the Emma dimension, Father's construction skill, Pax's help, and the faction's support, I can prepare a perfect defense line. As Kim constructs, he realizes there are still spares left in the material warehouse. Kim's father says, we can use these spares to make barricades. They'll be really useful. Saul says, when I was in the club, I was a javelin thrower. I have a lot of experience throwing spears. I can use these. Kim thinks, the shooter also said he's good at throwing spears, so he can use them to eliminate enemies too. Kim thinks, on the building tops, Saul and the other shooters are stationed with a bunch of spears so they can take down enemies from above. Down below, construction work is still going on. Kim's father is quickly completing the job. Inside the whole structure, shooters armed with weapons take their positions. And all around the building, lots of barricades are set up, using those spears from the Emma dimension. Kim thinks, these barriers will at least slow down the ground enemy's speed, but we have to remember that enemies can come from both ground and air directions. After getting the information, 4 hours have passed. Kim thinks, in such a short time with my father's construction skills and Pax's help, we've prepared sufficiently. Everything's going smooth. But they overlook two things. First, the reptiles are really good swimmers, and this river is 1 kilometer long. Enemies could swim underwater to approach, and the shooters above wouldn't even spot them. Second, the dense greenery in the surrounding parks. Taking advantage of that, the enemies are sneaking forward, hiding as they advance. Meanwhile, the enemy team's General Reika says, I don't get how the Ema Dimension people lost to creatures like these. Their defense and materials are both top-notch. They didn't just lose the battle, they lost their materials too. And after such a bad defeat, they can't even show their faces in the multi-dimension. If we win here, we could get some really valuable items in exchange. Last time we got spears from them, this time we could get armor. Just then a lizard man comes and says, General Reika, General Yatu says we're ready. Reika says, all right, then let's move. Above, the shooters don't see any movement, but suddenly Sol spots something on the right side. She exclaims in shock, enemies are coming! Kim and Lansal look that way too and are stunned. From both the sky and the ground, enemies are charging at full speed. Kim thinks, how did they get so close this fast? Soldiers immediately start open firing. The bullets, which are ins-coated, are affecting the enemies. Kim throws Ima dimension materials from his portal to slow them down. But General Reika reflects these materials with his attack. Reika shouts, "These materials were used by our brothers from the Ima dimension. Now they're being thrown at us as an insult. Don't be afraid. Charge and avenge our brothers." In the midst of this, there's a huge explosion from behind, and a terrifying creature emerges from there. It roars, "My name is Yatu. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll destroy them completely." Kim immediately pulls materials from the portal and attacks it. The attack is somewhat effective, but Yatu throws it off and laughs. "Impressive, but not enough to defeat me." Kim thinks in shock, "Damn it, this thing didn't work at all." Lansal observes the situation and thinks, "There are 2 fighters here above 7th rank, but Yatu only relies on brute strength. He has no technique. The real threat is Reika, who's fighting with strategy." Lansal says, "My Lord Kim, this battle's gonna be really tough. The good thing is your attacks are working on Yatu. If he gets close to you, we'll lose. Keep him busy constantly so he can't approach. I'll go handle Ruka." Kim says, "All right, I'll focus on Yatu, but you be careful too." Lansal immediately attacks Reika, but Reika reflects the attack in time and saves himself. Still, Lansal strikes with his lightning sword. Reika's subordinates shout, "Lord Reika, are you okay?" Reika replies, "You all stay out of this. Keep moving forward. This guy's really courageous. He came alone into the whole enemy camp to fight me, and he aimed his sword straight at my neck. Impressive. It's been a long time since I saw a true warrior." He asks Lansal, "Warrior, what's your name?" Lansal says, "My name is Lansol." Reika replies, "Nice name, and mine's Reika. I know your goal is to stop me so you can help your teammates. Still, I'm staying here because you seem like a true warrior to me. A warrior who always wants to fight the opponent's strongest fighter. That's the real warrior spirit. So tell me, Lansol, are you here to have a death duel with me?" Lansol says, "If you value your life, you can refuse it too." After hearing this, Reika says, "Really, your fighting speed is amazing. Let's see whose skill is more effective." Lansol laughs and says, "Are you planning to fight me while sitting on that creature?" Reika says, "After all, what's the problem with that? Don't tell me you're going to call it unfair. After all, this is a duel. We'll see who's stronger." Lansal mocks, "All right, I get it. Your skills are pretty weak, so you're fighting from on that creature. After all, your life's at stake, so what else can you do out of fear? You'll have to hold back like this." Hearing this, Reika gets angry, jumps down from his mount, and advances straight toward Lansal for hand-to-hand combat. Lansal smiles and says, "Finally, now we're on equal levels." Meanwhile, the soldiers are giving it their all to eliminate the enemies, but the enemies' speed and numbers are so high that they're getting closer and closer. The soldiers say to each other, "The enemy's about to reach. Keep heavy fire on them continuously." Just then, a lizard man damages a soldier. The soldier falls injured. His comrades say, "One soldier's injured. I'm taking him to cover. You keep cover fire and don't let these monsters get close. If they get near, it'll be even bigger damage." From above, Sol throws a spear and knocks a lizard man down from the building. Before he can recover, Sol jumps and crushes his head. Then she says to the soldiers, "I'll handle the surrounding area. Anyone who tries to climb the building, I'll eliminate them. You keep firing." Sol uses her power to finish off a lizard man with a single fist. The rest of the lizard men are at a distance, and the soldiers take them out with firing. Julie is healing an injured soldier. Everyone's giving their best. In the air too, a large number of lizard men are advancing. Just then, the shooter launches a dangerous attack and eliminates several lizard men in one blow. He even sticks some to the building. The shooter thinks to himself, "I don't know how long I can hold them off, but I have to give 100%. The more I can take out, the better." Meanwhile, we see Yatu. His body has several iron rods pierced into it, but he's still standing. Yatu laughs and says, "Whoa, really, I can't help but praise you. Your skills are impressive. But is this your best attack? I'm not going to die from this." Attacks from Kim's portal keep hitting Yatu continuously. Yatu shouts, "After all, you attacked me again." Kim thinks to himself, "I've set an automatic attack pattern. It's attacking in the same pattern over and over. But Yatu thinks I'm doing a new attack each time. That's good. If he keeps thinking that, I'll have less to worry about." Then Kim thinks, "But now I don't know how to manage the situation. Should I help Lansal or wait until he comes here? This is pretty risky." Kim looks toward Lansol. There, Reika has a holy spear in his hand, not some normal weapon. Reika attacks, but Lancel steps back and dodges. Reika says, "How long are you going to keep running? I thought you were a good warrior who would battle head to head. Looks like I was wrong about you." Lancel thinks, really, his provocation is pretty good. But this weapon of his is very dangerous. At first, this spear seemed unusual to me, but now I get it. It's really deadly. Its properties are truly unique. It probably belongs to the Ima dimension. Lancel says, "Now I get it. Your weapon is definitely from the Ima dimension. A while ago, you called them your brothers, meaning they must have given you this equipment." Reika replies, "No, this spear was made on our continent, but they made some changes to it and returned it to me with increased power." Lancel laughs and says, "Oh, I see. You're using this holy spear to make up for the lack in your skills." Hearing this, Reika gets irritated and attacks while saying, "I'm not so foolish to fall for your nonsense again." Lancel dodges his attack again. Their fight continues. In a dangerous clash, Lancel is pushed back. Reika advances at such high speed that in a blink, he's in front of Lancel and attacks again. Isora, the fight between them gets even more intense, but in one blow, Lancel loses his balance and falls down. Reika stands over him and says, "Come on, let's end this duel right here." Lancel thinks, "Looks like I lost here," but just then, as the holy spear is about to reach his neck, it suddenly stops. Meanwhile, Reika is using all his strength to finish Lancel, but the spear won't move forward. Suddenly it slips from Reika's hand and starts going backward. This is a huge surprise for Reika. We see the spear spinning backward and going straight into a portal, and it becomes clear. This was done by Kim. The system's notification comes. Holy Spear under the Ima construction material category has been stored. 238 mana stones detected and collected. Seeing this, Kim is stunned himself. He thinks, "I didn't even know if this would really work, but it actually did. That means this weapon did belong to the Ima dimension. I don't know how it got registered in the construction material category, but anyway, good thing it's with me now." Meanwhile, Reika shouts in anger, "I thought you were an honest warrior. You wouldn't interfere in a duel. But I guess I was wrong. You just talk big. You don't have real skills. That's why you did this disrespectful thing." Lancel stands up and says, "No, that's not it. I didn't do this. My lord did. And listen, whenever you talk about my lord, think before you speak." Reika laughs and says, "Are you joking? Why would I respect your lord? And you call yourself a warrior, but who interferes like this in the middle of a duel? This is dishonor." Lancel replies, "Now I get what you're really afraid of. You're scared because now you don't have your holy spear. And without it, the lack in your skills will show clearly, and you'll lose. But don't worry. If I want, I can finish you with my sword, or beat you to death. Whatever the method, today you'll be the one to lose here." Hearing this, Reika poses and says, "You've got guts, but you're the one who's gonna die." Both get back into fighting poses face to face. Meanwhile, Kim is continuously analyzing that spear. Seeing the results, he's amazed. The system shows, item name, Reika's Holy Spear, +3, up to rank, epic. Description, a holy spear with goddess Ima's blessing. It has divine attribute, penetration +3, and 2 more unique skills present. Kim smiles and says, "Whoa, this is really a treasure." Yato stood there thinking to himself, why did these attacks suddenly stop? Did they give up and bow down before my strength? Then, with arrogance in his voice, he said, "It's impossible for anyone to defeat me. I'm ranked 7th. In this place, there are only 2 people who could ever stand a chance against me, and you're not one of them. But you should be honored. Dying at the hands of the strongest warrior should make you proud of your death." Just as he finished speaking, Kim's holy spear pierced through his arm. For the first time, Yato actually felt pain. Shocked and curious, he muttered, "This weapon, this is Reika's holy spear. What's it doing here?" Before he could make sense of it, a rain of spears showered down on his body like arrows. Kim had used his duplication ability to overwhelm Yato and eliminate him on the spot. The system notification appeared. Dimensional account ownership is being transferred. Previous holder Yato's 1,667 stones have been added to your account. This account is now linked to your existing one. You have received a reinforcement stone, level D, attribute none. Down below, soldiers continued firing and finished off the remaining lizardmen. Saul noticed the building was no longer in danger. She thought to herself, "There's nothing left for me to do here. But why do I feel like I forgot something?" Looking up, it hit her. "Oh no! I left Shooter alone to fight those wyverns. The scene shifted. Shooter had already taken care of them all by himself. When Saul arrived, Shooter glanced at her and said, "You're really late. There's nothing left to do here." Shooter's skill was incredible. Handling all those wyverns solo was no small feat. Meanwhile, Reika and Lensel's fight raged on. They clashed barehanded, evenly matched at first, but Lensel proved to be stronger. Reika tried using his lizard man skill to strike back, but Lensel found an opening, countered, and unleashed a barrage of punches to Reika's face, knocking him down. Lensel stepped closer and asked, "Any last words?" Reika replied, "This was a wonderful fight, warrior." Lensel nodded. It truly was. With that, he delivered one final devastating punch, crushing Reika completely. His end had come. The soldiers erupted in cheers, celebrating their survival and ultimate victory. The operation chief was pleased. Not only had they survived the war, but they had secured a decisive win. Then a soldier rushed over, reporting, "Sir, we've received an urgent message from the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters. We learned that the battle had been brutal. The lizard men were immensely powerful, and even their strategies hadn't fully worked. Most importantly, the lizard man gate, the portal, was still open. As long as it stayed active, those creatures would continue pouring into the world." The chief ordered, "It's time for a counterattack." Meanwhile, Kim continued upgrading his system. He spent 1,000 magic stones to raise his simulation skill to level 3, allowing him to simulate 8 objects at once. Still, he was unsure how to use the reinforcement stone he had obtained after defeating the alligator. Then the system announced that Camelot would soon begin producing reinforcement stones. Kim realized that the most urgent priority was gathering intel on the enemy. "We've arrived." They had reached the defense line. The lizard man gate stood ahead. Kim said, "We don't know their troop formations or defensive lines. Without that intel, we can't face them head on. We'll have to advance, attack, and gather information." As colonel, Kim received salutes from all the soldiers, though he still wasn't used to it. The lieutenant colonel stepped forward, praising him. "Sir, we've heard much about you. You destroyed the entire lizard man army without any casualties. We're truly grateful." He went on to explain that the operations chief couldn't make it here because he had to return to headquarters. Kim remembered that the chief had rushed off after receiving an emergency message. Kim explained, "Yes, he mentioned that some insect-type creature attacked headquarters. He went back to deal with it. I don't think it's too serious. He'll handle it easily." Then all the commanders gathered to plan. A soldier cut straight to the point. "We know the gate's location, but the problem is we can't pinpoint the core. That's the first thing we need to find." The colonel elaborated. "We deployed a sniper to track it, but after the binding war ended, the entire area turned into a swamp covered in vines. Visibility and movement are completely gone. We can't advance." Kim asked, "Swamp? What do you mean by that?" The lieutenant colonel answered, "Sir, it's better if you see these images yourself." Kim thought, this isn't going to be an easy battle, but we have to move forward and extract every detail about the enemy. The lieutenant colonel added, "If the swamp touches our skin, there's no problem. The real issue is we can't move stealthily in that terrain. The lizard men could hide anywhere and launch ambushes. That means we'll lose our mobility." Kim thought to himself, this is tricky. I should ask Lensel for his opinion. He asked, "Lensel, what do you think?" Lensel replied, "Sorry, but even I can't be much help in this kind of situation." Kim was surprised. I didn't expect that kind of answer from him. Now what? But Lensel continued, "Movement isn't the real problem. We can use an etherealization stone. But the smell of the lizard men within us, they'll definitely catch us by that." Kim asked in frustration, "So there's no way at all to gather information?" Lensel smirked. "That doesn't mean we have no options. I know someone who can steal information undetected. His concealment and invisibility skills are extraordinary." Kim asked, shocked, "Who are you talking about?" Just then, the system notification popped up. Using reinforcement stone D and 500 magic stones, summoning Mordred, one of the Knights of Camelot. A portal opened, and Mordred stepped out. He bowed and said, "I have come at the call of my lord. My name is Mordred, one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. My life is yours, my lord. What is your command?" We are told about Mordred. Unlike the other knights, he does not behave like a typical frontline soldier. His specialty is slipping into enemy territory, hiding, and using his concealment skill to carry out assassinations and steal information. His mind is sharp, and he makes excellent decisions in emergency situations. He once received an order and killed a target without anyone knowing. Mordred passed by the man so quietly that the man did not even realize someone had walked past him. That is his greatest skill, concealment. Even while invisible, though, the target had so little power that he could not withstand an attack. His defensive strength was simply too weak. Kim thought, putting all that aside, Mordred has incredible talent and valuable experience. And because I used a reinforcement stone to summon him, the sterilization effect of that stone is on him as well. That means if anyone attacks him, physical attacks will not affect him for a few seconds. Kim decided this man would be perfect for the mission and told him, "Okay, I will tell you exactly what you must do inside this mission. This is the Lizard Man location. You must go in and find the gate core." He explained the entire mission in detail. Mordred nodded and said, "Understood. I will complete this mission." Kim replied, as expected from someone experienced. Lansal added, "One thing to remember, if you die during this mission, the whole operation will be useless. Do not confront anyone strong. Bring back as much information as you can. If you cannot find information, return alive, no matter what." After hearing those orders, Mordred set out on his mission. The lieutenant colonel asked, "Is sending a single person to scout really sufficient?" Kim said, "You can trust him. He is the best person for this job. Just wait and believe." The lieutenant colonel left. Kim told Lancel, "Our strategy will not work yet, because until Mordred returns with data, we cannot make a plan. Go rest for a while." Lancel replied, "I am fine. An undead like me does not need rest." Kim noticed the scratches on Lancel's armor had already healed. He asked, "When you fought the lizard men, I saw your armor had a lot of scratches. How did it automatically heal?" Lancel explained, "Even if our entire armor is destroyed, we can regenerate it inside Camelot. We are bound to it as an item, and until that item is destroyed, it can be regenerated. If we have enough material, we can revive an infinite number of times." He added that Camelot had just produced a new stone called Wound Regression. Kim said it sounded effective. Lancel continued, "I already know which knight should use that stone." Before he could finish, Lancel readied his weapon. Kim asked, surprised, "What happened to you? Why are you suddenly in fighting mode?" Lancel replied, "Someone is watching us from hiding." Kim panicked. "What? Someone is hiding? Could it be a lizard man? Where are they?" Lancel said, "I cannot sense the exact location, but their presence should be nearby. It will be safest if you retreat into subspace for now." Then Lancel's eyes landed on a figure behind a container. Someone was peeking out from there. Lancel moved to catch them and told Kim, "I will be right back." The person whispered, "That person is alone now." Lancel appeared behind and pressed his sword to the person's neck. "I serve my lord," he said. "If anyone is watching him, they could be dangerous. The answer to my question will decide your fate. My first question is, what were you trying to watch from hiding?" At that moment, Kim shouted and rushed toward them. Lancel had the person's throat held. Kim yelled, "Lancel, what are you doing?" Lancel replied, "My lord, this is the person who was watching you. Step back. I will finish this now." He told the person, "This is your last chance. If you do not speak, I will kill you on the spot and assume you are a lizard man spy." The person was in terrible condition and could not speak. He looked at Kim and called his name. Lancel grew furious. "How dare you take my lord's name on your dying tongue?" Then Kim recognized the man. He said, "Woman, is that you?" Lancel asked, "My lord, did you just say that?" Kim, surprised, said, "I am not sure what is happening here, but Lancel, the man whose throat you are holding, is a friend of mine." Lancel realized he had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Mordred was pushing deeper into the lizard man territory. Bodies of many lizard men lay scattered around. Mordred thought, "The lizard men are a warlike race. Their blood is everywhere, which will help hide my presence and smell." He covered himself in their blood so no one could track him. He entered a massive tunnel and wondered, why would they build such a large tunnel at this scale? It will be very hard for them to guard it. He observed many different kinds of lizardmen, taking notes of their sizes and shapes. At one point, he barely avoided colliding with one. Suddenly, another lizard man approached from ahead. Just as it was about to touch him, Mordred used his skill to slip right through it. He thought, "If I did not have sterilization right now, I would already be dead. I must find the gate core quickly and get out." He entered a deep room and saw a round object playing with an old man. Mordred thought, finally I found it. So this small round thing is the gate core. The old man was berating the gate core. You filthy, stinking thing, get away from me. Do not interrupt my magic studies. A mysterious voice from behind said, your words are filled with too much hatred. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? The speaker's name was Sultan. Sultan said, I promise to protect the gate core, not to entertain it. You should worry about your dead comrades. The mysterious voice replied, I understand, Sultan. You used to be a mage of Arcane, but now, because of your situation, you must compromise with people like us. At that moment, a massive tail slowly wrapped around Sultan, and the voice said, know your place. If you continue to act uselessly like this, I will crush every bone in your body. A very large lizard man loomed. Sultan stammered, okay, I spoke too much. Mordred kept watching, realizing that Sultan must have once been a mage from Arkan, but clearly he wasn't anymore. He thought the one with the massive tail had to be their leader. Just then, a chameleon-like creature crept up behind him. Mordred thought, I didn't get a full look at this thing, but from its body size, I can tell it's huge. Now it makes sense why they built this cave so massive. Meanwhile, the creature thought, I can't see anything here, but it feels like something is crawling on my leg. It lashed out in front of it, and Mordred got stuck on its tongue. The next moment, the creature snapped its tongue sideways, slamming Mordred against the rocks. The impact disrupted his invisibility, revealing him to everyone in the room. Their boss turned to Sultan. Sultan, what are you doing? Sultan snapped back. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to handle this insect. I'll take care of him right now. He summoned a stack of scrolls and tore them open. Kid, you're finished. From the scrolls, a massive magical blast shot forward, closing in on Mordred fast. At that point, the scene shifted to Kim's school life. Woman once mocked him. Man, what a pathetic outfit. Did you pick that out of a dumpster? When Kim first saw a woman, he had wondered, why is he wearing those old-fashioned glasses? Should I buy him a new pair? But Woman kept picking on him. You must be from a poor family. Don't even dare talk to me, you broke loser. That time, Kim snapped and beat him up. Afterward, Woman sat in the classroom playing video games, bragging after winning a match. I'm an expert at this game. But when he looked around, no one cared. Woman's family was comfortable, but he had no friends. Other classmates whispered, so what if he's got a little money? Why's he showing off so much? Another said, rich kids are always so creepy. Kim later recalled, back then, we were all just kids. But now, whenever I think about those days, I see them as my golden age. One day, 3 or 4 kids cornered Woman. Looks like you've got a new game. You really are rich, huh? You must have more than one, right? Woman hesitated, afraid they'd take it from him. Before he could answer, a fist smashed into his face, and they all started beating him. Why don't you just say you're giving this to us as a gift? Suddenly, Kim appeared, swinging his school bag into one of their faces. He only did it to look cool in Woman's eyes. Woman realized Kim had stepped in for him. The bullies sneered. This first-year kid is your friend? Perfect. Now that he's here, he can take half the beating too. And they ganged up on Kim as well. Woman shouted, why did you even get involved? They were about to land a final punch on Kim when Saul grabbed one of their wrists from behind. This was the moment his sister saved him from bullies. Kim remembered, that was the first and last time I thought my sister was the coolest person alive. Saul wasn't alone. Her whole gang was there. She was well known across the school. When she saw her brother bruised and beaten, she said, this won't do. From tomorrow you'll train with me. Kim froze. Actually, I'm not even in a sports club. The bullies' faces twisted in confusion at the situation. Saul said, don't worry, I'll talk to the coach. You'll be there. Her classmates teased. So this is your cute little brother? The bullies realized Kim was Saul's brother and panicked even more. Saul warned them, don't mess with anyone again. Fighting in school isn't something to be proud of. Now go home quietly. As Kim walked away, he turned to Woman. What are you doing lying there? Get up. We've got class. Tears welled up in Woman's eyes. That was the true beginning of their friendship. They stayed in touch through middle school, and even when they attended different high schools. After graduation, they reunited at the same university, and their friendship turned into a best friend bond. One day, Woman told Kim, I'm planning to join the new Kendo dojo. Kim asked, Why the sudden interest in swordsmanship? Woman replied, whenever I see you and your sister training, you both look so cool. A new dojo opened near my house, so I decided to join. Kim teased him. Be honest, did you hit your head or something? I bet you'll quit in a day. But Woman stuck with it, training seriously until the end of university. Kim was stunned. What? Woman said, exactly what you heard. I awakened as a swordsman. Why are you so surprised? I should be the one shocked. Your awakening skill is far more unique. On top of that, you're already Soul's representative, he admitted. I wanted to approach you, but your skeleton friend was standing too close. I didn't have the courage to come near while he was there. I kept watching from a distance, waiting for him to leave. But instead, he grabbed me himself. Nearby, Lancel was punishing himself for attacking Kim's friend. Kim said, even if I tried to stop him, he wouldn't listen. He chose this punishment himself. Lancel thought bitterly, how pathetic I am. I dared attack my lord's companion. I've fallen to the lowest point. Kim wondered how Lancel knew about this type of punishment. Woman guessed maybe he had met Saul and learned it from her. Then Kim asked, forget all that. How's your mother? Is she safe? Woman fell silent for a moment, then said sadly, I don't know if she's okay or not. Meanwhile, in the lizard man zone, a woman lay in a house. A noise at the window startled her as Lancel broke through. My name is Lancel. I've come under Lord Kim's orders to rescue you. Are you Woman's mother? She nodded. Yes, that's true. But what is happening? Lancel said, I'm here to take you safely back to your son. When the apocalypse began, the bidding competition sealed the area with a transparent barrier, separating Woman from his mother. He had tried to volunteer with the army to rescue her, but they failed, and the zone became restricted. Luckily, the environment remained livable, so there was still hope that she had survived. When Woman heard this, he was overwhelmed. What? My mother might still be safe? That's why Lancel had been sent to rescue her. On the way, he cut down every enemy in their path. He thought, I must complete this mission successfully without fail. Then he suddenly heard noises. Looking back, he saw a shadow approaching. A voice called out, Captain! It was Mordred, running up. He shouted, Captain, I don't know what you're doing here, but we need to move. Look behind you. Lancel turned and saw a massive enemy troop chasing them. He wanted to protect Woman's mother, but with so many enemies, he doubted he could. Furious, he snapped at Mordred. You could have come alone? Was it necessary to drag a whole army behind you? Then he demanded, Mordred, how many 7th-tier enemies are in that group? Mordred couldn't give an exact number. Lancel understood right away that the enemy had a lot of powerful fighters, and their numbers were overwhelming. If this keeps up, our mission here is going to fail. He turned to Mordred and said, you need to head back and deliver whatever information you have to our Lord. And along with that, you'll have to finish my mission too. That lady over there, she's the mother of our Lord Kim's friend. My mission was to escort her safely back. Now I'm leaving that responsibility in your hands, and I'll stay behind to buy you time. I expect you to complete both missions without fail. Mordred felt emotional about his commander's decision, but Lancel cut him off. Forget about me. Just make sure you deliver one message to our Lord. Tell him to use the reinforcement stone on Shield. He's the best candidate for it. Now go, quickly. Hearing this, Mordred rushed off with Woman's mother, while Lancel stayed behind. Facing the massive enemy army, he didn't flinch. Instead, pride swelled in him as he prepared to fight like a true knight. With no fear in his eyes, he charged into battle against the overwhelming force. On Kim's side, Mordred successfully returned with Woman's mother. My lord, I've completed my mission. The moment Woman saw his mother, tears of joy rolled down his face. Kim, however, thought to himself, it's good that Woman's mother is safe, but this mission was Lancel's. Why is Mordred the one finishing it? Then a system notification appeared. Knight of Camelot, Lancel has fallen. The news was shocking. Kim pulled Mordred aside and asked what had happened. Mordred explained everything, that Lancel had forced him to leave, stayed behind to buy them time, and sacrificed himself. Kim's thoughts grew heavy. I could use the stone to revive him, but why did he push himself so far? Did I put too much pressure on him? He didn't need to make such an unnecessary sacrifice. Then Mordred delivered Lancel's final message. Captain Lancel told me to tell you that Shield would be the best knight to use the magic stone on. Kim recalled how Lancel's words had been cut off earlier. He was stunned. Even at the moment of his death, he was thinking about me. He didn't care about himself at all, only about guiding me. Damn it. Shaking his head, he said, enough about this for now. Mordred, tell me what information you brought back. We need to come up with a plan to close that lizard man gate so Lensail's sacrifice doesn't go to waste. Meanwhile, deep inside enemy territory, Sultan was floating Lensail's helmet in the air with his magic. An undead here? Who's behind this? A dark magician? A lich? From behind, the lizard man boss growled, "You useless mage. You couldn't even capture a rat and let it escape. Sure, killing one of their 7th-tier warriors weakens them, but you still failed." Sultan snapped, "You should be thanking me for killing one of their strongest. Instead, you insult me. My job here is to guard the gate core, not deal with intruders in your caves. That's your soldier's job. Anyway, forget that. Tell me, what are you planning to do with the reinforcement stone you found?" The boss replied, "I'm planning, but I can't use it yet. If Raka or Yato were still alive, I'd give it to them, but that's impossible now." Sultan smirked. "Why not invest it in me instead?" The boss narrowed his eyes. "And what would I get in return?" Sultan pulled out a set of scrolls. "These, one-time use scrolls that even non-mages can cast. One scroll is worth 3D grade reinforcement stones." The boss scoffed. "Those scrolls are disgusting. You create them by trapping living beings inside. I'd rather trade armor or weapons than touch those things." "You just don't understand my masterpiece," Sultan sneered. "You call it disgusting because you're too primitive to grasp it." The boss fired back. "Primitive? Fine, call us that. But what about your homeland, that dimension of mages? They threw you out, didn't they? Even they couldn't stand your twisted creations." That cut deep, and Sultan's face twisted with anger. The boss added, "I'll use the stone to trade for Yuma warriors' equipment. You can only use the prisoners we give you to make more of your disgusting scrolls." "You really are narrow-minded," Sultan muttered. Just then, shouts echoed from outside. Sultan turned sharply. "What's going on out there? Who are you people?" From the shadows, a knight stepped forward. "Shield." Sultan's eyes widened. "Judging by your appearance, you must be a companion of that skeleton we just killed. You've made a huge mistake coming here." He tore a scroll, unleashing a fireball attack from a second circle mage. Shield raised his massive shield, blocking the powerful attack without taking a scratch. Sultan didn't care. "So you blocked one spell. Let's see how you handled two at once." He summoned more scrolls, but nothing happened. Confused, he spun around to see his scroll box, only to find a portal sucking them all inside. His face went pale. His greatest strength, the scrolls, were vanishing. Meanwhile, Kim's screen flashed with a notification. "A large number of magical scrolls have been registered and stored." Kim's voice came through the comms. "Good. Everything's secure. I've got them stored. Now I'll leave the rest to you." Shield, holding a walkie-talkie, nodded. "Mordred, did you hear the order?" Sultan froze at the name. "Mordred? Who is Mordred? Is he the one who stole all my scrolls?" Before he could say another word, Mordred used his concealment skill and sliced his neck clean off, finally taking Lancel's revenge. Mordred continued explaining, "Inside the cave, I saw a magician named Sultan. He'd been exiled from Arkan." At the mention of Arkan, Kim said, "Yeah, now I remember. That former king of knights once mistook me for a magician from Arkan." Sul added, "Arkan is another dimension where incredibly powerful magicians live. As far as I know, the lowest rank there is 6th tier. If the weakest one is 6th tier, then this magician must have been really strong. So why would his own kind kick him out?" she wondered. Mordred replied, "I don't know the reason, but after they exiled him, he couldn't use magic anymore." Sul thought about it and said, "If a magician can't use magic, then I don't think he's going to be that much of a threat." Mordred shook his head. "He used something completely different. He called them scrolls. They don't require any magic to activate. A scroll is basically a piece of paper with stored magic inside. When you rip it open, the stored spell instantly attacks forward." Kim leaned in. "That's the dangerous part. But here's what matters. First, do the other lizard men also have scrolls? And second, what kind of magic is stored in them?" Mordred answered, "I couldn't figure out much, but when he attacked me, I barely survived by using my skill. That's when I realized he wasn't casting spells himself. He was relying on scrolls." At that moment, a few soldiers arrived. A chameleon-like lizard man asked, "Commander, what's going on here?" The chameleon growled, "There's an intruder here. Alert everyone. No one can be allowed to leave the cave." Mordred thought, I need to get out of here, but I can't leave just yet. I have to learn more about how these scrolls actually work. Another soldier said, I'll go inform everyone and have the entrance blocked. The chameleon nodded. We've already lost too many forces. Hurry up and act fast. Before that soldier could move, Mordred decapitated him instantly. I can't let them block the exit. I need more information out of these guys. He then sliced the chameleon commander's neck as well. Right then, Sultan appeared, furious. You bastard! I finally found you. Do you think you can make all this noise and escape? Now that I'm here, I'll use my scrolls. They're hard to create. I don't like wasting them, but what choice do I have? You're really unlucky to run into me, surrounded by so many enemies, Mordred explained later. What surprised me most was that Sultan chased me all the way outside the cave. That gave me an idea of his capabilities. But as I was being chased, I ran into Captain Lancel. He sacrificed himself right there. Kim nodded. This information gave us a huge advantage. We had no idea Sultan even existed, let alone that he was a magician. The intel you brought back is extremely valuable, and you risked your life to get it. No one will criticize you. If anyone deserves blame, it's me for putting so much pressure on you. But for now, we need to focus on how to shut down that gate, Sol added. From the way Mordred described it, Sultan was reluctant to use his scrolls. That means they're not easy to come by, so I doubt the rest of the lizard men have them. One soldier spoke up. The enemy commander-in-chief deployed Sultan specifically to guard the gate core, but he abandoned his post to chase an intruder. That means one of two things. Either they had no choice but to send him out, or they wanted to prevent this information from leaking. Kim replied, If we can eliminate that magician, the rest will be easy. The question is, how do we take him down? I've got a plan. He explained that when his subspace upgraded to level 3, he gained a new ability called Category. All objects would automatically classify into 3 main categories: Yuma construction material, logistics center material, and military unit. But he couldn't modify them or create new ones until he reached level 4. Now that I've hit level 4, I can create 2 new categories. My plan is to steal all of Sultan's scrolls and register a brand new category, Magic Scroll. Since the enemies build a tunnel underground, I'll use the helicopter. Even underground, my ability will function properly. He ordered a squad to attack the front gate of the cave, with Sol and Shield included. Sol told Shield, You'll be in charge of this assault. If you need help, I'll step in. Shield nodded. Of course, I'll do my best. With that, he leapt into battle, wreaking havoc and leaving no enemy standing. Sol grew irritated waiting inside the subspace. I want to fight too. Kim calmed her down. Your turn will come. If he needs help, I'll send you. Inside the cave, chaos spread as word of intruders got out. A soldier rushed to report to Sultan, but Mordred used his skill to take him down. Mordred had his own mission and completed it successfully by killing the magician, slicing Sultan's neck. Far behind, the boss muttered, I felt a vibration earlier, but it was so faint I ignored it. I had no idea that weak tremor would turn out to be this guy, and that he'd actually kill Sultan. Meanwhile, Shield advanced on the gate core. Just before he could destroy it, the boss lashed out with his tail, sending him flying. Mordred tried to move fast, but the boss struck him too, throwing him next to Shield. You dare touch my gate core, the boss roared. Inwardly, he thought, I heard about their army and their powerful warriors, but I never expected this kind of ability. He regretted ever hiring Sultan. If it's come to this, I have only one option. He grabbed the gate core in his mouth and tried to escape. Mordred quickly reported that the boss was fleeing with the gate core. As the boss tunneled away, he thought, their leader can't even be 7th tier, yet he commands from outside the cave. Once I get out, I'll target him directly. When he surfaced, he spotted a helicopter in the sky with the words, Sole Representative, written across it. Kim looked down and saw the massive creature charging at him. Using Yuma material, he launched an attack, knocking it back. The boss crashed down, shocked. Yuma construction material? What's it doing here? From above, Kim analyzed the situation. Its body is too strong. My equipment won't pierce it. Hyungseo, keep your distance. The boss spun rapidly, deflecting more incoming material. Then he scaled a nearby building, reaching the helicopter's level, and spit venom at it. The acid began melting through the machine. Kim quickly retrieved the helicopter into subspace, making it vanish. 2 seconds later, a brand new helicopter appeared. The snake-like boss was stunned. My attack, it recovered that fast? It disappeared into a portal and came back good as new. What kind of ability does he have? Kim stayed calm. Doesn't matter. If the helicopter gets damaged, I'll just summon another. But the Yuma construction material isn't working here. Looks like I'll have to use that instead. He unleashed the holy spear. The boss's eyes widened. That's Reika's spear. How is it here? A second spear struck him immediately after. Then from behind, another attack flew in. Second circle magic, ice spear. Where it hit, the snake's body began freezing. This is Sultan's scroll, the boss shouted. How many tricks does this man have? But these little attacks won't stop me. He lunged toward the helicopter again. Kim analyzed calmly. When I used the scroll, it froze part of his body. That means the attacks work. He recalled the helicopter and pulled his knights back into subspace. From outside, his nail floated in the air, but the boss couldn't see him anymore. His name is still visible, but it's like he's vanished into another space. What a mysterious ability. Suddenly, a portal opened. Kim's entire team emerged holding scrolls, ready to strike. They tore them all at once, unleashing a storm of ice spears. The boss couldn't dodge them all. His body froze and the impact sent him crashing down. Kim stayed cautious. He summoned another helicopter and checked. The monster wasn't dead yet, but badly crippled. Everyone, use every scroll you've got. Rip them all and fire. They all unleashed the spells. Saul in particular had the time of her life tearing scrolls and watching the destruction. The boss thought, this ice has locked up my body. I can't move. He looked up and saw a blinding light, with system notifications flashing all around. Countless attacks rained down, slamming into him nonstop. Moments later, Kim landed beside him. Before you die, I want to ask you something. Why are you invading our dimension? The boss gave a bitter laugh. That's all you want to know? Fine. We had no other choice. Kim frowned. Why didn't you have a choice? The snake rasped. You won't understand now, but your dimension won't last long either. When the time comes, you'll be forced to hunt other dimensions too. The universe was designed this way. It's part of the system. You'll have no choice. Those were his final words before he died. Kim couldn't fully grasp what he meant about the system. Then Mordred reminded him, the leader is dead, but the gate core is still alive. Kim said, yeah, but where is it? Mordred replied, actually, I saw it with my own eyes. That snake swallowed the gate core, which means it's still inside its stomach. For Kim, this was a serious problem. The snake's body was massive, and the only way to recover the gate core would be to go inside. Mordred reassured him. My lord, you don't need to worry. Back in our home dimension, we were well known as monster corpse dismantlers. We're skilled at cutting apart monster bodies. Finding the gate core inside won't be a big deal for us. So the group entered the snake's stomach, determined to locate and destroy the gate core. Moments later, a notification appeared. The ownership of the snake was transferred, and along with it, a balance of 33,638 units. Kim's total magic stones now stood at 51,306. Kim chuckled. Well, that was a quick transfer. Mordred then approached him. My lord, we found this inside. It was a reinforcement stone. Using it, Kim summoned Lancel once again. As Lancel appeared, he declared, I swear my loyalty to my lord. My life belongs to you, and I would gladly sacrifice it for your cause. Information revealed that Lancel was a 7th-tier knight and a member of the Round Table. The moment the gate core was destroyed, the environment returned to its pure, original state. The remaining monsters retreated back into their own dimension. Breathing the clean air, Lancel stood tall. Kim approached him with gratitude. Thank you. Because of your sacrifice, this mission was a success. Lancel bowed his head. My lord, it was my duty. I only regret that my mistakes delayed us so long. Kim shook his head. You're far too stubborn. You completed your task and you should carry no regrets. And when someone thanks you, you should accept it. Hearing this, Lancel accepted his gratitude, and for a brief moment, Kim felt a wave of happiness. Then, looking up at the sky, Kim saw helicopters approaching. He thought, this was the only place in our country that lost in the bidding competition. Now that we've reclaimed it, the only thing left is to eliminate the remaining monsters. We're not safe yet. From one of the helicopters, the operations chief stepped out and greeted Colonel Kim. Surprised, Kim asked, weren't you at headquarters? What are you doing here? The chief replied, as soon as I heard how well your mission was going, I brought supplies and helicopters myself. But I still can't believe it. You took down a snake that massive all by yourself. Later inside the subspace, a variety of delicious dishes were served. Kim's mouth watered. Chinese food. Who would have thought in a monster-filled battlefield we get to eat Chinese food? This all went back to when Woman's mother was rescued. While no one was treating her, she had said, "If this were the normal world, I'd treat you to a proper meal." No, one reassured her. Don't worry, we have plenty of food available. Her mother was shocked. You really have that much food stored? No. One explained everything, and her mother then said, if you have unlimited ingredients, I know someone who can help. A friend of mine is an excellent cook. That's when a new face was introduced. Chef Zhu, a famous Chinese restaurant owner. He thought, I never imagined I'd get the chance to show my skills again in a world overrun by monsters. Kim later explained that Chef Zhu put his heart into cooking, creating one amazing dish after another. Seoul devoured the food like a hungry wolf. Bring me another bowl, Kim teased her. Why are you eating so slowly? You should have finished at least 5 bowls by now. After such a dangerous battlefield, everyone enjoyed the small feast as a way to celebrate. But Kim's sister-in-law wasn't eating much. Julie asked, What's wrong, sister-in-law? Are you feeling sick? Nervous? She hesitated. Yes, that's true. But how did you know? Julie smiled. Because you're pregnant. These are the symptoms. After dinner, Kim's brother and sister-in-law made it official, announcing that the test kit confirmed it. A new family member was on the way. Hyung-suk congratulated him. Kim, you're going to have a niece or nephew soon. Congratulations. Kim was surprised but overjoyed. Feels like I suddenly became an adult. Everyone began preparing for the new arrival. Seoul laughed. What should I teach the kid first? Maybe a sport? The atmosphere was filled with happiness, but didn't last long. A soldier hurried to Kim. Colonel, we just received an urgent message from the operations chief. Kim went to speak with him. The chief's voice was serious. Based on the intel, the environmental changes in China and Japan are toxic gases moving in from Beijing. It's making the water undrinkable. Kim quickly grasped how bad the situation was. The chief continued. And the gas isn't the only problem. Giant insects are coming with it. The gas hasn't reached us yet, but the insects are already flying into our territory. The most urgent task now is closing the gate that's open in Beijing. We're planning to send troops from our side, but I doubt we can handle this alone. Once again, I have to ask for your help. Kim answered firmly. You don't need to worry. Just tell me what needs to be done. But I doubt I can fly straight into China with a helicopter. Flying creatures will intercept me everywhere. The chief responded. Then you'll need to head to the 3rd unit first. After the call, Kim thought to himself, huge insects, toxic air, poisoned water. There's no way I'll let my niece or nephew be born into a world like this. I need to make Earth normal again for them. He called out to the system. Pax, level up the subspace. The system consumed 3,000 magic stones and began the upgrade. After some time, the process completed, unlocking a powerful new option. Portal installation cost 1,000 stones. Kim set up a portal. This ability is different from my regular portal. I can't open and close it freely. It doesn't have physical force, but only those with permission can enter it. Just then, Woman arrived. That's a cheat-level ability for sure. I heard you're heading to China. When are you leaving? Kim replied, very soon. First we'll close the gate in China, then we'll move on to Japan. Woman smiled. You're expanding on a world scale. If you ever need my help in the future, don't hesitate to call me. After wrapping up their conversation, Kim says goodbye and boards a helicopter with Hyung-suk, heading toward their destination. Meanwhile, under a plane, a man is working when a soldier approaches him. James, come on out. They're arriving sooner than expected. James crawls out and replies, What? Already? The modifications aren't complete yet. I'll need more time. Inside a nearby building, a soldier salutes and says, I heard you'd be arriving soon. I'm Captain Park of the 3rd unit. Kim and Hyung-suk greet him back. The soldier explains, the Joint Chief Headquarters informed us that you'd need a reliable flying machine to reach China. We've already started preparing one for your transportation. Hyung-suk gets a little excited. The soldier says, Follow me, I'll show you. They walk up to a massive aircraft, the C-130J. The soldier explains, This is twice as fast as the helicopter you came in and will take you to Beijing in no time. Hyung-suk lights up. Isn't this the same plane they use in spy movies? The soldier grins. Exactly, that's the one. We've been modifying it, but it's not fully done yet. You'll need to wait a little longer. Hyung-sok asks, why do you need to modify it anyway? The soldier replies, if you're flying into China, you might run into monsters midair. These modifications will protect you from their attacks. We're doing everything we can to strengthen its defenses. It's almost complete. Hyung-sok nods. Now I get it. That's why I saw all that bright light under the plane. Must be a bunch of engineers working on it. The soldier shakes his head. Actually, there's only one engineer handling all of it. This surprises Kim. What? One person handling such a huge aircraft? Can he really pull it off? The soldier smiles. His name's James. He's incredibly skilled at this. Kim thinks to himself, I can't believe a single person can manage this. He must be an ability user. Just then James appears, holding a mana stone in his hand. His build is solid, and he confidently announces that the plane's defenses have been enhanced and the lower part heavily modified. If you're flying alongside monsters, they won't even bother attacking you now. I've also managed to boost its speed. Kim quickly realizes James is awakened with the mechanic skill. The mana stone helps him translate their language, since he's from another country. Before the world changed, he worked in artifact engineering, which is why he awakened with such a skill. He used to work in an airline, and while delivering equipment, he got trapped here when the world shifted. Kim expected minor modifications, but when he sees sharp weapons fitted beneath the plane, he's blown away. James's ability is extraordinary. Kim admits to himself, even I probably couldn't pull off this kind of work. After inspecting the modifications, Kim starts distributing supplies at the base. He notices James behaving differently. When Kim offers him food, James politely declines, saying he's full. Kim frowns. He rejected my food directly? He orders packs to take the meal back. What really catches James's attention are the machines inside Kim's packs, robots and drones. He inspects them closely. Kim thinks, he turned down food but is completely fascinated by my machines. This guy's truly dedicated to his craft. I don't know much about him, but his ability is phenomenal. I want to scout him and bring him into my team. With the unlimited materials inside my subspace, he could create mind-blowing things. Kim finally asks, would you be willing to work with me? As you've seen, I have machines that are part of my ability. If you ever need equipment, motorcycles, gear, whatever, you're free to use them. In return, I'll guarantee your safety. James doesn't hesitate. No, I just met you today. I can't trust someone I barely know. Kim realizes he pushed too hard. Looks like I made a mistake. I only wanted to use your skills for modifications, but forget it. James narrows his eyes. So you really just wanted my ability? Kim nods. Yes, but right now, I don't have anything to earn your trust. Tom. James responds. Then here's my condition. If you ever go to America, take me with you. Until then, I'll work with you. Kim is surprised. So you'll lend me your ability until I take you to America? James nods. Exactly. That's what I want. Kim thinks it over. It'll take me a while to get there. After China, I still need to head to Japan. But in the meantime, he could make some incredible modifications. He asks, why America? Do you have family there? James shakes his head. I don't have any family, but even without them, I want to reclaim that place. I can't make it that far alone. You look strong enough to get me there safely. Kim agrees. It's possible, but we can't go just yet. We need to close the gate in China first, then move on to Japan. James shrugs. The timeline doesn't matter to me. Take all the time you need. Kim nods. All right then, I promise. When I go to America, I'll take you to your hometown. He opens his portal. Let's start our deal now. Out of it, he pulls countless fighter planes, helicopters, and bikes, military vehicles of every kind. All of these are yours, James. Use them however you want to develop new modification techniques. James stares in disbelief. He gave me all these aircraft just like that? What kind of ability does he have? I had no idea he was this incredible. If he'd shown me this earlier, I probably would have agreed right away. Regret fills him as he thinks about it. In the next scene, they board the aircraft and head for China. In a new city, giant cockroaches climb up a building, and massive locusts swarm nearby. Kim's plane passes overhead, and he feels disgusted. Hyung-sok warns, we're landing. Moments later, they touch down. Kim opens his portal, stores the plane, and then summons Lansal. Lansal scans the area. My lord, the area seems safe. You can step outside. Kim steps out in a protective suit, the air heavily polluted. He grumbles. It's tough moving around in this suit. Do you really not see a single insect out here? Lansil confirms, none nearby. Suddenly a man approaches, greeting them. You must be from Korea here to help us. We've been waiting a long time. It's an honor. I'm Yang Woon from the Red River Guild. The whole city's atmosphere is tainted with pollution. Inside a building, Yang Woon leads them in, saying, Luckily, we didn't run into any insects on the way. This place isn't much, but please make yourselves at home. Kim replies, No, you don't need to be so humble. But as he looks ahead, he sees many people sitting in cultivation poses, circulating some kind of energy. Their expressions look strained, almost pained. Yang Woon explains, I've already cleansed the poison energy from this area with my internal energy. You can remove your gas mask now. Kim is puzzled. He's never heard of internal energy. Yang continues, We're awakeners known as martial artists. When the world changed, our bodies awakened with a mysterious force called internal energy. It's completely different from your kind of ability. For example, your subspace ability, or number one's healing ability, that's tied to your past lives and traits. For martial artists, awakening manifests as internal energy. They can channel it into whatever they've mastered. He adds, those who awakened with internal energy became incredibly powerful. The Chinese government quickly recognized their potential, recruited them, and sent them to fight monsters at the gates. Their leader is Yang Woon, but because of his performance on the battlefield, he earned another name, Yang Woon of the Red River. Yang finishes, Yes, we're awakeners too, but not all martial artists are the same. We even joined the government in bidding competitions. In Beijing, 2 gates opened at once because of the massive population there. Kim thought to himself, Yeah, the population here is double compared to Seoul. So having 2 bidding competitions at the same time isn't strange at all. Yang Woon continued, The problem was that we had very little information about the enemy. We didn't know they could release toxic gas. The poisonous gas itself wasn't the real issue. Anyone who inhaled it couldn't handle both energies at once and lost control. And those who managed to detoxify it had no energy left to fight and ended up dying on the battlefield. That's why the gates stayed open, and a massive number of insects started invading our territory. He explained, To detoxify this, we need internal energy. The longer we stay here, the more disadvantaged we become, because our power keeps draining. We need fresh air to accumulate our strength, but that's something we don't have right now. Surprised, Kim asked, So if you had fresh air, your strength would increase? Yang Woon nodded. Yes, that's actually the main problem. Kim replied, If that's the case, then it's not really a problem at all. I'll be right back. He opened a portal, stepped inside, and went straight into his lab. There, he found a canister filled with fresh Himalayan air. Bringing it back, he began modifying it in his research lab. Remove this canister and start reproducing this air continuously. As soon as the fresh air flowed into the room, the impact was massive. The insects outside were pushed back by the pressure. Windows swung open, and the poisonous gas started retreating. The moment a martial artist inhaled the fresh air, his eyes widened in shock. This is fresh air! Energy surged into his body, and everyone around him started murmuring, Could this really be fresh air? Yang Woon himself was stunned, watching the complexion of his men improve instantly. When he glanced toward the portal, he realized it had to be Mr. Kim's ability at work. He thought back. When we first requested help from the Korean military, the situation here was already so bad. We were sure they'd reject us. When I explained everything, the reply came back saying, Colonel Kim has agreed to help you. Even while speaking, his voice was so relaxed I thought he was mocking us. But now I see the arrogant one was me. I never imagined he could pull something like this off. Now I understand why they were so calm. It was all because of this one man. As Kim looked over, Yang bowed deeply, thanking him while apologizing. I dragged you into this trouble from so far away, but thank you for lending us your strength. We'll risk everything we have to destroy this gate core. Kim told him, You don't have to be so humble. Honestly, if this gate gets closed, our people will also be safer. So I'm doing this for us as well. Yang admitted, Originally, my plan was to head straight to the battlefield. But now that the situation has changed, I think it's better for us to rest a little and let our internal energy recover properly. Kim asked how long they planned to rest. Yang replied that they'd need 3 days. Kim said, If we're taking a break anyway, then we should properly recover ourselves. Yang didn't fully understand what properly meant, but the answer came quickly as Kim laid out a spread of Chinese dishes in front of them. They hadn't eaten anything good in a long time, so everyone dove in, enjoying the food like it was a feast. Yang was overjoyed. This is excellent. Once the meal was done, Yang explained their approach against the insects. There's not much difference between them other than their size. The bigger ones release toxic gas. Most of the insects are tier 8 or 9. Sometimes we encounter tier 7, but that's rare. The real problem is their overwhelming numbers. Because of that, we can't complete any operation successfully. If you see a swarm, they'll almost always be tier 8. If you see fewer insects, then they're tier 7. He continued. Now, let me tell you about the gate core's location. There are 2 cores, and both are at the same place, Babing Mountain. Just then, Lancel sensed something from behind. My lord, it's here. Kim asked, what's here? Lancel replied, I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime, so I can't even explain it properly. In front of them appeared a massive centipede, known locally as Kansule. Lancel said, judging from its size and based on Mr. Yang's explanation, Kim looked at it and muttered, damn, just look at those legs. Even when they were small, centipedes were creepy enough. But at this size, they're on a whole different level of disgusting. Yang corrected him. This centipede is actually level 8. Kim was shocked. Something this huge is only level 8? Yang explained, yes, it looks intimidating, but it's only level 8. Compared to the locusts and other insects, this is one of the weaker species. Kim wondered, really? At that moment, Sol stepped forward. This one's rank 8, right? I've been bored sitting around. This is the perfect chance for me. I'll handle it. Nobody else touches this centipede but me. Kim asked, really? You're going to take it on alone? Sol shot back. What do you mean? You always keep me stuck inside that portal. If you interfere this time, I'll beat you up instead of the centipede. Let me get some exercise and keep your mouth shut. Hearing that, Kim got a little nervous. Sol opened a window, leaped from the building, and charged at the beast. From behind, Kim yelled, show that centipede your power. Yang grew worried. Kim reassured him, don't stress, she's my sister. I know exactly how powerful she is. Yang asked, but what about the toxic gas outside? How are you handling that? Kim suddenly remembered. Oh no, she didn't even take a mask. Meanwhile, Sol clenched her fists, charging them with electricity. With excitement blazing in her eyes, she unleashed a devastating strike straight at the centipede. Yang warned, no matter how skilled someone is, fighting in this toxic gas will weaken them. And this centipede's shell is extremely tough. I don't think her attack will have any effect. I'll have to help her. He turned to his student. Guan Ruai, are you ready? I'll face the centipede directly, and you go rescue Kim's sister. Treat her injuries immediately. But before they could act, a thunderous crash shook the air. Everyone froze, staring outside. Yang's eyes went wide with shock. With a single blow, Sol had completely crushed the centipede's head. It was dead on the spot. Laughing joyfully, she exclaimed, see that? That's the power of my punch. Yang was baffled. Even I'd have to use a massive amount of internal energy just to crack its shell. But she broke through it without any at all. How is that even possible? Guan Roy spoke up. If you look at the structure, doesn't it resemble the basic fist technique? Kim muttered from behind. What basic fist technique? She just threw a normal punch. Then realization struck Yang, and he thought, no way. Don't tell me this is the heavenly martial arts body, a body perfectly crafted for martial arts. But before the thought could settle, Sol suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. The poisonous gas had taken its toll. Yang shouted, quick, go treat her. They regrouped and began planning again. Yang emphasized that they had to break through, no matter what. With the polluted air slowing them down and the sheer number of bugs, their only option was to avoid as many as possible and focus on destroying the gate core within 3 days. Looking at Sol, Yang added, we have a few techniques we can share with you. He introduced his disciple. This is Guan Rui. You can spar with her to pick up some excellent skills, since she doesn't use weapons either. Sol replied, I'm grateful for the offer. You've already healed me, but honestly, I don't think you should risk this. I might hurt her. Guan Rui stepped forward. We should focus on training. Don't underestimate me. Fight me properly. Sol laughed and said, if that's how you want it, fine. Just don't blame me if I end up hurting you. Guan Rui replied, not at all. Sol got into position, her energy flaring, and then charged at her with incredible speed. That's how their fight began. Watching them spar brought a smile to Yang's face. Kim, on the other hand, thought to himself, for the last 20 years, Nuntu has been punching me non-stop, so to me her punches feel normal. But through the eyes of martial artists, this must look pretty impressive. Yang turned to Kim and said, "It would have been better if your sister specialized in swordsmanship. I could have taught her." "Mr. Kim, how about you learn swordsmanship from me?" Kim shook his head. No, I don't need that. But I do have a friend. Maybe you could teach him instead?" He was talking about women. Yang started training women, showing him how to refine his swordsmanship and improve his performance. Meanwhile, Sol used her barrier energy to leap higher and move faster. The more she fought, the more she improved, picking up new techniques with each exchange. Kim felt proud. She was a quick learner. Everyone was growing stronger, breathing in the fresh air, expanding their internal energy, and learning new skills. Kim thought, seeing them all getting stronger, I can't just sit back. I've got plenty of magic stones lying around. I should use them to build some equipment to take down these bugs. He had upgraded his subspace lab to level 3, which now allowed him to see results through a hologram. That gave him an idea. Maybe he could build a giant electric bug zapper. But the creatures they were dealing with were way too big. He sighed. Man, I need a much better idea. I'm not great at mechanics, engineering, or electronics. Honestly, if I had some kind of pesticide, I'd just wipe these bugs out. Then a voice came from behind. Pesticide? It was his sister-in-law. She stepped forward and said, "If we're talking about pesticides, maybe I can help." Kim looked at her curiously. "And how could you help me?" That's when he remembered. His brother once mentioned that his wife had awakened as an alchemist. She said, "My skills aren't nearly as impressive as yours, but I am an alchemist. So when you're not around, I've been using your lab here and there." Kim waved it off. "No problem at all. You can use my lab freely." She asked, "So what kind of pesticide do you need?" Kim pulled up the hologram showing the massive centipede. "I need a super powerful pesticide, something that can completely eliminate a monster like this." 3 days later, Kim and the team were trying their best to avoid running into too many insects. Young thought, those 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. But in that short time, I managed to recover my physical condition and return to my peak. And it was all thanks to Mr. Kim. Suddenly, one of the men called out, "There's a swarm of insects up ahead." Yang braced himself. "I'll pour my entire life's worth of inner energy into wiping out this massive mosquito swarm." But before he could unleash his energy, some kind of chemical spread toward the creatures. They began dropping instantly. Yang was stunned. In just 3 days, this man built something like this in only 3 days? It was Kim's doing. 3 days earlier, inside the subspace, his sister-in-law had told him, "Like I said before, I'm an alchemist. I'm confident this will work. I believe this potion, the insecticide, will help you a lot." Now in the present, the results spoke for themselves. The potion worked flawlessly and wasn't harmful to humans at all. Kim explained that it didn't work on 7-tier insects, but for anything below that, it could completely wipe them out. From there, the group set out for Beibing Mountain. Yang addressed everyone. "From this point on, our real challenge begins. That mountain ahead, it's where all the trouble lies. We've tried to conquer it many times in the past, tried to destroy the gate core, but every attempt has failed." Kim answered, "All right, I get it, but this time we came prepared. Up until now, you've only seen 7-tier insects. We can handle those easily. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, see that guy up there, Lancel? He's a 7-tier himself, so you don't need to worry." When they finally reached the battlefield, Kim's reaction was pure shock. He laid eyes on a gigantic grasshopper, a 7th-tier insect, its size beyond anything he had ever imagined. He thought, back when we fought the lizard men, they were big, sure, but nothing like this. How can a 7th-tier creature grow so massive? To reach that tier, they'd need dimensional registration. But these monsters don't have the intelligence for something like that. So how did they advance beyond level 7? Then it hit him. He remembered Lansal explaining before how traitors in the army once sacrificed others to gain power and advance their tiers. Kim realized, that must be it. Sacrifice. These monsters must be feeding on life to climb tiers. To get stronger, they don't need brains. They just need to keep killing and eating. Kim opened his portal and launched an attack using Yuma material, but the insect didn't even flinch. The strike barely left a scratch. Kim was stunned. That attack should have done serious damage, but it barely even grazed it. Lansal suggested, "My lord, try using the holy spear." But before Kim could, Sol lost her patience. She charged at the giant insect on her own. "This one's mine," Kim yelled after her. "No, don't be reckless. At least take Reika's spear with you." But Lanceal's attention was caught elsewhere. He glanced behind them and saw something odd. A tree was moving. Kim was still calling out, "No, two, take the holy spear. Maybe it can break its shell." Lanceal quickly realized that wasn't a tree at all. It was the leg of another monster that had just appeared behind them. Kim turned and his eyes widened. Towering over them was a massive spider, even bigger than the grasshopper. Lanceal said quickly, "My lord, we should climb onto its body. Its legs won't be able to reach us if we're on its back. That way we'll be safe from both the spider and the grasshopper." Kim smirked. "As expected, Lanceal. That's a brilliant idea." He gave the order for everyone to climb. Yang admitted, "I don't know what your plan is, but we'll follow your lead." Using their powers, everyone scrambled onto the spider's back. Once they were up, Yang asked, "So what now?" Kim replied, "If we keep attacking with Reika's spear, eventually it should make an impact. Once this one goes down, we'll focus on the grasshopper, cut off its legs, and limit its movement." But the grasshopper had its eyes locked on Kim. Suddenly it leapt with incredible force. Realizing the danger, Kim shouted, "Everyone, jump off now! Get clear before it hits!" They all jumped off in time. The grasshopper's attack slammed into the spider, killing the massive 7th-tier monster in a single blow. The group was left stunned. One strike, that was all it took. Kim was even more surprised. Why would it attack its own kind? He thought for a moment. Maybe they're not that intelligent after all. We were riding on the spider's back, so the grasshopper probably mistook it for its enemy. Looks like these things attack first and think later. Seizing the opportunity, Kim ordered, "Quick, climb onto the grasshopper's back while the dust is still in the air. It won't see us coming." They all scrambled onto its back. Kim wondered if the creature had noticed, but strangely the grasshopper just stood still, unmoving. Kim frowned. Why is it frozen like that? Did it sense us? Then he smirked. "Well, that works in our favor. At least we get to rest a little." That's when Saul asked, "So what's our next move?" Kim said, "Everyone, stay here. Once we destroy the gate core, these bugs will automatically return to their original dimension. If this creature leads us close to the gate core, we'll attack immediately. For now, we can ride it in peace until we get there." Saul asked, "But what if it's not heading toward the gate core?" Kim replied, "Don't worry. As soon as we find the right opportunity, we'll just jump off its back." Suddenly, the grasshopper started moving and leapt from one spot to another. The impact shook everyone riding on it. Their condition quickly worsened, and Kim's stomach couldn't take it anymore. He ended up throwing up. He thought, "Man, this ride is brutal. At this rate, it'll break my back before I even get to destroy the gate core. And now I'm motion sick on top of it." Just then, he heard a sound from behind, like a helicopter's rotor. Turning around, he saw a massive wasp. Sol muttered, "This opponent looks like it's going to be a serious challenge." The wasp dove forward, aiming its stinger directly at Kim. He froze. "This is it. I'm done for. I've got no way to defend against this." Lanceal was too far away to intervene. But the grasshopper noticed the attack. It quickly shifted position, dodging the strike and knocking the wasp down, saving Kim's life at the last second. Kim realized it must have thought the wasp was attacking it, so it countered instinctively. Whatever the reason, this works in our favor. Now crush that wasp and finish it off. But instead of finishing the job, the grasshopper hesitated. The wasp seized the chance and bit off one of its legs, leaving it disoriented. Kim shouted in frustration, "Are you kidding me? How could you be so careless? Your enemy is right in front of you. You could easily kill it, so why aren't you doing it? This is so irritating. Its intelligence is way too low. If only I could control it." That's when an idea struck him. He opened a portal and called out, "Hyung-sok, can you control bugs? Or maybe ride them?" Hyung-sok, who'd been relaxing and playing a game, suddenly found ropes in his hands. They were tied to the grasshopper's antennae. Kim encouraged him, "Go ahead and try. If it doesn't work, I've already opened the subspace portal. We'll escape safely. No pressure." Hyung-sok grinned. "Hold on tight." He tugged the reins, steering the grasshopper straight at the wasp. In a single strike, the wasp's head was ripped clean off. Kim was thrilled. It worked! Soon after, a butterfly monster appeared, but Hyung-sok guided the grasshopper to kill it in one swift move. When another grasshopper showed up, Hyung-sok rushed past so fast the enemy didn't even have time to react before being taken out. Then came an army of giant ants. Hyung-sok was enjoying the ride so much, he pushed forward with confidence. Kim called from behind, "I'll handle this one." He unleashed Yuma material, wiping out a large number of ants. After clearing the battlefield, Kim praised their mount. This grasshopper was the strongest monster we've faced so far. Together they finished it off once they reached their destination. Lansal confirmed, "Out of all the 7-tier creatures we've fought, this one was definitely the strongest." Turned and reported that all nearby bugs had been eliminated. Kim nodded. "Good work," Lansal cautioned. "Still, keep your guard up." When Kim turned, he saw 2 small creatures near 2 glowing portals. They were gate cores. Finally, he had reached the target. Yang stepped forward. "Thank you for giving me this final task. With these gate cores gone, I can avenge my fallen comrades." Kim told him, "No need for thanks. Just finish them quickly." Yang nodded. "I'll use my strongest technique to settle this once and for all." For the first time, Kim and the others saw his true swordsmanship. Yang gathered his entire inner energy and unleashed a devastating strike. "Disappear from my country!" The attack was so powerful it looked as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scale of it. Kim admitted, "I'm not lying. That was incredible strength, but something doesn't add up. Why did only one gate disappear? The other portal is still open." Then they saw it, a massive claw protecting the second gate core. Kim whispered, "What kind of monster is guarding it?" Emerging from the portal was a grotesque, fly-like creature with countless eyes. The monster spoke. "The Chamber of Commerce will be furious if this gate core is destroyed. We must protect it at all costs. I don't want to fight, but the scent here, it's so delicious." Soul stared. "That thing looks unbelievably strong." Kim said, "It might be another 7th tier. Fine, let's test it." He opened a portal and struck its eyes with Reika's spear. The attack did nothing. The monster didn't even flinch. Lansal's expression hardened. "No, this isn't 7th tier. This is gold tier." The creature's many voices echoed like whispers. "What's this annoyance? These tiny sparks shining before me?" Another voice. "Should I eliminate them?" A third. "Too troublesome to move. I feel lazy." And another. "They'll die on their own. I don't need to bother." Kim was shocked but relieved. "Strange. It's not even interested in attacking us." Lansal reminded him, "My lord, we don't need to defeat it. If we destroy the gate core, it will automatically return to its own dimension." Kim agreed. "Of course, that was always the priority," Lansal offered. "Then let's distract it while someone finishes the gate core. I'll draw its attention." Kim frowned. "That's a good plan, but how will you distract it? It ignored Reika's holy spear. Why would it care about your attacks?" Then Kim remembered. "It's still an insect, right? That might work." He pulled out an electric mosquito repellent from his portal. The moment he turned it on, the creature's giant eyes focused directly on the light. The sight was terrifying. The monster's voices whispered, "What is this? Pretty, interesting, beautiful." Kim's whole body trembled in fear. Lansal shouted, "Mordred, now's our chance! Go for the gate core!" Mordred activated his skill, turned invisible, and rushed forward. With one deadly strike, he shattered the gate core into pieces. A system notification rang out. Ownership of the dimensional account was transferring, and the Beijing area was now cleared. The monster, still fixated on the glowing repellent, picked it up in its hand. "So pretty, I love it." Then it slowly vanished, fading back into its dimension. The polluted air and corrupted environment dissolved with it. Everyone realized they had won, and relief washed over them. Kim, however, collapsed, shaking. "That monster was so close to me. I was nearly dead. The fear still lingers. I need to be even more careful from now on." What shocked him most was that even such a terrifying gold-tier creature feared the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. He thought, this bidding competition, business rights, and the Chamber of Commerce, they must all be connected. This entire process is orchestrated by them. Lansal ordered the knights. "Our lord is exhausted. Don't let your guard down." Meanwhile, Yang realized something. "Now I see. That's why you borrowed our martial arts manuals. When you said you'd copy them, we thought you'd have scribes doing the work, but I never expected this." Kim had already duplicated the manuals and laid out multiple copies. "I'm leaving these here so anyone who needs them can have access." Yang assured him, "You don't have to worry. I'll make sure those who need them will get them. But it feels too soon for you to leave." Kim smiled. Don't worry, I've installed a portal here. I'll be able to visit anytime. Yang replied, if you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to call us, but where's your next destination? As Kim stepped into the portal, he answered, we're heading to Japan next. There they saw a new kind of monster, more dangerous than anything before. It killed an orc with ease. Kim was heading to the office when he noticed the commander sitting there, his face clearly tense. The commander spoke first. Kim, we just got a call from Beijing. The problem there has been completely resolved. Thanks to you. They're really grateful for what you did. Kim gave a small smile. Good. At least that situation's stable now. But why do you look so worried, Operation Commander? That's when Kim noticed a young woman sitting beside the commander. He asked, and who might she be? The woman replied with a polite smile. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Kim. My name's Park Yon. I'm the representative from Busan. The commanders told me a lot about you, and I've heard nothing but praise. Both regional representatives began discussing the situation. Park Yon explained, not long ago, an official notification appeared on our system window from the multi-dimension chambers of commerce. It was a declaration of war. Japan's Fuku area has filed a war claim against Korea's Busan region. The Chamber of Commerce will act as a neutral mediator to ensure the conflict proceeds fairly. The war will begin in 7 days. Busan versus Fuku. The victory condition is simple. Whichever side eliminates the opposing area's representative first wins. The reward? The winning side gets full business rights over the opponent's area, plus permission to install new portals. The Chamber of Commerce takes a 20% commission from portal revenue, since they're the ones who handle installation. However, if either side initiates conflict before the officials start, they'll be immediately disqualified. Kim froze for a moment. A declaration of war? Why the hell would they want to fight us? The commander sighed. Remember when I mentioned Japan's situation wasn't looking good? Kim nodded. Yeah, you said China was more urgent, so I went there first. The commander explained, Japan's government has completely collapsed. The UC Awakened Society took control. From the name you can tell, they worship beings from other dimensions and draw power from them. Kim frowned. Sounds like what happened with our first unit's betrayal. The commander nodded and pulled up an image. Grotesque, half-human, half-fish creatures. Kim's eyes widened. They barely look human. More like fishmen. Exactly, the commander said grimly. They're evolving into fishmen. The only difference is we managed to stop our goblin-type mutations thanks to you. But Japan had no one to contain theirs. The UC Awakened Society now controls the entire country, and they've started expanding their influence into neighboring regions. He continued, just yesterday, one of their captains, Captain Hadik, crossed into our territory, attacked civilians, and caused a massacre. Park Yon added, their motive is clear, to implant UC Awakened Society's influence inside Korea. They want us all under their rule. Right after the rampage, he sent the declaration of war notice. Everything happened so fast. Kim clenched his fists. They invade our borders, kill our people, and then have the nerve to challenge us to war? We should be uniting right now, not tearing each other apart. Park Yon calmly said, what matters most is that we know almost nothing about them, only that they look like fishmen. We don't know their strength, their numbers, nothing. And now we've only got 6 days left before the battle. We've reached out to all nearby military units and started recruiting every awakener we could find, but the numbers are still painfully low. Kim finally understood why the commander looked so tense. He thought to himself, they've made contact with beings from another dimension. Things have changed. The monsters we're facing now are on a completely different level. The UC Awakened Society might even have 7th-tier beings among them. That could be a real problem. And since they're in another region, I can't even send Mudok to gather intel. There's only one option left. Prepare for the worst. The commander looked straight at him. Mr. Kim, I know you just returned from a mission, but I need to ask this. Please participate in the battlefield operation. With your support, our chances of victory will rise dramatically. Kim didn't hesitate. I'll do it. The commander's face brightened immediately. Kim asked, how many awakeners have joined the team so far? 200, the commander replied. A few moments later, Kim opened a portal and pulled out nearly 200 martial arts manuals. The commander's eyes widened. All of these? Kim nodded. I collected them in China. If our awakeners study these, their abilities will improve drastically. It'll be a huge advantage in the war. The commander asked, "You'd really distribute these among them?" Kim said, "Everyone who fights alongside us will get one." The commander thought for a moment. "Other than our military, who else could help us?" Kim smirked. "I know a few people. For example," he reached out to Hulk. It had been a long time since they last spoke. They talked about how their abilities had helped them survive this long. Kim told him about the current situation and asked him to join the upcoming war. He also contacted James, assigning him a separate task. James replied, "That's easy. I'll handle it. But Mr. Kim, I've actually been waiting for your return." Kim looked puzzled. "Waiting for me? Why?" James said, "I told you I'd keep helping until I left for the US, right? But I didn't really understand your abilities back then. Now that I've seen what you're capable of, I realize I should have gone with you. Can you tell me exactly how your ability works?" Kim thought for a second. "I wonder how much more tech and equipment he's got lying around. From what he's already provided, I can tell he's still holding back." After their talk, Kim reflected, "He really didn't know about my abilities. Well, that's fine. At least my little stunt earlier caught his attention. The misunderstanding's cleared, and now James has officially joined our team." Their total combat power had grown significantly. 200 awakened soldiers from the army, plus 20 more elite allies, including Hulk and Jamies. The Beijing team was still stabilizing their region, so the plan was to call them in only if absolutely necessary. Kim began thinking about who else could assist when he suddenly remembered Camelord and the enhancement stones he hadn't used yet. He opened his system window. 810 investment stones ready. Kim already knew where to use them. He entered the system and began summoning the remaining knights, enhancing each one with the stones. One by one, the knights materialized before him. Seeing them all again felt like reuniting with family. Camelord's 12-knight unit was fully assembled, and a faint smile of pride appeared on Kim's face. Meanwhile, James was practically glowing with excitement as he inspected the military equipment laid out before him, and his eyes shone even brighter when he discovered the deadlier materials hidden underneath. Only 5 days remained before the war began. Everyone gathered in one place to discuss in detail how to win the upcoming battle. The main focus was to make sure they didn't repeat the same 2 major mistakes they had made during the Lizardman fight. Every point was discussed thoroughly, down to the smallest detail. In the end, 2 key strategies were decided. Kim's father would build a base strong enough to allow both offense and defense against the enemy, and James would modify a ship capable of fighting underwater. James's role became extremely important in this operation. Kim wondered if James could really handle such a heavy responsibility, but James seemed to be enjoying the whole process, clearly motivated and confident. Before the war officially started, Kim contacted Yong-Soo and asked for support. Yong-Soo said, "Since you left, we've managed to stabilize things to some extent, so we can spare some time to support you. Honestly, after your request, we had to come." When his team arrived, they immediately started helping the soldiers who had been training in martial arts, pushing their skills to the next level. Yong-Soo smiled and said, "The help we're giving is nothing compared to what you did for us, so don't think of it as a big deal. Oh, and last time, you ran off before hearing what I had to say. I was in a hurry too. I need a favor." Kim asked, "What kind of favor?" Yong-Soo extended his sword forward. "This is called the Gawain sword. It's the treasure of our sect, passed down through generations. I've used enhancement stones on it, which made it even more powerful. I want you to duplicate it and distribute it to those who need it most. It'll be a huge help in battle." Kim was shocked. "This is your sect's treasure. How can you just hand it over like that?" Yong-Soo replied, "For the good of everyone." Kim accepted it with a smile. Deep down, curiosity and a bit of greed stirred in him. He wanted to see just how powerful this sword was. The system notification popped up. It was a rare sword. Data couldn't be uploaded. Attribute wind, options, penetrate, and accuracy. It was an incredible weapon. Then Kim entered his subspace and met Wuming, who looked a bit down. Kim asked what was wrong, and Wuming said, "To reach level 10, I need 1,000 magic stones. Only then can I rank up, or I'd need a dimensional account. That's why I've been constantly hunting monsters and gathering stones. Out of all of us, I'm the lowest level. When you guys were hunting bugs, I stayed behind watching. It was frustrating." Kim thought, level up, so that's how their levels increase? Then it clicked. Martial artists had been fighting monsters, which explained why they had already reached rank 8. Everyone had different systems. As long as they kept collecting mana stones, their levels would keep rising accordingly. But Sonia never mentioned this. She always talks nonsense. Why do they need so many stones all the time? Could this whole thing be a scam? Then he thought about himself. I'm only level 5. To reach level 6, I'll need 100,000 magic stones. And for level 10, he asked Wu Ming, how many stones have you gathered so far? Only 314, Wu Ming answered. Kim replied, I'll cover the rest, but I need one favor in return. Participate in the battle. Wu Ming immediately agreed. As preparations wrapped up, the day of the battle finally arrived. Out in the raging waves of the sea, a massive army of fishermen advanced. One of them shouted, the people of this area won't stand a chance against us. We are 1,000 strong. If we attack, there will be nothing but slaughter. Your weapons can't harm us. Hand over your representative, and you'll have the chance to become citizens of our great Japan Empire. We don't wish to drown this place in blood. Kim smirked. Nice speech. Maybe it's time someone taught you proper manners. He ordered the front barriers to open. The fishermen laughed. These fools, they're opening their own defenses. Soon they'll hand over their representative themselves. But as they charged forward, a burst of purple light struck one of them, tearing his body apart into shreds. A knight's voice thundered from the front lines. Pathetic insects, how dare you come near our lord? All 12 knights stood proudly in formation. The fishermen froze in shock. We weren't told about these. Even our lord didn't mention them. Who the hell are they? Then a monstrous figure appeared behind them. Lord Maiko, you're here. Lord Maiko stepped forward. I'll show them what true power looks like. Step aside. When they witness my strength, they'll tremble. But before he could finish, Shield moved forward and crushed his skull in one blow. Out of my way, worthless creature. Did you really think you could stand against us? Even after their lord fell, the fishmen didn't completely lose morale. They still had numbers on their side, and another lord in reserve. Meanwhile, Yong-Su was using his shooting technique to take down multiple fishmen at once. Guan-Wu unleashed her fierce attacks, eliminating enemies rapidly. Sonia, as usual, was having the most fun in battle. Then from behind, Captain Hadik roared, Move aside! I'll show you what A-class power really looks like. He charged forward, only to be slammed by a massive impact material. The force hit him so hard that he was sent flying back at twice his own speed. The enemy forces froze in fear. Their second lord had fallen too. Their confidence vanished instantly. Retreat, someone yelled. There's no ship available underwater. If we dive now, they won't be able to follow us. Kim watched as the enemy began to retreat. They came to attack, and now they're leaving without even putting up a fight? The lizard men had 3 7th-tier monsters. The bugs had dozens of them. But these guys? Not a single 7th tier has shown up yet. Why? He opened his subspace in the middle of the ocean and deployed a new ship. Time to use James's masterpiece for an underwater counterattack. Kim gave the order. Hyun-Soo, take us toward Fuku. Hyun-Soo nodded. Aye, Captain. Leave it to me. The ship was incredible. Smooth, steady, and powerful as it cut through the waves. The journey toward Fuku continued. Hungs was clearly enjoying himself, while Kim stood near the back, thinking, it's been at least 2 hours. No enemies, no monsters. That's strange. Are we being diverted on purpose? Or is this part of their strategy? No. Maybe they planned something else. 11 of my knights stayed behind to defend the base, and only Moderate came with me. I can't call the others now. If there's an attack back there, the base could be completely destroyed. If anything goes wrong here, I'll have to jump straight into subspace. Suddenly, a strange roar echoed from outside the ship. Kim's eyes narrowed. I knew it! There's a trap here! From the depths of the sea, a massive creature emerged, far larger than anything he'd expected. Kim muttered, I knew something dangerous would show up, but this is way beyond what I imagined. If this thing reaches Busan, it'll cause total destruction. No matter what, I have to stop it here. I just don't know if I'm strong enough to take down something this huge. Kim says, let's attack this one first, and immediately fires EM material beams. The beams hit the monster straight on, making it scream even louder. Kim thinks, just as I expected, such a dangerous monster won't die that easily. But then he sees that the mass is actually dead, and a system notification appears all of its mana stones, 143 in total, are being transferred to him. Shocked, Kim mutters, what? That easily? No way, it can't be that simple. There must be a 7th tier or 7th rank monster showing up soon. I've got to stay alert. You guys can't drive me crazy. I'm ready. About 10 minutes later, Hyunsu says, we've reached Fuku. Kim can't believe it. Already? Without any issues? He thinks to himself, maybe I overthought it, or maybe they've set up a trap that's not visible. Either way, it's good we've made it inside enemy territory now. I'll have to stay even more alert. I can't let my guard down for even a second. The target is Fuku's representative. Ahead of them stands a massive building labeled Fuku Representative. Kim looks at it and says, this is clearly a trap. Anyone could tell the representative belongs here. Such a huge building. I should get some intel first. I've got Moderate available. Moderate, it's your turn. Infiltrate the enemy base and gather information. Moderate gets to work right away. He quietly moves across different floors of the enemy base, where people are chatting about random things, nothing useful. Then on one floor, he sees a fishman yelling at a smaller fishman. I gave you an army of 1,000, and you still haven't taken Busan's breath away? What the hell are you doing? You had 2 captains, where are they? The smaller fishman hesitates and says, actually, there was a massive counterattack. Both captains are dead. The other captain grows even more furious. From behind, a man says, looks like we underestimated Korea's strength. Another one adds, their score in the budding war was the highest. Maybe they did have the ability to push back. I apologize, but don't worry. Even if Fuku loses, I'll cover the loss for that investment. Hearing this, another man roars, hey, Chairman R. Carr, who gave you permission to even say Fuku could lose? The chairman calmly replies, but the condition in Busan. He gets cut off. It's true we couldn't kill Busan's representative, but that doesn't mean we've lost. They have to kill our representative too. Until that happens, they can't win. So we'll have to start planning for the future. Now that I'm inside Japan, I'll use my power to make the representative's hologram in the sky disappear so they'll never be able to locate our representative. And lock this guy in the basement. The chairman walks forward and says, just as expected, Director, you've got good planning skills. Now it's your turn to go to prison. The representative panics. Wait, don't do this to me. You know they keep monsters like Mudok in the basement, and I'm only 8th tier. The chairman silences him. Enough. I promise you this, as soon as we kill Busan's representative, you'll be freed immediately. Moderate overhears the entire conversation from a distance and reports everything back to Kim. After hearing the full situation, Kim is stunned. Their firepower was that strong, so there was no trap after all. But one thing still bothers him. 2 new people, a chairman and a director. Why is the director giving orders to the chairman? That chain of command doesn't make sense, and Moderate doesn't mishear things. Something's off in their structure. Whatever, doesn't matter who they are or which dimension they're from. My goal is to eliminate the representative and win the war. Then he thinks, but there's one big problem. That director said he could use his power to make the representative's name disappear from the sky. Not even Sultan could do that, nor any of the other high tiers. How powerful is this guy? Kim concludes, whatever the case, I've got to get underground fast, eliminate that guy and get out immediately. He mutters to himself, but that's going to be tough, entering and finding the target both. Moderate steps forward and says, actually, I brought the prison keys with me. In his hand isn't just one key, it's a whole bunch of them. Kim asks, that many keys? The next scene, Moderate is unlocking a prison door. There are multiple locks, and he opens them one by one. Finally, the last lock clicks open. Kim realizes why he had brought so many keys. Kim says, Moderate, you mentioned they keep dangerous monsters here, especially Mudok. We've got to be careful. Get the job done and get out. Moderate nods. Yeah, that's what I heard. They capture monsters here, and Mudok is said to be the most dangerous one. Kim says, all right, let's move. We'll have to stay away from Mudok. Inside, the prison looks old and decayed, like some ancient dungeon. Kim expects to see a lot of people or monsters locked up, but it's completely empty. Where's the representative? Kim moves forward, but Moderate stops him. Look to the side. Kim glances towards one of the prison cells inside. There's a human prisoner. Kim freezes. A human? They're torturing humans here, and his condition looks terrible. Why is he here? And he's not even a fishman. Let's talk to him first. Moderate walks over and removes the cloth from the man's mouth. Kim asks, are you okay? The man replies, that's a new voice. Who are you? Are you with that cult too? Kim says, we're not part of any cult. I'm not revealing my identity yet. First, you tell me who you are. The man answers, I was fighting against the cult. They captured me and locked me up here. You don't know who I am. Then you're definitely not with them, otherwise I'd already be dead. You have no reason to kill me. Kim nods. Yeah, you don't seem like the enemy. And we're against the cult too, so we're not your enemies. Moderate. Free him. The man, once released, thanks them sincerely. Kim says, we're human in an apocalypse like this. We've got to help each other. The man replies, honestly, finding someone that kind is rare. I was working with the government against the cult, had no idea they'd trick us like that. I should have never trusted them. Anyway, my name's Sato Daichi. I'm just an ordinary civilian, but those cult bastards call me Monster Mudok. Mudok? Kim's eyes widen. That's the same name those people upstairs mentioned. Seeing Kim's reaction, Daichi asks, wait, you know Mudok? Kim shakes his head. No, I just heard the name. They say it's an incredibly powerful monster, but you don't look dangerous at all. Daichi explains, Mudok is a 7th-tier monster, extremely dangerous. Its attribute is fire, which makes it the natural enemy of the fishman. Fire and water can never coexist. And no, Mudok isn't my ability. My ability is that I sealed Mudok inside my body. He continues, seal masters can seal a target within themselves. If they need to seal another, they must first unseal the one that's already sealed. The bigger and stronger the target, the heavier the recoil, the side effects get worse. My strength drops, I get dizzy, I vomit, and my health declines. Kim thinks, so it's kind of like leveling up, similar system. Daichi continues, I only understood the side effects after capturing Mudok. That thing's even more powerful than it looks. Out of all the 7th-tier monsters you've seen, Mudok is the strongest. It destroys everything, monsters, humans, doesn't matter. No attack works on it. People just pray it never comes their way because there's no escaping once it does. The only thing that could stop it was my sealing ability. The government approached me, formed a team of new awakeners, and after countless sacrifices, we finally managed to seal Mudok. Then came the betrayal. Suddenly, a fishman had attacked Daichi back then. The ones who claimed to be from the government weren't real. They were fishmen disguised as humans, pretending to be officials. Once Mudok, their biggest threat, was neutralized, they eliminated all awakeners who stood against them. Anyone not with them was killed instantly. They couldn't kill Daichi. If they did, Mudok would be released again. So instead, they locked him in this prison and kept him alive with some kind of liquid nutrition. Daichi looks at Kim and says, thanks for saving my life. Kim replies, no need to be that humble. Anyone else in my place would have done the same. Now tell me, what's the plan? Daichi sighs. I honestly don't know what to do. Part of me wants to release Mudok and destroy this entire building with everyone in it. But I can't. If I do, I'll die with them. And if I die, no one will be able to capture Mudok again. He'll wipe out the entire Japanese continent. Kim asks, does your ability have any limits or side effects when you seal or unseal something? Daichi says, it's not usually that dangerous, but if I release him, my life will be at risk. I won't be able to protect myself. Hearing that, Kim's cunning mind starts working. That's all? I can handle that. I've got a brilliant idea. Outside, fishermen are standing guard around the building. Strange sounds begin echoing from inside, and they can't figure out what's happening. Slowly, cracks start spreading through the walls, and red light bursts out, then a massive explosion. In one single blast, the dangerous building collapses, and from within, Mudok emerges. The fishermen freeze at the sight of him. Flames spread rapidly, evaporating the surrounding water. As the air dries, the fishermen start suffocating one by one. They collapse. Mudok looks massive and terrifying. At that moment, Kim gets a system notification. Fuku's representative has been eliminated. Business rights of this area are now transferred to you. Territorial conflict ended. Kim smiles. Good, Fuku representative down. Now it's time to seal Mudok again. Daichi readies himself to use his ability. He thinks, I've never met someone like Kim, someone who helps without expecting anything in return. But there's no time to be emotional right now. I need to play my part, seal Mudok again. He looks at the monster and says, Mudok, your freedom ends here. He activates his ability. Mudok's fiery essence begins merging into his body. Mudok struggles, clawing at the collapsing buildings to resist, but everything gets dragged along with him. Eventually, Mudok can't fight back and gets sealed completely inside Daichi's body. The recoil hits hard. Daichi collapses to the ground. Kim says, you did incredible. Just then, Hung's arrives. Mr. Kim, what happened here? And who's this guy? Kim explains. He's from Japan. He just used his ability, and the side effects hit hard. He's in bad shape. Hung helps Daichi, preparing to move him to a safe area or through a portal. Then another system notification appears. To claim your victory reward, you may receive guidance from the branch director of the Multidimension Chamber of Commerce. Kim suddenly remembers that director who was giving orders to the chairman earlier. So that's it. He was the branch director all along. Just then, Hung says, Mr. Kim, look ahead. Two monsters are standing inside some kind of strange shield. It's them, the chairman and the director. Kim recognizes them. Guess the system was talking about these two. Hung says, looks like you've got business with them. Leave this guy with me and go handle it. The director says, Mudok suddenly broke free and Fuku's representative died. None of this was random. This must be the work of Seoul's representative. Fine, it's a chance to fix the mistake. He transfers 3,000 mana stones to the chairman. The chairman devours them all. His ability, power, and body structure change drastically. He looks far stronger than before. The director smirks. Now's the time to prove my investment was worth it. The chairman steps forward and says, I won't disappoint you, charging straight at Kim. Kim doesn't even flinch. He commands the rocket spear to strike directly. The blow lands so powerfully that the chairman drops to his knees instantly. The director stares in disbelief. That easily? Impossible. I spent so much on his advancement, his training, his evolution, all wasted. My plan was to use Japan as a base and slowly expand territory. Maybe that was my mistake. Looks like Korea's the better choice. It's the prime territory. The director turns to Kim with a confident smile and says, let's make Korea our base and take over the rest of the markets. If you accept my proposal and investment, I'll make your life a lot easier. The moment this war ends, I can start a declaration of war on Tokyo and Osaka and make sure you win in the blink of an eye. Just then, the chairman, who wasn't dead yet, overhears everything. Branch director, so you're fighting on our side? He says, shocked. But the director ignores him and continues talking to Kim. I'll provide as many mana stones as you need for support in exchange for just one condition. When we get the Fuku Gate as a reward for victory, see that office behind me? Take care of it. I don't like working openly. My nature's a little different. And if I have to increase your team's tiers, I'll need to put in some work myself. Kim is startled. This guy can increase anyone's level, he thinks. The director continues. You must have a lot of artists in Korea who can cover the area too. The chairman's anger explodes. I won't let this happen, he yells, pulling out the spear impaled in his body and attacking the director. But the director's defense is so strong that a barrier forms between him and the weapon, not a single scratch. The chairman uses all his strength, yet nothing happens. Kim watches in disbelief. What kind of defense is this? He should at least have been pushed back by the impact, but he didn't even flinch. Is his tier 6? The director calmly moves the weapon aside and says, Chairman, you're interrupting my conversation. Kim, could you handle him for me? He's being a distraction. My power is great for defense, not so much for offense. By now, the chairman's condition worsens. Pulling out the spear has caused heavy bleeding. He collapses to his knees. The director sighs. No need to do anything. The bleeding will finish him off. Oh, and you were asking about my tier? Our Chamber of Commerce doesn't operate under that system. We don't have tiers. If you insist, just call us 0 tier. We left our own world to do business here, obviously. We came with benefits of this level. Kim realizes, 0 tier, that means this guy is insanely powerful. The director asks again, so, do you agree with what I said? Kim wipes his sweat. This proposal looks simple on the surface, but it means turning from prey into predator. That's a huge decision. I'll need time to think. The director explains, power exists across countless dimensions. The one you were helping earlier, sealing and unsealing Mudok, your ability seems similar to his. That means people like you exist in other universes too. I just made an offer. Don't act so arrogant thinking no one's stronger than you. Kim is shocked. He just compared my ability to Daichi's? He doesn't even know 1% of what I can do. He asks, and what if I refuse your offer? The director's tone turns cold. Then everything ends. Kim replies firmly, I refuse. The director blinks. Seriously? You're actually refusing? I can't even understand on what basis you're rejecting it, but listen carefully. He leans in. You don't have any other option. Kim stays calm. I've made up my mind. My answer's final. I won't accept your offer. Our conversation's over. I'm leaving. The chairman, still alive, thinks to himself, what was that? Members of the Chamber of Commerce are supposed to stay neutral. They don't favor or invest in anyone. I even went beyond my limits to give him a warning that was a secret. Yet even after being threatened, he refused flat out. Where's he getting that confidence from? He's not even accepting my funding. I can't tell if he's a fool or if he's got a bigger plan. I'll need to find someone suitable to deal with him. Meanwhile, as Kim moves into subspace, he thinks, first they attack us blindly, and now these chamber people want us to attack others blindly? Sure, the director's power is strong, but that doesn't matter. I'm angry, but making them enemies would be a bad idea. Did I make a reckless move? No, I'll never become a hunter. I won't attack another dimension or area. This was the right choice. For now, retreating is the best move. At least that's how it looks. He mutters quietly. Store that office behind him. Suddenly, the director's office behind him starts fading away. The director turns around. It's completely gone. Kim remembers that when he went to China, he leveled up but didn't store any items in subspace because he hadn't found anything worth keeping. Now he finally had the right chance. He stored the office. Kim smirks. You messed with someone whose power you didn't even understand. This time you picked the wrong guy. The director looks up, shocked. Damn it! The next moment, his head explodes. He dies instantly. Kim jumps back, stunned. What the hell? How did his head suddenly explode? The still alive chairman says, finally, he wasn't that important anyway in this vast universe. He was just a small mosquito, not even worthy of respect. That's why he died so easily over something trivial. As both bodies fall, 359 stones transfer to Kim, bringing his total to 71,919. Kim feels uneasy. Why did the director's head explode? Was it because I stored his office? What if my head explodes too someday? Maybe I took too big a risk. The situation's stable for now, but I might have just invited a huge problem. I need to get out of here and ask Lanciel about this. Just then, a system notification appears. Suitable item found for system update. Would you like to proceed? Kim lights up. Finally, a system update. He grins. Looks like I made the right move. The update begins. A little later, when Kim returns, Daichi looks at him, amazed. This guy was just out for a few minutes and already took down 2 dangerous people. How impressive can he be? Daichi feels genuinely touched. A foreigner came all the way here to fight for our land. I never thought an outsider would work this hard for us. Daichi says, I've recovered now. I think I should go. Kim blinks. Already? Daichi nods. You freed our society, but there are still countless problems outside, things that are eating Japan from within. I have to fix those. You might not know, but in the budding competition, we lost 9 out of 10 matches. Many awakeners across Japan are still fighting monsters, risking their lives. When someone like you fights for our land, how could we stay back? I'll follow your example and motivate all of Japan. Actually, I used to be a representative of Yokohama. Spreading your name won't be hard. I'll announce that the society has been eliminated and recruit more awakeners. Kim smiles. That's faster than I expected. I thought you'd at least stay for a meal, but if you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Daichi laughs. Well, I can at least eat before I go, and eats heartily. Afterward, Kim says, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I know you don't like depending on others, but I'm opening a subspace portal here anyway. If things get rough or you need food or items, take them from here. Daichi, on his way out, says, Mr. Kim, if you ever need my help, just say the word. And if you ever want me to release Mudok, I can help with that too. Kim suddenly remembers Daichi said he was a representative of a place, but his title wasn't visible in the sky. Moderate had told him that director could hide names and grant titles. Kim checks his system update complete. He looks inside. Everything seems normal. No big changes. Even the documents are gone. Then suddenly a familiar voice echoes, Welcome! Kim looks up. It's Pax, now in a new avatar. Pax, is that you? Pax smiles. Yeah, I changed my form with the update. This one felt more suitable. New functions have been unlocked. Want to check them out? Kim thinks. He even sounds more human now. Pax begins explaining. Major function changes. First, the message transmission system. You can now send messages across zones under your influence, basically. Areas where your portals are installed and their surroundings with certain limitations. Kim's eyes light up. Amazing! Pax continues. Second, the satellite observation system. Same zones, same limitations. Kim grins wider. Incredible, Pax adds. Third, the hologram adjustment system. You can project and modify your hologram anywhere you want. And finally, the dimensional being registration application system. You can register people and increase their levels currently up to the 7th tier. Kim's eyes glisten with joy. Pax now looks like a divine being to him. He thinks, the more portals I install, the wider my influence spreads and the bigger my control area becomes. This isn't just a logistics center anymore. It's a unified logistics command room. Kim, fired up with excitement, says, Pax, display a message. Meanwhile, by the seaside, Sonia is sitting bored out of her mind. Kim said, be fully prepared, the attack will be dangerous. The fight will be tough. Be ready for any situation. But nothing's happening here. The knights already wiped out all the fishmen. The fight ended before it even began, not even a warm-up. They fought so aggressively that I didn't even get a chance to take one down. If they'd been just a little less strong and a bit slower, I could have at least eliminated one or two myself. If I'd known it'd be this boring, I would have gone to Japan with number 3, probably wouldn't be dying of boredom there. Suddenly a voice from behind her says, wow, unbelievable. Miss Sonia, at last your awakening system has recognized your talent. You've reached level 999. Sonia gasps, that's awesome, though she doesn't really understand what's going on. Young-soo points up. Look at the sky. Sonia glances upward and a glowing message appears in the air. Level 999, world's strongest. It's Kim's doing. He used his new system function to display that his sister is the strongest in the world. Partly as a joke, but just enough to get under her skin. Sonia instantly realizes who's behind it. No one but number 3, and fury starts to rise inside her. Meanwhile, Kim is heading back to the ship, cheerfully waving his hand. In this world, nationality, race, gender, religion, and culture don't matter much, but siblings have a superpower. They can sense each other's killing intent from miles away. The moment Sonia releases hers, Kim immediately knows her wrath is coming, but this time he's ready. He smirks and says, I knew you'd find a reason. Actually, this is the same registration form that allows people to reach up to Tier 7. But there's a certain condition their organization must have at least 500 members. Kim hadn't even read that part and was celebrating for nothing, and Sonia gives him a good beating for it. Kim, rubbing his head, says, I didn't know there was a condition. Annoyed, Sonia reads it aloud. 500 members required, what's that supposed to mean? Kim replies, let's just ask Pax. Pax appears to explain. Sonia asks, how did Pax's face change? Kim answers, I just upgraded him. Pax explains, you need to create a new function, a group. Within a group, you can recruit anyone as a member. Once registered, they can't join or create another group. Sonia says, so if we want to raise levels or tiers, we have to increase the number of people? Pax nods. Exactly. Sonia frowns. 500 is a lot. How are we supposed to recruit that many? Then suddenly an idea clicks in Kim's mind. Wait, I know a way to gather tons of people. Scene shifts a destroyed city. An orc-like monster is tracking a human. It follows a trail of blood to where a man is hiding. The man realizes he's done for. This is the end, he mutters hopelessly. Just as the monster raises its weapon to strike, the man closes his eyes, ready to die, but nothing happens. He opens them. The orc monster is lying dead. A sword is stuck in its body, and right above it, a web notification glows. Pax Faction's Gowan sword has been delivered to you. Join Pax Function and enjoy free shipping benefits. Apply now to enter the Pax system. Kim beams with excitement. Pax's update is complete, new abilities are unlocked, and its artificial intelligence has become even smarter. Now, with the satellite surveillance system, Pax can distinguish between enemies and allies, pinpoint targets with deadly precision, and instantly deliver any item to anyone in need. Whenever someone requires help, Pax sends aid directly to their location. Using the message system, Pax Faction starts spreading rapidly. More and more members join. 10,224 people have already signed up. Kim can't hide his excitement. That's a massive number in such a short time. To keep up the momentum, he upgrades his own abilities, spending 8,000 mana stones to increase his launching range from 100 meters to 500 meters, and his launching speed from 100 kilometers per s to 500 kilometers per s. He realizes he needs to install more portals to expand his surveillance and influence range. He gets Hongchu's help to quickly install portals across various areas. After placing one in Busan, he moves on to other cities. Then Pax suddenly appears. Major problem detected, something we didn't anticipate. Kim frowns. What now? Pax explains. In the areas where portals have been installed, large crowds are gathering. With more people, confusion and misunderstandings are increasing. There's a risk of chaos and fights. Kim realizes the situation could spiral out of control if left unchecked. To find a solution, he visits the commander. The commander looks surprised. You want the military to manage the portals? Kim nods. Yes, there are blind spots around them we can't reach. If it's too much trouble, you can refuse. The commander lights up. That's great, the first step toward rebuilding the nation. The military should definitely help. I'll issue the order right now. He assigns subordinate units to manage the areas where the portals have been installed. Kim mentions that besides Busan, 2 more cities already have functioning portals. The commander says, then you'll need more manpower. Kim realizes the military doesn't have infinite personnel, either they're fighting monsters and maintaining order simultaneously. The commander offers another idea. Coordinate with Busan representative Park Yeon. Get ability users to help, they can manage those blind spots. Park Yeon is initially unsure, but Kim explains, you don't have to manage the portals themselves, just help people and clear monsters in the blind spots. Keep the surroundings under control. We're short on manpower, so we'll need to work together. Co-manage with the military. I'll handle the supplies. Park Yeon agrees. Kim also sends her an invitation to join the Pax faction. With the military and local awakened individuals joining forces, the manpower shortage is resolved. The chaos near the portals gradually settles. The military begins systematically distributing food and other resources, while also promoting the Pax faction. Join the faction and you'll keep receiving supplies. The promotion works. Another 4,024 members join the Pax faction. Seeing this massive growth, Kim can barely contain his excitement. I'll reach Tier 7 soon, just 10,000 more members to go. A little more time. But then Pax reappears. Mr. Kim, there's another major issue. Kim sighs. Now what? Pax says, we've discovered a creature from another dimension, but it doesn't seem hostile toward Earth. What should we do? Kim blinks in surprise. A being from another dimension, and it's not hostile? Who could that be? In front of him, a small raccoon or squirrel-like creature is crying. Please don't hurt me. We have nowhere else to go. I'll live quietly in some corner. I won't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Kim thinks, it really doesn't seem hostile. He says, we'll decide after hearing your story. Take your time. The creature looks adorable. Everyone gathers as it begins to speak. Our dimension was already destroyed, it says sadly. An interdimensional group attacked us. When Earth's migration began, we came along as refugees into this domain. After listening to the whole story, Kim thinks, it's not hard to understand. Just like Earth was attacked by other dimensions, theirs was too. If we fail to defend Earth, we'll end up as refugees somewhere else too. He asks, did you come to Earth alone? The little creature sniffles. Not exactly. Many of my companions came with me. I was their chief. The creature explains, I took everyone up the mountain because I thought it would be safe there, but that turned out to be a terrible decision. The place was crawling with all kinds of monsters. Because of my poor judgment, many of my companions were killed. Some were even eaten by monsters. To survive, everyone scattered to different hiding places, and a few of my friends are still somewhere in that mountain area. But we do have one useful ability, our sense of smell. It's extremely sharp. We can detect a lot of things from far away. Kim asks, how does that work? The creature replies, our noses are very sensitive. We can smell where monsters are from quite a distance. As soon as we sense one, we hide. For example, it sniffs the air and says, there's a goblin monster on the 3rd floor of that building next to us. Kim is surprised. Seriously? The creature nods. Yeah, go check if you want. Kim calls Moderate. Go verify, see if there's a goblin on the 3rd floor of that building. Whether you leave it alive or kill it, that's up to you. Moderate answers. All right. Moments later, he comes back and says, it tried to attack me, so I killed it on the spot, holding the goblin's head in his hand. Kim is stunned. That was fast, he thinks. That's just like Moderate. Quick, quiet, and efficient. But this new friend, that nose of his is incredible. To identify a monster from that far away and even specify the type, with an ally like that, we could wipe out countless monsters so much easier. Understanding the situation, Kim extends his hand to the creature. I won't pretend I completely understand your pain. We haven't gone through exactly the same thing, but our dimension has also been attacked, and many people have suffered. In a way, we're not so different. Let's move forward together. We'll help you find your friends, and in return, you help us. Kim sends him an invitation to join the Pax faction. The creature looks at him and says, if someone like you, who gave me the most delicious meal of my life, is saying this, then I trust you. We'll be fine under your lead. It turns out this creature is also a group leader, the representative of the Manhwa tribe. He accepts the Pax faction invitation. His name is Solon First, and his tribe has 10,615 members. As soon as the subordinate faction joins Kim, his requirement of 500 members is complete. Kim bursts with joy. So many members available at once. Now, as soon as the merge is done, I'll reach Tier 7. He accepts the connection, and the member count hits 5,091. Proudly, he shows off in front of his sister. Look, I finally reached Tier 7. She smirks. Yeah, I know. Don't show off too much. Their sibling teasing continues. It's a mix of laughter and relief. But even as he celebrates, Kim thinks practically, now I'll need to find 10,000 more members. Soon, Kim and Solon begin their journey to find Solon's lost friends. Kim asks, do you remember the mountain where you all got separated? Solon replies, just show me the area once. I'll recognize it. After traveling for a while, Solon points ahead. Yeah, that's the mountain. Kim sighs. Oh, great. The worst possible mountain. Steep and dangerous. But he shakes it off. Doesn't matter. We've got a helicopter. We'll use that. After flying over several regions, Kim says, try sniffing from up here. Can you catch any scent of your friends? But being in the air with mixed forest smells and strong winds, Solon can't detect anything. The helicopter strategy fails. Kim says, all right, plan 2. We'll hike up there ourselves. It'll be a long and maybe boring trip, so I'll call a partner. He summons Lancel. I have a feeling you'd enjoy hiking. Let's go for a climb. Lancel agrees. As they hike, Kim says, you once mentioned that in real life you were just an ordinary person. The road's long. Mind telling me your whole story? Lancel answers, you really want to hear it? I'll warn you, it doesn't end happily. He begins to tell his tale. In my world, there were deep forests, mountains, and vast oceans. It was a beautiful place. That dimension was called Alone. It was full of monsters, and survival meant living in constant fear. Over time, people developed basic survival skills, hunting, gathering, and even children walked around with spears. War was second nature to them. Thanks to those warriors, the monster problem was gradually solved, and Alone became a civilized, safe dimension, completely free from monsters. But then came another problem, war between people. With all that power, everyone wanted their own territory. Even without monsters, humans began fighting each other. Bodies piled up for centuries in endless civil wars. Finally, when everyone was exhausted, a young knight rose up and used peace and diplomacy to end the bloodshed. He became beloved by all and was crowned king. His name was King Arthur. The sadness and fear in people's eyes turned into hope. Arthur made every knight swear an oath. Never again would they raise their swords against each other. From that day on, their swords would be used only to protect Alone, not to spill their brother's blood. The Knights of Camelot became officially recognized, and whenever another dimension tried to invade, we defended our home with courage, strength, and unity. Alone became stronger than ever. Then one day a new invasion came, this time from dark mages of the Bernal dimension. They were unbelievably powerful. We couldn't fight back, we lost. The entire continent was destroyed. The 12 Knights of Camelot were cursed to remain undead even after death. Lancel looks at Kim and says, see, my story doesn't have a happy ending. Kim replies, yeah, and honestly, it doesn't matter what I think. At least I got to hear the whole story. Inside, Kim is shaken. That's terrifying. A whole dimension wiped out. Family, friends, all gone. I should apologize for making him relive that pain. He says softly, Lancel, I'm sorry. That must have been really painful for you. Then he thinks, wait a second. My family's still alive. My world's safe. How could I possibly understand what he feels? Maybe I said too much out of sympathy. Now what can I even say to comfort him? He blurts out, do you think your dimension can still be saved? And immediately regrets it. What am I saying? Asking that is like asking a dead person if they can come back to life. Lancel sighs. It's impossible, my lord. There's no way to return to Alone. The multi-dimension chamber of commerce only opens gates for those who want to invade, not for those who've lost everything. And most importantly, once someone's dead, they can't be revived. I've never heard of it happening. Kim apologizes again. Lancel smiles faintly. I understand what you meant, my lord, but we find comfort in one thing. You never invade other dimensions. I and all the knights of Camelot feel the same way. Our lord would never do that, and that's enough for us. Just then, Solon sniffs the air and shouts, "This way! Hurry!" They rush toward the direction he points, and out from the grass crawls another Monarch. Both are overjoyed to see each other. "Chief, you're alive. Are you hurt?" Solon smiles. "I'm perfectly fine. These people saved me, and they'll help us find a way to live in this world. I'm here to find everyone and to help them too." The other Monarch beams. "Then I'll help too. I know some of the hiding spots where others might be." Kim is thrilled. "That'll make things so much faster." Once Solon starts climbing the mountain and finds the first Monarch, everything becomes easier. That one leads them to 4 more, those 4 to several others, and the chain continues. 7 days pass, an entire week of non-stop climbing. By the end, Kim is completely exhausted, but finally he gathers all 10,000 members of the Monarch tribe. Kim explains, "If you prefer living in the mountains, stay here. I'm opening a portal nearby. If any monster shows up, go through it and you'll be safe. Anything you need, you can get through the portal." The tribe's chief and the others bow gratefully. "How can we ever repay your kindness?" Kim says, "Nothing big, just use your sense of smell to help us locate monsters. We'll handle the rest." Immediately, a notification goes out across the network. The Monarch tribe, known for their incredible monster tracking abilities, is now part of our faction. The entire pack staff will cooperate with them to locate and eliminate hidden monsters. The Monarch tribe feels proud. "We'll use our sense of smell to help as much as we can." Their leader, Solon, is the most fired up, rallying everyone. "Let's move quickly. Help people wherever you can." One by one, the Monarchs start reporting monster locations. "There's one here, another there," and the team rushes in, wiping them out one after another. Sonia was moving around with 2 Monarchs. She loved killing monsters, and with 2 extra trackers, she'd have more targets to hunt. One of the Monarchs reported, "There's a monster on the 5th floor of that building." Sonia grinned, and within moments she was there, the monster was gone. Kim observed, "The Monarch's sense of smell is incredible. In just 1 week, the number of monsters attacking humans has gone down. Sure, we didn't eliminate them all, but it's under control now. Things are much more stable compared to before." Still, Kim felt uneasy. "Why does this feel off? I'm already at tier 7, we've allied with the Monarch tribe, and the monster count is dropping, everything's running too smoothly. And that only happens when something bad is about to happen. Why hasn't a problem shown up yet?" Just then, Pax walked in. "Exactly, Mr. Kim, the new Chamber of Commerce document just arrived. Should I read it?" Kim thought to himself. Called it trouble was bound to come. The document said, "In the Earth dimension, the intermediate profit from the Korea and Japan regions has decreased. Therefore, another dimension will be merged into the Pacific Ocean." Kim frowned. "Great, a new mess." He scrolled through it. 20 pages? That'll take forever. "Pax, summarize it." Pax replied, "Already done." Kim called everyone together as Pax explained. The Chamber of Commerce wants to do 2 things first: increase revenue in Korea and Japan. Second, reduce the number of power holders in those regions. To do that, they're merging a new continent called Elvenheim into the Pacific Ocean, and a forced battle will be triggered. The official battle notifications will be released in 7 days. Sonia asked, "Then how do we already have the info?" Kim explained, "The chamber has an item attached to the system. Since we have some authority, we get early access to updates and documents." Kim sighed. "So another battle's coming." Julie thought for a moment. "Wait, the wording says, a forced battle will be initiated, meaning the Elvenheim side will also be forced to fight, just like us." Kim looked surprised. "So they're victims too. If we clear up the misunderstanding early, maybe we can stop the war." Lancel nodded. "Right, but how do we contact them? The continent might get attached right before or along with the notification, and we don't even know their location yet." Pax added, "The Elvenheim continent has already merged with the Pacific Ocean. The notification's just 7 days away." Kim stood up. "Then we're not wasting any time, let's move out." Julie asked, "Do you think all the beings there will be hostile, like in China? Or maybe different ones who don't want to fight?" Kim replied, a bit anxious. We'll only know once we get there. Let's find out what kind of aliens we're dealing with. Scene shift the newly merged continent in the Pacific Ocean. Two kids were talking. This place is disgusting. The water's filthy. The other kid replied, no place can be worse than where we came from. The first nodded. True, our world was the worst. We never left Elvenheim, so we never realized how bad other worlds could be. It looks like no life can exist here, and if it does, it must already be dying. One of them tried purifying the dirty water with his ability. An elder scolded him. What are you doing? The chairperson ordered no interference with Earth without authorization. How dare you ignore instructions? The kid panicked. I was just purifying the water. The elder's tone hardened. Even that needs permission. From a distance, Kim was watching everything. Judging by their looks, they seem like elf-type aliens, and they look miserable. Lansal commented, that kid tried to purify the ocean. Kim asked, purify? What does that mean? Lansal replied, never seen it before, but I've heard they have a unique ability that can purify almost anything. Soon the reason became clear. The Yusin Awakened Society had heavily polluted the water that kid was just trying to cleanse it. It's in the elves' nature they purify what's corrupted because they believe everything belongs to nature and should remain pure. Kim smiled. So they think like us. Maybe we can build a reliable partnership. If we can avoid the fight, even better. We need to show we're not hostile, give them a warm welcome. From afar, the elder spotted Kim's craft. What's that? It's heading toward us. Are they scouting? Preparing for war? But the chamber's notification was still 7 days away. Suddenly, a bright light box sped toward them. Everyone froze, the elder most of all. The box opened inside, fresh green vegetables. A while later, Kim arrived personally and shook hands. The elder elf said, I don't know who you are, but that gift was amazing. We are elves. I am Ethan, a noble who protects the blessings of nature. Kim replied, pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim, leader of the Pax faction from Korea. The elves flinched at the name Korea. Kim noticed their faces. Looks like you already know a battle between us is planned in 7 days. But don't worry, we're here to make things clear. We have no intention of fighting you. This whole thing is the Chamber of Commerce has set up a way to pit us against each other. Ethan nodded with relief. Exactly, that's good to hear. If you don't want war, neither do we. Finally, someone who thinks like us. But instead of talking to me, you should meet our chairperson. Their residence is in our capital, Galadon, 3 days on foot from here. Kim laughed. Not on foot, and pulled out his vehicle, which Hyunsu was driving. The elves enjoyed the ride, the wind rushing past them, but Kim wasn't too comfortable at high speeds. Along the way, the elf gave Hyunsu directions. As they neared the capital, he said, to avoid any misunderstanding, we'll walk from here. Kim agreed. Hyunsu, stay here. We didn't come to attack, but anything could happen. I'll go in with Lansol, stay alert. They entered the capital, kids were playing nearby. Kim scanned around, old couples were chatting. I watered it this morning, said one lady elf. Water isn't enough, you need fertilizer too, replied another. Kim thought, the building materials look ancient, no strong fighters in sight. Is this really the capital? Looks more like a small village. How far is the real capital? Don't tell me we have to walk another 2 days. Ethan smiled. We're here. Kim's jaw dropped. The so-called Capitol building was cracked and falling apart. A few elf elders were in heated discussion. Some were arguing, he must be dead. No, he's alive. Back and forth they went. Kim asked Ethan, this is really your capital? He was genuinely shocked. The place looked worse than a rundown human village. Just then, a young elf woman snapped at an elder. Dear Elder Arkar, how many times have I told you not to throw trash around? The elder muttered, what's the problem? Mother Nature will take care of it. The young elf shot back. Yeah, she will. But what about your manners? You wrote your name on that cup and still threw it away? What about responsibility? Kids will copy you. They'll think it's okay to behave like that. The elder grumbled. Ever since you became chairperson, you've been nitpicking everything. You'll burst our guests' eardrums yelling like that. Guess? She blinked, looking around, then saw Kim and Lansal. Embarrassed, she dropped her cup, which shattered. A little later, she returned from another room. I'm sorry if our children caused you any trouble, but thank you for bringing them back. Kim smiled. Actually, they made our journey much shorter. We wouldn't have reached here without them. The elf chairperson got straight to the point. I understand you don't want war. Neither do we. We have no concerns and no intention of leaving our continent, Kim said. That's good to hear. Let's keep things peaceful. Her tone hardened. But if any outsider tries to invade, listen carefully, we won't tolerate it. Whoever attacks us will die. Kim brushed it off. He didn't see any real power here. With a faint smile, he said, So you'll kill anyone who comes here? That sounds more like arrogance than confidence. The elf cut him off coldly. What I said is the truth. The air froze for a second. Her eyes turned sharp. Lancel partially drew his sword. You've made a big mistake. Our Lord came here seeking peace. And that's how you respond? Get on your knees and apologize right now. Kim thought. Lancel, that was impressive. The next moment, the elf attacked Lancel so fast Kim couldn't even react. Lancel was thrown into a wall. The elf spoke coldly. I've heard humans barely live 100 years. We elves reach adulthood at 100. We live far longer. We've seen the multiverse, survived it. Most of us are tier 6. Even that elder you saw outside, the one who looked weak, is tier 5 or higher. And an apology? You draw a sword and talk about peace. You're the one who should beg for forgiveness. You really expect us to bow to you? She leaned closer, whispering, Now it's your turn. Kneel and apologize, or you won't leave here alive. Her deadly aura chilled the air. She snapped. Lancel's arm was torn off in an instant. Kim's blood boiled. What have you done? He just drew his sword and you… He clenched his fist and suddenly dropped to his knees. Please, forgive him. Have mercy on Lancel. And he lowered his head all the way to the ground. Please, let him go. The elf chairperson hadn't expected him to submit so quickly. She released Lancel. Kim immediately sent him into subspace. The elf taunted, You bowed so easily, this is your lord's honor? Kim replied calmly but firmly, What good is pride if it costs my comrade's life? If kneeling saves him, I'd do it 10 times over. Lancel, go heal up. Lancel apologized for his mistake. The elf said, You really are a different kind of human. Let's make things clear that we won't step into anyone's territory and no one enters ours. Anyone who does will be considered an enemy. Kim, slightly annoyed, replied, You're quite the isolationist, aren't you? She gave a cold laugh. Isolationist or not, what's it to you? Be grateful we're not attacking you. Even if we want to die peacefully here, that's our choice, not your concern. Kim muttered, So you won't accept help even if it saves you? What kind of honor is that? Sometimes accepting help is the right thing to do. Her eyes turned cold again. Kim realized he'd gone too far. Sorry, I crossed the line, she said. Rather than explaining, I'll show you. Come with me. Kim hesitated. One moment she's giving me death stares. Now she's inviting me somewhere. Hope this isn't one of those capture and torture things. He started planning mentally. If she attacks, I'll open a portal to subspace, then get to the chopper. They don't have wings, so they can't catch me in the air. Always keep a trump card ready. That's how you survive in the lion's den. As they walked, Kim noticed a training ground below. A young elf girl drew her bow and fired one shot, tore through the entire field. Kim was stunned. That kind of power, and she's just a kid. The chairperson spoke calmly. That girl's unskilled. She needs extra practice. Her power is lower than the others, so she trains constantly. She's impatient, but war could start any time. We must be ready. Kim's heart pounded. If this is what they call unskilled, then what about the skilled ones? Now I get it, even the cubs here are lions. If I want to survive, better act like a house cat for now. Moments later, the elf said, We're here. Kim laughed nervously. We're here? Okay. Where exactly do I have to lie down? He braced himself, expecting the worst, maybe torture. But when he looked ahead, he froze. A small, glowing tree stood before him, radiating pure energy. Chairperson Ellie spoke softly. This is the world tree. It's under a curse. We're doing everything we can to keep it alive, but this curse will kill us along with it. Kim asked, What kind of curse? Ellie explained, The world tree once had immense health and energy. Its light was so bright, you couldn't look at it directly. But after we lost a dimensional battle, the tree began to shrink, its power fading away. Not just defeat, it was cursed, and our entire continent with it. The tree is still fighting, but slowly dying. It's because of that struggle that we can still grow crops, but this might be our last season. Kim was shocked. Wait, when you said you wanted to die peacefully, you actually meant it literally? Ellie stayed silent. Kim pressed again. Who cursed you? Ellie looked at him coldly. Why? You think you can help? Kim replied calmly. It's not about whether I can or not. I just want to know. Ellie glanced at him with slight disdain. Your level's lower than mine. Why should I tell you? Annoyed, Kim said, maybe I'm weaker in power, but there are other ways I can help. Ellie shrugged. In a world that just opened to the multiverse a year ago, what knowledge could you possibly have? What could you understand? Then she added, it was the dark mages of the Bernal dimension. The name clicked in Kim's mind. Those dark mages again. Lancel said they destroyed alone too. Wherever they go, destruction follows. Ellie gathered natural energy in her palms. The dark mages feared the nature power of the world tree, so they attacked us to weaken its strength. Among the elves, a few rare gifted ones are born with horns on their heads. They're called high elves, and they're the ones who possess nature power. Kim blurted out, Yeah, I've seen that. Heard about them. Seen a few around here and there. Ellie paused for a moment. Many of our high elves died fighting the dark mages, but some survived and have been missing ever since. It's possible they were teleported somewhere on Earth during transportation. If you ever come across a high elf with horns, you must tell me. Kim started sweating. He had casually agreed earlier, but now realized his mistake. He quickly apologized. Ellie said, I've told you what you needed to know. I'm sure you understand my situation now. Let's part ways here. I'll guide you to the plaza, and then Ethan will take you to the shore. As they walked, Kim kept thinking, if only I could store the world tree. Maybe I could make a replica in subspace and spread it across the whole island. That could save the kingdom. He tried, but the subspace system showed no world tree category it couldn't be stored. There was only one option left. I need to reach level 6 that'll require 100,000 mana stones. I've got only 68,331. Not enough yet. At the plaza, Ellie said, I'll head off now. Ethan will guide you. Kim stopped her. Before you go, a small gift. He opened his subspace and pulled out piles of vegetables. Ellie blinked in surprise. What's all this? Kim smiled. Just giving in advance, not asking for anything in return. Take as much as you like. I'll come back with more soon. Just then, a portal opened and Sato Daichi stepped out. Kim was startled. Daichi, you're here. Are all the fishmen cleared? Daichi replied, Almost. There's one area left. They threw the gate core into the sea, and a giant kraken-like octopus swallowed it. Ellie stared at the mountain of vegetables, her thoughts racing. He just said a low-tier guy can't do much, and now he's handing over this many resources. Suspicion crept in. What does he want in return? Is this a trap? Meanwhile, Kim processed the kraken situation. Get close, and it sprays acidic ink. Attack from afar, and holy spheres won't reach. I'll have to hit it from 800 meters away, but my limit's only 500. He thought for a moment, and then remembered Ellie. She could do it. Kim asked, You accepted my gift. Can you help with a small favor? Ellie's irritation flared. I knew it. You called it a gift, but now it's a favor? How shameless. Kim quickly countered. All right, fine. I'll give you double the food. Just do this one favor. Scene shift out at sea. A colossal octopus loomed. Ellie tied her hair back. Kim handed her a bow. Please, take care of this. Ellie focused her energy into the bow and released a single arrow. The arrow blasted through the monster with terrifying force, slicing it apart. The bow itself shattered from the impact. Behind her, Kim and the others jumped for joy. One shot! It's over! Kim explained. The moment the monster died, the gate core inside it was destroyed too. Between that and the magic stones it held, I should have plenty. If I reach 100,000 stones, I can upgrade my subspace, store the world tree, and spread its replicas across the island. The kingdom could be saved without the elves even knowing. Otherwise, if they found out, they might call me a thief and kill me here. He checked his counter, still 68,331. Wait, why hasn't it increased? Then it hit him. Ellie killed the monster, so the stones went to her. Kim sighed. Fine, I'll give her more food in exchange for the stones. Ellie said bluntly, I did what you asked now, as promised. Give me more food. Kim hesitated. I will, but the mana stones you got, could I have them? Ellie raised an eyebrow. You didn't mention that before. Kim quickly offered, I'm not asking for free. I'll give you 4 times the food in return. Ellie froze for a second. You can give us that much food just like that in exchange for mana stones? She composed herself and said firmly, I refuse your offer. Kim frowned. Why? I thought you needed food badly. Ellie said, We do, but what's strange is, You've prepared this much for us. It's not a small amount. Your people must need food too, so why give us so much? You clearly have some motive. Tell me straight, what are you using all those mana stones for? Kim hesitated. For my work, here and there. He didn't give a real answer. Ellie replied firmly, if you're just going to use them here and there, then I'll have to refuse again, because that's what I'd do with them too. Kim realized his trick wouldn't work. Ellie's tone hardened. Since I refused, give me the food you promised, and that'll be the end of our business. Kim frowned, frustrated. Ellie's patience ran out her eyes, sharp as blades. Don't tell me you're backing out on the food you promised. If you do, I'll just make you my next meal. Kim grumbled. Yeah, I get it, and opened a portal. Keep dispatching vegetables non-stop. From the portal, an endless stream of vegetables poured out again. Kim spoke honestly. All right, full truth, I've got an ability that lets me duplicate anything practically infinite times. My subspace does that. Until I say stop, the vegetables will keep coming. That's my infinite warehouse skill. As for the mana stones, I was planning to use them to level up, then replicate your world tree and spread it across the land to help your people. I didn't say it earlier because I knew you wouldn't believe me, but now the portal's open, you can see I'm not lying. Ellie said, I still don't trust you, but we don't have much time either. Let's see just how much food you've got. Time passed, the entire field was piled with mountains of vegetables, yet the stream didn't stop. Ellie stared in disbelief. I can't believe my eyes. What is this? Kim smiled from behind. Now you trust me a little? Ellie replied flatly. I don't know what infinity means, but this is way too much. Kim grinned. So now, full trust. Ellie sighed deeply. On what basis should I trust you? If I give you the world tree, what's the guarantee you'll return it? The lives of our entire tribe depend on it. How can I hand it to an unverified stranger? Kim said, the world tree might be everything to you, but to me, it's just a small plant. Ellie's tone hardened even more. Then that's even more reason not to give it to you. If you don't even respect it, why should you have it? Why do you even want to help us if you don't understand what it means? Kim hesitated. Because I feel sorry for you. Looking at your faces, I can tell you haven't eaten properly in a long time. You're all starving adults, elders, even children. I just want to help, because I feel bad for you. And honestly, you're just like us, aren't you? You could have attacked and looted us, but you didn't. Why? Ellie's eyes softened, memories flashing her high elf elder once told her. Growth isn't about standing alone, it's about growing together. Healthy, friendly competition brings progress. Destructive competition only brings chaos. Mutual growth is essential. A clenched fist doesn't always mean you have to hit someone when someone reaches out to help, take their hand. No being is perfect. Everyone needs help at some point. She returned to the present and asked softly, I haven't even asked your name yet. Kim smiled. It's Kim. Ellie said quietly, Kim, I want to ask you for one favor when we leave for Earth to find the High Elves. Help us. Kim blinked, then nodded. Of course I will. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Received 46,721 magic stones from Ellie Dimension account. Total 115,552 mana stones. Kim's subspace began leveling up. As it upgraded, he instructed Pax, don't stop dispatching world trees until I say so. Kim had leveled up, secured the world tree in subspace, and was now creating its replicas. An elder looked to the sky. What a sight. Frederick, if only you could see this. Above them, crates floated down like balloons, each filled with world trees. Across Elvenheim, people began planting them. Sonia helped too, but she yelled at Kim. I told you there's no space here. Stop sending more trees. Send them to Lancel's side. The elves' eyes welled up with tears of joy. We never thought we'd see this day. Our eyes are dry, yet still, we weep. The Camelot knights were still busy planting trees when suddenly one of them began to shiver. My body feels so weird. It's itching all over. Meanwhile, Kim kept summoning more trees, realizing, maybe we're running low on manpower the more trees I bring in. Pax called out, stop! Don't send any more out. Let's broadcast a message. We need plantation volunteers worldwide. Within moments, people from all over arrived to help, many familiar faces too. Kim greeted them warmly. The more the better. Let's cover the whole island with trees. Behind him, Sonia shouted, Kim, hurry! Your knights are acting strange. Elven children were dancing joyfully nearby, while Kim froze in shock. All 12 knights were kneeling, struggling. "What's happening to you guys?" he asked. Lancel replied, "My lord, it's this crazy itching all over our bodies." Kim suddenly remembered that exact sensation occurred when the subspace healing system activated. Could this be the World Tree's healing ability? He quickly ordered, "If that's the case, everyone return to Camelord. I'll send you there now." Just then, an elder elf stepped forward. "Wait," he said calmly. "I can handle this. This so-called natural allergy isn't a bad thing. If we alter its concept, the curse affecting them can be cut off." He placed his hands on the knights, his movements so fast Kim couldn't even blink. "Done." Lancel confirmed, "No more discomfort, my lord." Kim was stunned. Ellie once said the elders were high tier. This one must be too. Looks simple enough, but his power is unbelievable. The elder spoke in a serene tone. "The power of heaven and earth never stays in one place. Natural energy flows just like people do. That means there's a chance one of those paths could help these knights return to their real forms." Kim was shocked. "What you just said, can you explain in detail?" The elder took him aside and explained, "The power of dark mages is dangerous. It goes against the very principles of life. Returning to one's original state is like trying to pour spilled water back into its cup, only 1,000 times harder." Kim asked seriously, "What would it take to make it possible?" The elder replied, "Two things first, a natural force far stronger than black magic, and second, a highly skilled elf capable of performing the rite." Kim frowned. "But all the high elves are missing. Do they even exist on Earth?" The elder nodded slightly. "It's possible. When the continents merged with Earth, some might have scattered here. There are a few possibilities. Some could have landed in barren lands and starved to death. Others might have taken their own lives, or maybe a few are still alive. But the truth is, we know nothing for sure. So for now, we can't do anything about that. We should focus on gathering natural force instead." Kim asked, "How much natural force would we need?" The elder said, "At the current release rate of the World Tree, we'd need to wait at least 150 years. Kim was stunned. "That's nothing for elves, but for humans our lifespan barely reaches 100. The elder smiled gently. "It won't take that long. The process will complete sooner than you think." Kim pressed further. "Isn't there any way to speed it up?" The elder replied, "If you want to gather energy faster, you'll have to repeat the cycle, pain, and recovery together. In other words, healing alongside suffering. You'd need a place where both exist continuously, a place of constant pain and regeneration. But such a place probably doesn't exist." Kim's eyes lit up. "Actually, I know one." He mentioned Camelord and soon implanted 2 world trees there. Instantly, various crystals began to form again. Kim smiled brightly. "The world tree's life force is incredible. The reformation stones are regenerating continuously, and the cycle time has shortened production's rapid. With just 2 world trees, piles of stones appeared." Kim was delighted. The world tree seemed to recover better here, with its cycle growing even larger. "Now let's see how much extra energy this growth gives us," he thought, grinning mischievously. "Time to use these reformation stones." He took out the rake, a spear, and tried attaching one, but it failed. The reason? It required a C grade or higher stone, while he only had D grade. "How do I turn D grade into C grade?" he wondered. He asked Ellie, who replied, "That's something only dwarves can craft." Kim was surprised. "But there are no dwarves on Earth," Ellie explained. "Dwarves are a race masters of the hammer, experts of creation. Maybe you haven't seen them yet, but that doesn't mean they aren't here. So without dwarves, crafting a C-grade reformation stone is impossible?" Kim asked. Ellie nodded. "Practically, yes." Kim sighed. "All these stones Camelord's producing, useless then. I was hoping to forge some really cool weapons." Ellie smiled faintly. "Don't lose hope. Dwarves might exist somewhere on Earth. Our dimension isn't the only one that merged with it. Just like we arrived, others could have too. If you ever hear about a sudden massive mountain range appearing, there's a good chance that's where the dwarves are." Kim thanked her for the tip. As she turned to leave, Ellie smiled. "You saved our kingdom, you can talk casually with me. Your sister Sonia and the others do the same. Being formal just feels awkward." Kim agreed outwardly but thought, "You crushed Lancel so effortlessly. Being casual around someone that powerful isn't exactly easy." Still, he sighed in relief. Most of the major problems are settled. Looks like it's time to move on. The next scene at the commander's office. You're going to America? The commander asked, surprised. Kim nodded. Yeah, I promised Mr. James I'd take him back home to the USA. It's about time. But judging by your reaction, you've got some advice? The commander hesitated. No direct contact, but we've got some reports. The federal government has collapsed the state situation's unclear, and flying over the Pacific won't be easy. Kim blinked. Another problem? A video played fighter jets flying through the skies, engaging strange flying monsters. Unidentified objects approaching at high speed, weapons ineffective, a pilot reported. Moments later, a monster slammed into a jet. It exploded instantly. All the fighters went down. Only one pilot survived by ejecting. That footage was all that remained. Since then, the U.S. recalled all its flights. Every unit sent toward America was wiped out. Not a single soldier made landfall. Kim listened calmly. He trusted James. He'll find a way to modify the plane. But after watching the footage, James sighed. To put it simply, we'd have to clear every monster across a 13-hour flight path just to reach the U.S. Kim looked hopeful. So, maybe a killer fighter jet plan? James shrugged. Honestly, I think I'm happier staying in Korea. Kim groaned. If you don't help, how are we getting to the U.S.? He reminded him, you're the one who wanted to go. James exhaled. That was before it's a total rebuild from scratch. Even modern tech couldn't handle it. And even if we somehow managed to finish it, the build time would be so long we might as well swim there. Better idea, I'll upgrade the boat. We'll go by sea. Kim grinned. Perfect. I'll leave that to you. He thought to himself, James isn't speaking so formally anymore. We're officially friends now. The commander warned, crossing the Pacific by boat? A plane would be faster by sea. It'll take at least a week. Kim asked, why insist on flying? Extra danger in the ocean? The commander explained, we don't know what's out there, but the climate's unstable. The Pacific's always been rough, and now it's worse. Kim shrugged. Not a problem, I'm high tier, perfectly fit. If things get bad, I'll hide in subspace. And don't worry, I'll have bodyguards. His bodyguards, Sonia and Ellie, were more than ready. Sonia was thrilled. A sea voyage? Finally! I was getting bored planting trees all the time. Ellie smiled. Traveling on Earth, we might even find high elves. There's no way I'm missing that. Sounds exciting. The journey began. Both stood on deck as the waves crashed around them. Kim said, why don't you come inside? Relax and enjoy the trip. Sonia laughed. Nonsense. I came here to feel the waves. No way I'm missing this adventure. Ellie smirked. Are you underestimating me? Remember, I'm the leader of the elves. I'm used to handling my domain. I've never left the kingdom, but we've faced sea storms before. Let's see what kind of little storms Earth can throw at us. Kim sighed internally. Logic doesn't work with them. Fine, do whatever you want, and went inside. Outside, the Pacific roared towering waves, endless rain, lightning striking all around. Yet Sonia and Ellie stood firm, actually enjoying it. Ellie thought, this kind of weather used to hit our continent too, but I never imagined Sonia would be enjoying it this much. She smiled and said to her, didn't think you'd handle this kind of environment so easily. A while later, Kim returned to the deck. Still not coming in? Ellie replied calmly. This weather couldn't scratch us even if it tried. Why should we? Sonia laughed. Exactly. Stop worrying and go rest. Let us enjoy this. Kim thought, what are they even doing out here? I could be walking comfortably inside. Then he chuckled to himself. Maybe this trip's for them anyway. Hyunsu's enjoying steering the boat, and they're loving the waves. I don't need to worry. The storm worsened, higher waves, stronger winds. Even Ellie was caught off guard. Honestly, even on our continent, waves never got this tall. I really underestimated Earth. What amazed her most was Sonia, still laughing, still thrilled. Wow, feels like a water park. Ellie noticed. The higher the waves get, the more excited Kim's sister becomes. Is this normal for Earth's weather? If it is, then I won't back down either. I didn't become leader for nothing. I'll show her. Meanwhile, we learn the real cause. The Pacific had always been infamous for typhoons and storm systems like Hercules. But after the dimensional merges, the geography shifted. The climate worsened. Now a monstrous super typhoon formed. Against all odds, their boat survived and pushed through. Ellie hadn't expected it. She struggled a bit, but soon the weather cleared. By morning, Kim returned to the deck, both still standing in the same spot. Everything okay last night? Sonia grinned. It was awesome, so much fun happened. Kim thought, they're made for pirate life. Maybe I should get them their own ship and me. I'll be the pirate king. Below deck, he asked Hyunsu, everything good? You've been driving all night, need rest? Hyunsu replied steadily, we're almost there. Kim blinked. Already? We just left yesterday, how? Hyunsu answered calmly, no upgrade. Maybe the geography really changed, like the operations chief said. What used to take a week, we've covered overnight. Kim climbed up and looked toward the horizon. The weather was finally normal again. How did we get here so fast? Whatever. At least we landed safely. That's what matters. Hyunsu went off to rest, saying he had already docked the boat at the California port. Kim thought to himself, from California to New York, one end of the country to the other. We can't go directly. First, I need to understand the local situation. Move slowly, gather information, act normal. Meanwhile, Ellie and Sonia were staring right at him. Kim said, let's hold up for a bit. You two should stay inside for now. Sonia gave off a killing intent. Don't tell me you want us to start planting again or I'll bury you myself. Kim flinched. All right, just go change your clothes. Pax, retrieve them. Both girls stepped into the portal and vanished. Kim sighed. While they're changing, I'll move ahead and observe the area. Maybe I'll find something useful. As he moved forward, the sight around him was chilling. A destroyed city, shattered buildings, cracked roads, total devastation. But the most shocking part? Not a single person. No monsters either. The whole city's empty. Then he noticed newspapers plastered on the wall. Some looked freshly posted. Even during monster attacks, they're still printing newspapers. That's some federal stubbornness. The headlines spoke of states splitting into two factions and waging war against each other. Maybe that's why no one was around. Then one particular notice caught his eye. A mine discovered Grand Canyon, Arizona. Kim frowned. A mining notice? Here? He checked the map. That's in the next state, not too far. Behind him, Ellie's voice came. Mr. Kim, how do I look? Still distracted, Kim said, actually, I was looking for some info. Both girls stood there in new outfits. Ellie's new look was striking, perfectly matching her personality. Sonia chuckled. I tried to make her wear a tracksuit like mine, but she went with her own formal style. Surprisingly, it really suits her. Ellie adjusted her hat. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it matches the dress. I'll live with it. Kim smiled. It's not awkward at all. Honestly, it looks great on you. Ellie smirked. Good, then I don't have to change again. Ellie asked, any information? Kim shared what he had found, and the group moved on, passing through 49 villages along the way. This time, Kim was the one driving, and Sonia kept snapping. Why'd you hit the brakes again? Kim replied, there was a hole in the road, that's why. No one seemed to like his driving. Eventually, they stopped in the middle of a dusty desert, the wind swirling with sand. Kim got out. All right, enough complaints. Look ahead, there's a store. Sonia frowned. It's an abandoned area, who'd even be here? Kim stayed calm. Look closely, the place looks clean, like someone maintains it. That means someone's inside. He pushed the door open. The place was full of people. Sonia whispered, there are people? Kim nodded awkwardly. Yeah, a lot of them. And they're all staring at us. Sonia snapped. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a man in the crowd started to pull out a gun, about to aim, but another guy quickly stepped in. Wait, are you guys Korean? No way, never thought I'd meet fellow Koreans here. The gunman lowered his weapon. The friendly man shook Kim's hand warmly. Nice to meet you. I'm Park Dong. Kim replied. I'm Kim. Dong grinned. Perfect. Come on, let's sit over there. 4 beers. Quickly, we're celebrating. Then leaning closer, Dong whispered, listen carefully, I just saved your life. The people here are always ready to fight. They'll attack newcomers without a second thought, trying to rob you. One wrong move and your head's gone. Those reformation bullets here, they can pierce through the toughest defenses. Be smart. And your friend's outfit? Yeah, that'll draw crazy attention around here. People might lose their minds. The waiter brought 4 beers, and Dong paid with mana stones. Kim noted silently, so mana stones are used for transactions here, interesting. Dong whispered again, stay as quiet as you can, that's the only way you'll survive. Dong asked softly, you guys really don't know the basics here? Where exactly are you from? Kim chuckled, didn't you just say from Korea? And yeah, we really are. Dong nodded. Sure, I get that. I mean, where in America did you come from? Kim answered. We came straight from Korea by boat, landed about an hour ago. Dong blinked. By boat? Across the Pacific? With those monster waves, how's that even possible? Sonia smiled. It was an exciting ride. Ellie nodded with a small grin. Dong muttered. Must be some Korean-style joke. I don't get it. Kim got to the point. Forget it. We wanted to ask something. Do you know anything about the Lishan mine nearby? Dong froze, eyes darting around. Everyone's gaze was now fixed on them. Kim thought, guess that was a sensitive question. Dong whispered, yeah. Every single person here is awakened and they're all gathered for that mine, to occupy it. Kim scratched his head. You just told me to stay quiet and I went ahead and stirred the place up. Dong sighed. If you're planning to go to that mine, you must be after the reformation stones. But bad news, you can't go there. Ellie interrupted. Actually, we're not after the stones. We need to meet the dwarfs. Dong's eyes widened. Not after the stones? Then why go to the mine? A rough voice cut in from behind. Why are you asking him? I'll tell you. You go there and you die. Dong thought grimly. Damn, now this guy won't let it go. I might have to take him out if things go bad. The thug grabbed Sonia's shoulder, growling, You don't want the stones? Then hand over whatever you've got. And as for these ladies, I want something else from them. You get me? That was it. Sonia's expression turned deadly. One punch, that's all it'll take. Her ability flared, and she smashed an uppercut so powerful it sent the man crashing through the ceiling and out of sight. Kim facepalmed. Great, he just had to mess with Sonia, didn't he? Kim turned to Dong. Thanks for the help and the warning, but we need to leave. The three headed out quickly. Dong watched, stunned. One punch through the roof. Maybe they really did just arrive by boat. If their power's that strong, maybe they could actually help me. He shouted, Wait, if you're heading to the mine, hear my story first. Otherwise, you'll never find it. I'll guide you. Kim smiled. All right, tell us. Dong nodded. In return, you listen to my full story, then decide if you still want to go. The scene shifted flashback. Everyone had received a notification. Occupy the territory name, Lycian Mine. Massive reserves of reformation stones lie within. Occupy it and claim your reward. Dong and his friend Gordon decided to go. Arizona's close, let's take it. When they arrived, hundreds were already there. Turned out, everyone had received the same message. The mine went deeper and deeper, the farther they went huge, like a labyrinth. Then they met the dwarf tribe. Who are you? The dwarfs asked. We're from Earth, the humans replied. The dwarfs nodded. We mine here. Don't know much about your outside world. There are plenty of reformation stones here. Take as many as you want. If you need crafting, call us. People started mining, and soon chaos broke out. This is my spot. Go dig somewhere else. You didn't buy this area. Some started stealing bags full of stones. Others spread rumors. He's hoarding them all. He's gonna run away. Fights broke out. Everyone wanted more stones. Then a man pulled out a gun and fired in the air. Hand over all your stones or I'll shoot. The world's laws are gone. I can kill you and nobody'll care. Dong and Gordon realized, forget the stones, we need to survive. Meanwhile, the dwarfs heard the gunfire and came rushing. What's going on out there? The gunman turned. You dwarfs hand over your stones too. The dwarfs tried to reason. There are plenty here, why take ours? But he snapped, do as I say or else, and shot one of them dead. The gunshot echoed through the cave. A goblin nearby heard it. Dong and Gordon were trying to find the exit. When the goblin arrived, it devoured the corpses, swallowed the stones, and transformed into a monstrous goblin. Its roar echoed through the tunnels. Dong and Gordon heard it. The creature lunged toward them. Run, Dong! Don't stop! Gordon shouted. Dong spotted light ahead. There's the exit, faster! He leapt out, but before Gordon could make it, the goblin grabbed him and dragged him back into the darkness. Back in the present, Dong told Kim, since that day, no one's dared enter the mine. But if you plan to go, I'll come with you. I need to find my friend. Kim nodded. All right, you look for your friend Gordon. We'll find the dwarfs. Let's go. They descended into the mine, blood everywhere. Kim looked around. This place is huge. We could search for days. We'll need help from my friend. Ellie asked, what friend? Kim summoned Solon from a portal. Ellie blinked. He's kinda cute. Solon sniffed the air. Something's coming fast, Dong warned. Gordon's not awakened. He can't move that fast. Ellie added, and dwarfs don't run either, which means monster. Kim quickly launched Reka spears through the portal, but the moment they hit, they bounced back. Kim was stunned. It deflected? Ellie smirked. Don't worry, I'll handle it. But then, Solon sensed it again. The monster's retreating. Should we chase? Kim shook his head. No, we're not here to hunt monsters. We're here for the dwarfs. They continued deeper. Solon sniffed again. Blood and breathing, strong scent ahead. They rushed there and found a wounded dwarf lying on the ground. Ellie examined him. Badly injured. Kim said, must be the monster's doing. He's losing too much blood. If we don't treat him now, he'll die. Kim decided, put him in the subspace, number 1 will treat him. But then Solon warned again. Something's approaching fast. Ellie readied herself. This time, I'll handle it. The evolved goblin came roaring in far stronger than before. Ellie unleashed her power and punched it right in the face, a brutal blow that sent blood bursting from its mouth. With that single strike, the monster fell. Dozens of reformation stones spilled across the floor. Ellie frowned slightly. Strange. The golden monster I saw at the entrance seemed bigger. This one's smaller. Maybe I'm imagining things. The wounded dwarf was moved to the subspace safe house. A while later, he woke up, surrounded by the group. Julie asked, feeling better now? The dwarf muttered weakly, where am I? Kim explained, a safe house, my own space. Monsters can't enter here. We found you unconscious in the mine and treated your wounds. You've recovered a bit, but your injuries are deep. You'll need full rest. The dwarf panicked. What about that monster? Ellie replied calmly, don't worry, it's been taken care of. The dwarf looked closely at Ellie. She gave a brief introduction. Name's Ellie, leader of the elves. The dwarf was startled. Elves? Working with humans? Ellie brushed it off. Long story later. For now, I need to know, are you the only one left? What about the other dwarves? The dwarf lowered his head. Yeah, that's the truth. Dong immediately asked, by any chance have you heard the name Gordon? My friend. He was left inside the mine. The dwarf's eyes hardened. So you've only killed one monster? Ellie tensed up. You mean there's more than one inside? The dwarf nodded. Yes, the same kind you just fought. And that other one is none other than Gordon. Everyone froze. Dong, in disbelief, stammered, what do you mean? A flashback unfolded when the goblin had caught Gordon and was about to kill him. Reformation stones suddenly fell from above. The goblin pounced on them greedily. From behind, another dwarf pulled Gordon away to a hidden shelter where the monster couldn't reach. Inside, piles of stones were already stored. The dwarf said, the space is tight, but safe. Name's Brock. Gordon muttered, thanks for saving me, but why is that monster so strong? Brock explained. There were tons of human corpses. It devoured them, leveled up, and then started swallowing the stones too. Its shape and power both grew. Now it's a nightmare. Gordon tried to stay hopeful. Don't worry, this is the capital zone. Someone will come to capture it. Brock looked shocked. Capital zone? I was so buried in crafting I didn't even realize. If that's true, there must be a guardian here. Guardian? Gordon asked. Brock nodded. Something that's summoned to honor the territory the Chamber of Commerce must have implanted it when the mine was built. Think of it as the core of this cave. So we need to find this capture stone, the core stone? Gordon said. Once we get it, the problem's over? Brock hesitated. Correct, but this mine is huge. I've dug everywhere and still haven't found it. The monster's fast. Going out there to search is suicide. Do you have anything that makes you faster than it? Gordon shrugged. No, but we can wait. We still have some food. Time will pass. Meanwhile, I'll tell you a story. Brock frowned. We don't need a story. Gordon insisted anything to ease the fear, to kill time. Days passed, their rations ran out, and the situation worsened. Gordon sighed. What day is it today? Brock replied, no idea. A strange spark lit in Gordon's eyes. Mr. Brock, you said eating enhancement stones turns humans into monsters, and that's what made that creature stronger. So here's my plan. I'll eat all the stones myself, fight the monster, and while I'm keeping it busy, you escape. Brock gasped, terrified. Don't be insane. You have no idea how much you'd need to eat. Once you do that, you won't be human anymore. Your form will twist. You might never come back. Maybe you'll even end up weaker, then what? Gordon's voice was calm and cold. I have to, And to be honest, I'm starving. I could eat my own hand. At least one of us should survive. After all the time we've spent together, let me do this. There's nothing left in my life anyway. Brooke's voice trembled. If it's hunger, I'll cut off my hand better that than losing you. Gordon laughed softly. Are you crazy? I'm not a monster. I'm human. Why would I eat your hand? Brooke snapped. And you said you'd sacrifice yourself to save me. I don't need that kind of sacrifice. Gordon's voice turned hollow. You misunderstood. I'm not sacrificing myself because I've already died once. What's standing in front of you right now is just my living corpse. The flashback deepened during the first monster attack. Gordon's entire family had been killed. He was about to take his own life when his friend Dong stopped him. Dong gave him a reason to live, so he kept going, just so Dong wouldn't feel guilty. Now it's time, Gordon whispered, to meet my family again. Brock's voice shook. Don't go that far. Gordon made one final request. Do me a favor, crush the stones into powder. If I swallow them whole, I'll die instantly. Powder might absorb slowly, and if I don't die, if I fully turn into a monster someday, please kill me. I don't want to live as one. Brooke promised. He raised his hammer, smashed the stones, and ground them into powder. Gordon consumed every bit. Outside, the same goblin fell on Brock, pinning him down. Guess this is it, he gasped, but before the goblin could strike, a massive hand slammed it into the wall. Brock looked up in horror. Gordon? He was now a complete monster, cold, ruthless, and instantly turned on Brock. In the present, Brock finished his story. He wounded me and I passed out. Then you all found me and brought me here. Dong, I know it's hard to believe, but he became that monster to stop the other one. He never wanted to turn. Please, let him rest in peace. I'll help you with crafting in any way I can. Just release him from this misery. Kim calmly laid out the plan. Ellie's the only one who can face him head on. I'll handle weapon upgrades. Can enhancement stones be forged into C-rank gear? Brock nodded. Yes, 10 D-rank stones of the same attribute make one C-rank, Kim calculated. We have plenty from the Camelord, but none are wholly attribute, so we can't enhance the Rekka spear. Then what should we enhance? Guns, ammo, especially pistols, to boost firepower? He noted a limitation: pistols had short range. Should we switch to rifles? After some thought, Kim decided, we'll enhance the guns. With the few registration stones left, he could only enhance pistols up to +3. Simulations showed that a +4 pistol would break after just one shot. For Kim, that was enough. Even one perfect shot will do. Guns can always be replaced. He briefed the knights. Our strategy is one-shot elimination. No matter how tough the monster, each of you gets one gun, one bullet. If even one hit lands critically, it's over. Just then, Dong approached. Mr. Kim, I have a request. I want to be there when my friend takes his final breath to say goodbye. Kim warned. It's dangerous. But seeing Dong's resolve, he agreed on one condition. Moments later, the scene shifted. Dong and Solon advanced deeper into the mine. Dong whispered, guilt heavy in his voice. If I hadn't left him alone, maybe he wouldn't have ended up here. Maybe he'd still be alive. If only I had the courage back then to save him. My friend, I'm so sorry. Solon sniffed the air and muttered, he's coming, the monster's close. Dong's heart trembled. You suffered so much because of me. I was a coward who ran away. Today I'm here to say goodbye with all the courage I have left. The monster, once Gordon, roared and charged at him. Dong's eyes welled up. This is my apology, so you don't have to suffer anymore. He pulled the trigger. Through tears, a single bullet of fire tore through the darkness. A moment later, a faint clink echoed. A stone rolled to the ground. Dong whispered softly, my friend, rest in peace.